Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 5 of The Will of Fire, Reignition. Summary: War, politics, and a Hokage who does not hold back. The shinobi world is on the brink of collapse, and Konoha needs a leader who can navigate the bloodshed. Enter Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the Crimson Storm. Rising to the position of Hokage at a shockingly young age, this Naruto is a different breed, ruthless on the battlefield, yet fiercely dedicated to forging a lasting peace. In this alternate universe, Naruto is 4 years older than in canon and must survive political treachery, master high-stakes diplomacy, and outsmart enemies who want to see the Leaf Village burn. He is about to prove that true leadership requires more than just raw power, it requires a brilliant, unyielding mind. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Shea 1819, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. The Honeymoon Arc. Chapter 42, Friends and Preparations. Late afternoon light streamed through the old Namikaze house, setting the living room aglow in soft gold. The coffee table was covered in scattered papers, invitation drafts, guest lists, scribbled notes about dress fittings, and messy diagrams of seating arrangements that neither of them really understood. Naruto sat cross-legged on the couch, sleeves rolled up, absent-mindedly tossing a rubber ball against the wall, and catching it again with lazy precision. Across from him, Kuratsuchi was sprawled sideways in an armchair, feet dangling over one armrest, chewing the end of a pencil with a deep scowl. "You know," Naruto said casually, bouncing the ball again. "For two people who survived assassination plots, pirate wars, and enough paperwork to kill an elephant, we're getting our asses kicked by a wedding." Kuratsuchi snorted. "Speak for yourself, Bakakage. I'm the one doing the actual planning." Naruto caught the ball midair, grinning. "Planning? You mean arguing with the florist about whether lava bombs count as decoration?" "It was thematic," she snapped, throwing a crumpled piece of paper at his head. He laughed, easily dodging. "And besides," she grumbled, flopping back dramatically against the chair, "you're not helping. You keep vetoing all my good ideas." "I vetoed the idea where the wedding cake explodes into confetti," Naruto pointed out deadpan. Kuratsuchi grinned shamelessly. "It would have been memorable." Naruto chuckled, dropping the ball onto the table and stretching his arms behind his head. "I don't need fireworks," he said simply. "I just need you." The quiet way he said it, so matter-of-fact, so sure, made her heart thump painfully against her ribs. Kuratsuchi coughed, trying to play it off. "Smooth," she muttered, cheeks pink. "Real smooth, Hokage." Naruto just winked at her lazily. "Get used to it, Kuro-chan. You're marrying this smoothness. Keep talking like that," she threatened, "and you'll be sleeping on the couch before the honeymoon." Naruto laughed, the deep, genuine kind he didn't get to use often enough. He sat up then, voice softening. "Speaking of the wedding," he said, reaching for a blank sheet of paper, "we should figure out who's standing with us." Kuratsuchi perked up slightly, swinging her legs around to sit properly. "You mean like best men and maids of honor?" Naruto nodded, tapping the pencil against his chin thoughtfully. "I'm thinking Kakashi for sure," he said. "He's basically family. And Guy," Kuratsuchi added without hesitation, smirking. "You need Guy there. It wouldn't be a party without him declaring the power of youth every 5 minutes." Naruto snorted. "Yeah, and Asuma too. He's been like an older brother." He paused, more thoughtful now. "And Sasuke," he said finally. "Has to be Sasuke." Kuratsuchi nodded, seeing the quiet importance of it. What about you? Naruto asked, tossing the pencil to her. Kuratsuchi caught it with a smirk. Temari, she said instantly. We get along. She doesn't take shit from anyone. Naruto chuckled. Sounds familiar. She grinned, ticking names off on her fingers. Temari, definitely Tenten, she's tough and hilarious. Shizen, she kept me from going insane during all the paperwork. And Kurenai, she's just, I don't know. She feels like the cool big sister I never had. Naruto smiled, warmth flooding his chest at the thought of her finding real friends here. He watched her scribble down names, tongue poking out slightly in concentration. You know, he said casually. I think you're getting soft, Kuro-chan. She looked up, narrowing her eyes dangerously. You want to rephrase that, Naru? He grinned wide, unfazed. Soft, he teased. In the best way. She launched a pillow at his head. Naruto caught it, laughing, and tossed it onto the couch beside him. They fell into comfortable silence again, working side by side, partners, best friends, soon to be husband and wife. A few days later. The night air was cool, carrying the scent of grilled meat and miso broth through the narrow alleys of Konoha. Ichiraku ramen buzzed with low chatter, the lanterns casting soft, flickering pools of light across the worn wooden counters. Naruto pushed the door open with his shoulder, grinning when he spotted them already gathered at the corner booth. Kakashi, lazily slouched with his book half open but unread. Asuma, arms crossed behind his head, grinning around a lit cigarette. Guy practically vibrating with enthusiasm. And Sasuke, arms folded, face neutral but eyes warmer than usual. Naruto slid into the booth beside Kakashi, tossing a casual salute to the group. You started without me, he said with mock betrayal. You're late, Kakashi intoned dryly, not looking up from his book. Asuma chuckled, flicking ash into a tray. Still using that excuse, huh, Kakashi? Guy slammed a fist onto the table, not hard enough to break it, but close. The flames of youth do not wait for tardy Hokage, Naruto-kun. Naruto laughed, relaxing back into the seat, feeling something warm unfurl inside him. This comfort, this brotherhood, this was his real wealth. They ordered drinks, a few bowls of ramen, some dumplings. For a while, they just talked, about missions, about the latest pranks Konohamaru's team pulled, about how Asuma was absolutely certain Kurenai was pregnant even though she hadn't told anyone yet, which made Naruto snicker into his broth. It felt normal. Easy. Exactly the way Naruto needed it to. When the food dwindled to half-empty bowls and the conversation lulled into a comfortable hum, Naruto finally cleared his throat. They all looked at him, Kakashi with that unreadable gaze, Sasuke with quiet curiosity, Asuma with an encouraging smirk, Guy practically sparkling with anticipation. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. So, you all know the wedding's coming up soon. Sasuke raised an eyebrow minutely. Guy beamed. The flames of youth shall burn brighter with your union. Naruto chuckled, but then grew serious. I was thinking about who I want standing with me that day, he said, voice steady now. Not just anyone. The people who've been there. Through everything. He looked around the table, at faces lined by battle, loss, and years of loyalty. You guys. There was a beat of silence. Then Asuma grinned lazily, tipping his head back. About time you asked? He said. Guy's eyes shone alarmingly. I shall accept with all my heart. Sasuke gave the smallest nod, but it meant more than words. Naruto turned then, last, to Kakashi. The older man closed his book slowly. For a moment, he just studied Naruto, the boy who had once been too small for his flak jacket, too stubborn for his own good. Now a man, taller, stronger, carrying the will of fire like a second skin. You sure you want an old warhorse like me standing up there? Kakashi asked quietly, his voice losing some of its dry humor. Naruto smiled, the real kind, small and certain. Always, he said simply. Kakashi looked at him a moment longer. Then he smiled, soft and hidden beneath his mask, but unmistakable. Then I'd be honored, he said. Later, after they finished eating, Naruto and Kakashi lingered outside under the stars while the others drifted home. For a while either spoke. Then Kakashi said, almost too casually, "You've done well, you know." Naruto glanced sideways at him. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled slightly. "Your parents would be proud." Naruto swallowed thickly, feeling the words hit somewhere deep and unguarded. "They already are," Kakashi added, voice low. "Wherever they are, they're watching you. Watching the man you became." Naruto let the silence sit, heavy but not painful. Then he reached out, awkwardly, because he was still Naruto, but earnestly, and clapped Kakashi's shoulder. "Thanks, Kakashi-sensei," he said, voice rough. "Not just for tonight. Not just for the wedding. But for everything." Kakashi just patted his hand once, lightly, before stepping back. "Go home, Hokage," he said with a rare warmth. "You've got a future to build." Naruto grinned. And under the endless Konoha stars, he headed home, to the woman waiting for him, and to the life he was finally ready to live. Girls' night out. The sun dipped low behind the Hokage monument, casting long shadows across the village. Kuratsuchi leaned back in her chair at the little open-air bar off the market square, swirling the last dregs of her tea with a straw, pretending not to be nervous. Across from her, Temari nursed a small bottle of sake, raising an eyebrow as she caught Kuratsuchi's restless fidgeting. "You know," Temari said dryly, "you're allowed to enjoy a night off. The wedding isn't tomorrow." Kuratsuchi snorted, leaning her elbow onto the table. "Easy for you to say. You're not trying to plan an inter-village political event and figure out which color schemes don't make you look like a traffic sign." Temari laughed, a low, genuine sound that made Kuratsuchi feel a little less ridiculous. "Relax," she said, waving a hand. "Weddings are chaos. Just aim to survive. And drink heavily," added a new voice. Tenten slid into the seat beside Temari, dropping a small bag of sweets onto the table. "Sorry I'm late. Had to dodge Lee and his powerful wedding advice." Kuratsuchi snickered before she could help it. Temari grinned, jerking her thumb at Kuratsuchi. "Meet Kuratsuchi. Future Hokage pain in the ass." Tenten stuck out a hand immediately. "Tenten. Weapons expert, chaos enthusiast, professional bridesmaid." Kuratsuchi shook her hand, feeling something ease inside her. These women, blunt, sarcastic, alive, they weren't expecting her to be anyone but herself. It was nice. They talked for a while, about the weirdness of diplomacy missions, the best hidden drinking spots in Konoha, and how utterly doomed Naruto was if he thought he'd have any say in cake design. "Men," Tenten said sagely, sipping her tea. "Give them kunai, they're geniuses. Ask them to pick floral arrangements, and they turn into brainless idiots." Kuratsuchi was still laughing when Shizen arrived, smiling warmly, and slid into the last seat. They ordered more drinks. Kuratsuchi, slightly flushed from laughing and feeling more at home than she had in years, finally cleared her throat. "So," she said, trying for casual and missing by a mile, "I was thinking about maids of honor." 4 pairs of eyes locked onto her instantly. Temari leaned forward, a slow smirk spreading. "And?" Kuratsuchi scratched the back of her neck awkwardly. "I was wondering if you guys wanted to stand with me." The words hung there, raw and vulnerable, in the fading light. For a second, no one spoke. Then Tenten grinned and threw an arm around Kuratsuchi's shoulder. "You're stuck with us now," she said cheerfully. "No takebacks." Temari nodded, smirking. "Besides, you're way less annoying than my brothers." Shizen just smiled, a small, proud thing, and reached across the table to squeeze Kuratsuchi's hand. "You're family now." Kuratsuchi blinked rapidly, biting the inside of her cheek. Before she could say anything else, another voice chimed in from behind them. "I hope there's still room for one more." They turned to see Ayam, apron still tied around her waist from Ichiraku, jogging up to the table, breathless. "I heard from Tucci that you were looking for maids of honor," she said, a little shy but beaming. Kuratsuchi stared at her, stunned. I am flushed. I mean, if you want. I know I'm not a kunoichi or anything, but… Kuratsuchi cut her off by standing and pulling her into a fierce hug. Of course I want you, she said fiercely, voice rough. I squeaked and hugged her back, laughing. Tenten wiped a fake tear from her eye dramatically. Our little Kuro-chan's all grown up, she sniffed. Temari chucked a peanut at her head. The night wound on, more drinks, more laughter, more ridiculous wedding planning that none of them would probably remember in the morning. And somewhere between the teasing and the jokes and the not-so-accidental confession from Anko, who joined them late and immediately started sharing way too much information about Naruto's preferences, causing Kuratsuchi to nearly choke on her drink. Kuratsuchi realized she wasn't alone here anymore. Not just Naruto. Not just the political alliances. Friends. Family. A home. And for the first time in her life, Kuratsuchi allowed herself to believe she deserved it. All of it. The Namikaze house was dim and warm when Naruto slipped through the door later that night. Kuratsuchi was already home. He could smell dinner, something simple and slightly burnt, which meant she probably tried to cook again, and he could hear the faint clatter of dishes being cleaned. He toed off his sandals and padded into the kitchen. There she was, in one of his old black shirts, sleeves rolled up past her elbows, hair damp from a shower, humming under her breath as she wiped down the counter. Naruto leaned in the doorway, just watching her. His heart ached with how right this felt. Like maybe, after everything, he made it home. Kuratsuchi noticed him a second later and shot him a lazy grin. Hey, Bakakage. He grinned back. Hey, Kuro-chan. She tossed the towel over her shoulder and sauntered toward him, reaching up to tug lightly on the front of his shirt. Good meeting? She asked. Naruto chuckled. Yeah. Got bullied into eating way too much ramen. Tragic, she deadpanned. He laughed and pressed a quick kiss to her forehead, feeling her relax into him. They settled into the living room after that, Naruto sprawling across the couch, Kuratsuchi half-curled against his side, one leg draped lazily over his. The soft thrum of the village outside faded into nothing. Just them. Warm, close, real. After a while, Kuratsuchi stirred, propping her chin on his chest. I have something for you, she said, almost shy. Naruto blinked down at her. What now? She smirked. Don't get too excited. It's not that kind of gift. He pouted dramatically, making her laugh. Kuratsuchi rolled off him, digging under the coffee table and pulling out a neatly wrapped scroll. She handed it to him with an almost nervous flick of her fingers. Naruto sat up, frowning slightly in confusion. He unrolled it, scanning the neat list of locations, dates, notes in her messy handwriting. The land of hot springs. Not just one, but a whole itinerary. Every little inn, every secret hidden spring he mentioned offhand once, twice, things he thought she'd barely noticed. A 2-week journey. All mapped out. All for him. Naruto stared at it, stunned silent. You once said, Kuratsuchi said quietly, fingers knotting together, that if you ever had the time, you'd travel to all the best hot springs. No missions. No politics. Just you? She looked at him, eyes shining with something fierce and soft at once. So that's what we're doing, she said simply. After the wedding. Naruto still hadn't said anything. Just held the scroll like it was something fragile and precious. Because it was. Not the paper. Not the trip. The thought. The way she'd listened. The way she'd seen him, really seen him, and remembered the boy under the titles. Naruto cleared his throat, voice rough. I don't even know what to say. Say thank you, Kuratsuchi-sama, the most beautiful and generous fiancé ever, she said breezily, trying to hide the way her own throat felt tight. Naruto laughed, a broken, amazed sound. Then he set the scroll down carefully on the table. And pulled her into his arms. Slowly. Deliberately. She melted into him without hesitation, arms wrapping around his shoulders, burying her face into the crook of his neck. Thank you? He whispered against her hair. I love you? Kuratsuchi squeezed her eyes shut, feeling it, really feeling it, like a knot in her chest coming undone. She pulled back just enough to see his face, open, raw, and beautiful. I love you too, Naruto, she said fiercely. More than I ever thought I could. Naruto kissed her then, slow, deep, a brush of promises written in warmth. When they parted, breathing hard, their foreheads rested against each other, hearts thudding in tandem. Naruto smiled against her skin, a wicked glint sparking in his blue eyes. You know, he murmured, voice low and teasing. This trip you planned. Kuratsuchi arched a brow warily. I fully intend to rock your world at every single hot spring on that list. He finished with a smirk. Kuratsuchi snorted, but her cheeks burned deliciously. Confident much, Bakakage? She teased, voice just slightly unsteady. Naruto chuckled, hands sliding slowly down her sides, mapping her curves through the thin fabric of his old t-shirt she wore. Not confident, he said, voice dipping rougher now. Just ready. The heat in his gaze made her shiver, not in fear, but in something new and dizzying. Kuratsuchi swallowed, feeling her heart trip over itself. Naruto watched her carefully, never pushing, never rushing, just offering. Always offering. She licked her lips nervously. She started, then laughed breathlessly. I'm not great at this. Naruto smiled, a soft, devastating thing. You don't have to be, he whispered, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. You just have to be here. With me. He dipped his head, trailing gentle kisses along her jawline, slow, reverent. His hands slipped under the hem of her shirt, fingertips brushing bare skin, light as a breath. Kuratsuchi gasped quietly, tilting toward him without thinking. Naruto paused, giving her every chance to stop him. She didn't. Instead, she threaded her fingers into his hair, tugging him closer, silently telling him what words still fumbled to express. He kissed her again, deeper now, slower, his hands exploring with patient wonder. Mapping her. Memorizing her. When they finally broke apart, both flushed and breathing unevenly, Kuratsuchi rested her forehead against his chest. Her voice was small, but steady. I want this, she whispered. I want you. Naruto held her tighter, pressing a kiss to the crown of her head. You have me, he said simply. Always. They didn't rush. They didn't need to. Tonight wasn't about crossing every line. Tonight was about knowing, truly knowing, that they belonged to each other, body and soul. They curled up together after making out, tangled in each other, the slow, steady beat of their hearts the only sound that mattered. Outside, the village slept peacefully. Inside, two lives stitched themselves even closer together. The midday sun beat down softly on Konoha's streets, the warmth wrapping the village in a lazy, golden haze. Kuratsuchi pushed open the flap at Ichiraku Ramen, intending only to grab lunch, and maybe a quiet moment to breathe. Instead, she found Ayam waving her over, seated with two other familiar women. Kurina Yuhi, poised and serene as always. And Enko Mitarashi, grinning like a wolf sizing up its next victim. Ayam patted the empty seat beside her. Kuratsuchi! Come sit! Kuratsuchi hesitated, instincts prickling, but Ayam's easy smile disarmed her. She slid into the seat, nodding politely. Hey! Kurinai greeted her with a warm nod. Enko just smirked. So you're the one who finally snagged our Scarlet Menace, Enko said, voice rough with amusement. Kuratsuchi quirked an eyebrow. I didn't snag him, she said dryly. We agreed. Enko barked a laugh, tipping back her tea. Same difference. You're braver than most. They ordered lunch, bowls of ramen and tea, settling into an easy rhythm. Kurinai asked about IWA delicacies. Ayam fussed over serving them. Enko teased them all mercilessly, but beneath the jokes was something warmer. Something solid. Halfway through their meal, Enko leaned forward, her grin sharpening. So you know about me and Naruto, right? She asked bluntly. Kuratsuchi didn't flinch. She set her chopsticks down carefully. Yeah. He told me. Enko's grin widened, less wolfish, more approving. Good. He's not the type to leave messy strings. Kuratsuchi shrugged. Wasn't hard to guess. He's too straightforward. Enko snorted. Straightforward. Yeah, that's one way to put it. She leaned closer, dropping her voice to something wickedly intimate. You want to hear some real advice? Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow, wary. Enko smirked and dropped her voice even lower. Naruto's not just passionate when he fights, she murmured. When he loves someone, really loves them, he's intense. Physical. Whole body kind of guy. Kuratsuchi flushed despite herself. Enko chuckled, low and rough. He likes touch, she continued. Not just sex. Hands in his hair. Fingers tracing his scars. Holding him after, not running off like it was just a thing. Kuratsuchi stared at her, stunned speechless for once. Enko's smile turned oddly soft. He gives everything he's got. Every time, she said, voice almost fond. You're not just marrying a shinobi. You're marrying the storm he keeps bottled up. You gotta be ready for that. Kuratsuchi swallowed thickly, her chest tight, her cheeks burning. She managed a smirk after a second, though it felt shaky. Thanks for the warning, she said dryly. I think I can handle him. Enko winked. Oh, I'm sure you can. Maybe even break him a little. Wouldn't that be fun? Kurenai rolled her eyes fondly and patted Kuratsuchi's hand gently. Ignore half of what she says, she advised. But do listen to this. Naruto loves with his whole heart. He needs someone who can hold that without breaking. Kuratsuchi looked down at her tea, heart thudding painfully hard. I will, she said softly. When they finished lunch, they stood outside Ichiraku for a moment, the afternoon breeze tugging at their hair. Enko clapped a heavy hand onto Kuratsuchi's shoulder. You're one of us now, Kuro-chan, she said. Welcome to the madness. Kurenai smiled, a soft, proud thing. And the beauty, she added. As Kuratsuchi watched them walk away, laughing, teasing each other like old friends. She felt something she hadn't even realized she was craving. Belonging. Not just through Naruto. Not just through duty. But through life. Through love. And for the first time in a long time, she felt absolutely, gloriously, terrifyingly alive. It seems like she had started to like Konoha a lot more than she had ever thought she would. Inuzuka compound. The sun hung low over Konoha, painting the rooftops in deep amber, as Naruto made his way toward the Inuzuka compound. He tugged lightly at the collar of his Hokage coat as he approached, not out of nervousness, but out of respect. This wasn't just another political meeting. This was about legacy. About healing. About building something better. Inuzuka was waiting for him outside, arms crossed, a huge wolfish grin splitting her weathered face. Her ever-present nin dog, Kuramaru, lounged at her feet, tail thudding lazily against the porch. Hokage-sama, she said mockingly, bowing with exaggerated flourish. Naruto snorted. Knock it off, Tsum-san. She laughed, clapping him on the back hard enough to make him stumble half a step. Still the same brat under the hat, she said proudly. Hana appeared a moment later, crisp, clean uniform, a quiet smile playing on her lips. Lord Hokage, she greeted more formally. Naruto gave her a small nod. Thanks for meeting with me. Tsum snorted again. You dragged me out of my sake hour, she said, grinning. Better be good. Naruto's grin faded slightly into something more serious, as he gestured them toward the open porch where low cushions were set out. They sat, Kuramaru flopping down between Tsum and Hana with a heavy yawn. Naruto pulled out a scroll and unrolled it carefully onto the table. This, he said quietly, is the restoration plan. On the parchment was the old insignia, the Uchiha police force crest, faded but still proud. Hana leaned in, brows furrowing slightly. Tsum's grin slipped, her face growing serious. I want to bring back the police force, Naruto said steadily. But this time, it's going to be different. He looked at them both. No corruption. No favoritism. No division between clans and commoners. Just shinobi, protecting the people. He paused, letting it sink in. And I want the Inuzuka to run it. Hana's eyes widened slightly. Some blinked, then barked out a sharp laugh. You serious? She said, half incredulous. Naruto nodded once, firm. Dead serious. He turned to Hana fully now. You have the experience, the instincts, and the reputation. The Inuzuka are respected across the village. You're fierce, but you're fair. I trust you. Hana swallowed, her throat working. You want me to rebuild the Uchiha force? She said quietly. Naruto smiled, not just Hokage to subordinate, but comrade to comrade. I want you to build something even better. Some leaned back, studying him with a sharp, shrewd look. You're serious about keeping the Uchiha name? She asked bluntly. Naruto nodded without hesitation. It's their legacy, he said. And their redemption. The Uchiha stood for justice. It's time the village remembers that. Silence stretched for a long moment, heavy, thoughtful. Then Tsum grinned, slow and feral. Well, hell, she said. Count us in. She clapped Hana on the back hard enough to make her jolt. You heard the brat. Get ready to whip those recruits into shape, Hana-chan. Hana smiled, small but radiant. It would be an honor, Hokage-sama, she said formally. Naruto shook his head. Just Naruto, he said. Today, just Naruto. They spent the next hour sketching out initial plans, a recruitment system, training regiments, rebuilding the old police headquarters into something more open and inviting. Kuramaru snored through half of it. Some cursed like a sailor when she realized just how much paperwork was involved. Hana kept quiet notes, her face serious but shining with something she hadn't worn in years, hope. As they finally rose to leave, Tsum slung an arm around Naruto's shoulders, rough but affectionate. You're doing good, kid, she said gruffly. Better than half the fossils who ever wore that hat. Naruto grinned up at her. Thanks, Tsum-san. She winked. Now go get married before that little firecracker of yours changes her mind. Naruto laughed, real and warm, and headed back toward the village with the setting sun at his back. Evening fell across Konoha like a quiet sigh. Naruto found Sasuke exactly where he expected, the old Uchiha training grounds, silent and half overgrown, the fading sun turning the cracked stones to gold. Sasuke stood at the center, blade in hand, practicing slow, deliberate kata, each movement clean, each breath steady. Naruto waited until Sasuke finished the sequence, not wanting to interrupt the quiet ritual. When Sasuke finally lowered his sword, he turned slightly, sensing him. You've gotten quieter, he said dryly. Naruto smirked faintly. Perks of being Hokage, he said. You learn not to trip over your own feet. Sasuke huffed something that might have been amusement. Naruto stepped closer, more serious now. I need to ask you something, he said, voice low. Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly. Naruto reached into his cloak and unrolled the scroll, the one bearing the Uchiha police force crest. Sasuke stared at it, blank-faced, but Naruto could see the tiny flicker in his eyes. I'm rebuilding it, Naruto said quietly. The police force. Different this time. Better. Sasuke said nothing, just stood there, still as stone. Naruto pressed on, careful. I talked with Tsum and Hana Inuzuka. They'll run it. Train a new generation, all clans, all backgrounds. He hesitated. But the name, the Uchiha name, it's yours. Naruto met his eyes, steady and open. I won't use it without your blessing. The silence stretched, thick, heavy. The wind stirred dust around their feet. For a long moment, Sasuke didn't move. Then he stepped forward, slow, measured. He reached out and touched the scroll, just 2 fingers, light as a breath. And nodded once. A sharp, small motion. But it was enough. More than enough. Naruto smiled, small, fierce. Thank you, he said simply. Sasuke looked away, out toward the horizon where the sun was dying behind the mountains. When he spoke, his voice was low and rough. They deserve better. Naruto stood beside him, shoulder to shoulder. They'll get better, he said. Sasuke's fingers tightened slightly on the scroll. For a moment, he looked unbearably young. And unbearably alone. Naruto clapped a hand on his shoulder, firm, grounding. You're not alone, Sasuke, he said quietly. Not anymore. They stood like that for a moment longer, two survivors of an old, broken world, before Naruto finally stepped back, giving Sasuke his space. As he left, Naruto caught a glimpse of someone waiting at the edge of the field. Yukiko Uzuki, Sasuke's old teammate from Team 7. She didn't say anything, just offered Naruto a small nod as he passed. Naruto smiled to himself and kept walking. Some things didn't need his help anymore. Some things, some people, were finding their way back on their own. Sasuke stood alone in the ruins of the old Uchiha training grounds, the sunset bleeding crimson across the stones. He stared at the scroll in his hands, the faded Uchiha crest staring back at him, and felt the weight of all the years crash down at once. The clan. The massacre. The lies. The guilt. He tightened his grip until the edges of the scroll bit into his palms. They deserve better. The words echoed in his mind, Naruto's voice. But all Sasuke could hear was the silence his family left behind. Footsteps crunched lightly across the gravel. Sasuke stiffened instinctively, old habits dying hard. He turned, expecting Naruto, maybe Kakashi. Instead, he found Yukiko Uzuki standing there awkwardly, arms crossed, shifting her weight from foot to foot. She wasn't what anyone would call graceful. Her dark hair was hacked into choppy layers, pulled back in a half-hearted ponytail. Her frame was lean, built more for speed than beauty, her shinobi uniform slightly wrinkled from a long day's training. Sharp blue-gray eyes watched him, not with pity. Just concern. The real kind. The rare kind. She cleared her throat, rubbing the back of her neck. Sakura asked me to check on you, she said, tone somewhere between embarrassed and defensive. Not that you need checking on or anything. I mean, you're Sasuke. Sasuke stared at her, something dark and hollow swirling in his chest. He said nothing. He didn't trust his voice. Yukiko shifted again, looking increasingly uncomfortable. Look, she said, almost huffing. I'm not great at this emotional support crap, okay? I usually just hit things until they stop being a problem. She paused. But, she said more quietly, you're not a problem. You're a person. That broke something loose inside him. Sasuke squeezed his eyes shut, hard, but the tremors had already started. He bowed his head, fists clenching until his knuckles turned white. And before he could stop it, he broke. A raw, ragged sob tore free, low and violent, ripped straight from the pit of his stomach. Yukiko's eyes widened, frozen for a second. Then, without thinking too much about it, she crossed the last few feet between them and awkwardly wrapped her arms around him. Not smooth. Not elegant. She held him like a clumsy brawler who didn't really know what to do with something so fragile. But she held him. Tight. Solid. Real. Sasuke didn't fight it. He clutched at her jacket like a drowning man, his body shaking with years of grief he hadn't let himself feel. Yukiko said nothing. She just stood there, heart hammering wildly, holding him while he cried into her shoulder, letting him be broken without shame. Without judgment. When his sobs finally started to fade into ragged, hiccuping breaths, she rubbed small, awkward circles into his back, like she'd seen someone do once and hoped it helped. You're not alone, you know, she mumbled against his hair. Even if you think you are, you're not. Sasuke didn't answer. But he didn't pull away either. And that, somehow, felt like the biggest victory of all. They stayed like that for a long time. Two stubborn, lonely souls, wrapped in each other's quiet, imperfect strength. Until the stars blinked open above them. And for the first time in a long, long while, Sasuke didn't feel like he was standing on the edge of the world alone. A few days later, the village buzzed with quiet excitement. The wedding of the Hokage was drawing closer, Preparations weaving through every street and home to celebrate for those staying in the village was getting closer too. But Sasuke had other things on his mind. He stood in front of a small cafe tucked near the training fields, a brown paper-wrapped box tucked awkwardly under his arm. Waiting. Feeling like an idiot. When Yukiko Uzuki finally showed up, hair messy as ever, uniform rumpled from morning drills, 2 swords strapped across her back, he straightened instinctively. She spotted him immediately, and raised an eyebrow. "You stalking me now, Uchiha?" Sasuke grunted. "Hardly." He thrust the package at her, abrupt, like ripping off a bandage. "This is for you." Yukiko blinked. Took the box. Frowned. She peeled back the wrapping and found a custom-fitted blade oil kit. High quality, expensive stuff she could never have afforded on her salary. Her mouth twisted. "Sasuke, you helped me," he said bluntly. "I'm not good at whatever that was. So, consider it thanks." Yukiko stared at him for a long moment. Then she pushed the box back into his chest. Hard. Sasuke actually stumbled a step. "I didn't do it for a present, you moron," she snapped, cheeks flushing. "I didn't hug you, so you'd give me shinier weapons." Sasuke scowled. "It's not charity. It's respect. I don't want your respect in a box." They were both breathing harder now, like they'd just finished sparring. Sasuke opened his mouth, some snappish retort locked and loaded. But then he froze. Looking at her, really looking, he realized. She didn't want his gifts. She just wanted to matter. Not because he owed her. Because she cared. And somehow, that scared him more than any battlefield. The words came out rough, unpracticed, but true. "Then go out with me." Yukiko blinked. "What?" Sasuke shifted awkwardly, staring over her shoulder. "Go out with me," he repeated lower. "A date." The world seemed to lurch sideways. Yukiko gaped at him, open-mouthed, unguarded for once. "You're serious?" she said faintly. Sasuke nodded once, sharp, curt, like it physically hurt him to say it. Yukiko stared at him a second longer. Then she broke into a grin so wide and stupid that it almost knocked the breath out of him. "You're terrible at this," she said, laughing, bright, breathless. Sasuke rolled his eyes and scowled. "You want the date or not?" Yukiko slung her swords higher onto her back and smirked. "Fine," she said. "But you're buying." Sasuke huffed, but under it, his chest felt strangely light. "Yeah," he muttered. "I figured." She bumped her shoulder into his as they started walking, not gentle, not delicate. Just real. And Sasuke, for once, didn't mind the bruises. The night was crisp and clear over Konoha, the stars scattered like silver dust across a velvet sky. Naruto stood on the rooftop of the Hokage Tower, his cloak folded over a nearby rail, sleeves rolled up casually. Below, the village lights flickered like a living thing, the heartbeat he was sworn to protect. He heard the familiar rustle of cloth before he saw him. Kakashi emerged from the stairwell, hands in pockets, single eye crinkling faintly behind his mask. Naruto grinned. "Knew you'd come." Kakashi shrugged lazily, stepping beside him to lean against the railing. "You're impossible to avoid when you want something." Naruto laughed, low and easy. They stood there for a while in comfortable silence, watching the village breathe. Finally, Naruto cleared his throat. "Everything's ready?" he asked, voice low. Kakashi nodded. A and B rotations finalized. Civil patrols tightened. Border surveillance reinforced. No leaks, no gaps. Naruto let out a slow breath. "You sure you're not just telling me that so I actually go get married and stop micromanaging everything?" Kakashi tilted his head thoughtfully. "Maybe." Naruto chuckled again, but it faded a little faster this time. He stared out at the rooftops, fingers drumming lightly against the rail. "I'm not scared about leaving the village," he said quietly. Kakashi waited. "I'm scared about." Naruto hesitated. Not coming back the same. Kakashi glanced at him, really looked. And then, in a rare move, He pulled down his mask just enough to offer a real, tired, genuine smile. You're supposed to come back different, Naruto. Naruto blinked. Kakashi looked back out over the village, voice soft but steady. Marriage. Family. It changes you. It should. He folded his arms across his chest. If you came back the same, I'd be worried. Naruto swallowed thickly, heart thudding in his chest. For a moment he let himself believe it, that it was okay to have this, to want it, to let himself be changed by love instead of loss. Kakashi turned slightly, one hand reaching out to ruffle his hair, a rare gesture, affectionate and unguarded. You've earned this, kid, he said, voice rough. Naruto grinned up at him, pretending to swat his hand away, but not really trying. Thanks, Kakashi Taicho. Kakashi stepped back, stuffing his hands into his pockets again, that ever-present slouch returning. We leave in 2 days? Naruto nodded. Yeah. Gotta catch up with Kuro-chan. She's already in IWA yelling at florists and making dressmakers cry. Kakashi huffed a soft laugh. You picked a strong one. Naruto smiled, small, real. Yeah. I think she picked me too. They stood there a while longer, not talking, not needing to, the night folding around them like a quiet blessing. Tomorrow, there would be schedules and preparations and final checklists. Tomorrow, there would be goodbyes and journeys and ceremonies. But tonight? Tonight, Naruto was just a man under the stars. A man who had fought his way here. And who, for once, was allowed to dream of something more. The early morning mist clung to the old stone paths winding up the hill, softening the edges of the world. Naruto moved quietly, his Hokage cloak trailing behind him, the small bouquet of wildflowers tucked under one arm. He didn't need anyone to show him the way. He knew this path by heart. The Uzumaki Namikaze memorial stood alone at the crest, simple, unadorned, the kanji for hope carved deep into the stone. He knelt without ceremony, setting the flowers carefully at the base. For a long time, he just sat there, breathing the morning air, feeling the weight of the moment settle over him. Then he leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees, voice low and rough. Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. The wind stirred his hair gently, like a whisper. Naruto smiled faintly. I'm getting married. Saying it out loud made it real in a way nothing else had. He laughed under his breath, a little shaky. Can you believe it? Me. The knucklehead kid who couldn't sit still for 2 minutes without blowing something up. He traced the edge of a stone with one finger. Her name's Kuratsuchi. He continued. She's stubborn. Loud. Crazy tough. He paused, smiling softer. She's also kind. Brave. Makes me feel like I'm home. He let the silence stretch for a while, breathing it in. I'm gonna do it right, he said finally. I'm gonna give her everything I didn't have growing up. His voice cracked slightly, but he didn't care. I'll make you proud. The wind picked up, cool and steady. Naruto closed his eyes, letting it wash over him like a blessing. Then he stood, pressing 2 fingers lightly to the stone, a silent promise, before turning away. It was time. The Hokage's office was unusually still when Naruto stepped inside. Shikaku Nara waited by the desk, hands in his pockets, expression as unreadable as always. You're cutting it close, Shikaku said mildly. Naruto grinned. Had an important meeting. Shikaku inclined his head slightly, understanding without needing details. You ready? Naruto exhaled slowly. Yeah. Shikaku unfolded a set of scrolls and reports onto the desk. Security plans, economic updates, council notes. Everything's covered, he said. Kakashi's coordinating ANBU. He will be back after the marriage is over. Until then Tenzo will handle it. I'm handling civilian matters and the council. He glanced up sharp. You trust me with this? Naruto smiled, small but true. With my life. For a moment, the normally lazy genius looked almost touched. Almost. Then he smirked. Better come back a married man, he said dryly. If we survive your absence without a riot, it'll be a miracle. Naruto laughed, real and warm. I'll bring you back some sake. Shikaku waved him off. Bring me peace and quiet. That's rarer. Naruto clapped his arm lightly in farewell, then turned to the door. The weight of leadership temporarily passed, but the responsibility never forgotten. Outside, the full wedding delegation was gathered near the main gates. Kakashi, leaning casually against a post, reading. Sasuke, arms folded, travel gear already dusted with early morning mist. Shikamaru, muttering about tight schedules and desert caravans. Kiba, Hinata, Niji, Tenten, Ino, and Choji, laughing, organizing supplies, occasionally shoving each other like kids in a candy store. Nearby, Temari, Im, Shizen, and Tenten, Kuratsuchi's hand-picked maids of honor, clustered together, chatting animatedly about last-minute wedding arrangements. Tsunade, in travel robes but no less regal, stood with Jiraiya, who was already complaining about the journey length. Hiruzen, leaning on his staff, watched it all with quiet fondness, the lines of age softened by something like pride. Even Anko lurked somewhere in the crowd, promising to cause trouble at the reception if she got bored. The air was charged, buzzing with the quiet thrill of something about to change forever. Naruto tugged his cloak tighter around his shoulders. He turned once, just once, to look back at the village. At everything he loved. At everything he was building. I'll be back soon, he murmured. Tsunade caught his gaze and called out gruffly. You planning to leave us standing here all day, brat? Naruto barked a laugh and hoisted his pack higher onto his shoulder. All right. Keep your sandals on, Bachan! The group burst into laughter, even Hiruzen chuckling under his breath. Naruto turned once, just once, to look back at the Hokage Tower. At the monument bearing his father's face. At the village he had nearly died to protect, again and again. I'll come back stronger, he promised under his breath. Then he turned back to the waiting caravan. And stepped forward into the first real journey toward happiness he had ever known. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. The Honeymoon Arc. Chapter 43, Let's Get Married. The Ceremony. The soft sound of drums filled the stone grand shrine. Deep and slow like the beat of the earth's heart. The inside was transformed. Tatami mats lined the floors. Bright white and crimson banners, the traditional colors of blessing and strength, hung from the beams. Ornate flower arrangements lined the sides, simple and elegant, never overwhelming the solemnity. Today was no mere celebration. Today was a joining of nations. And a binding of souls. The honored guests sat in careful rows, quiet, respectful. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, sat closest to the shrine's inner sanctum, his expression sharp but unmistakably proud. Behind him, Katsuchi stood at stiff attention, stone-faced but betraying tiny hints of warmth around the eyes. Across from them, Gaara, the newly appointed Kazekage, stood tall and serene, the symbol of Suna woven proudly into his robes. Beside him, Baki watched everything with the wary gaze of an old soldier. Further down, Mei Terumi, Mizukage of the Mist, sat gracefully, a picture of polished charm, her sharp eyes missing nothing. And from the smaller Oto delegation, Karen Uzumaki stood proudly, her crimson hair braided carefully for the occasion, an emissary of their allegiance. But near the front, where the sacred light of the shrine pooled brightest, sat Hiruzen Sarutobi, leaning lightly on his staff, eyes shining with unshed tears. Jiraiya, grinning wide, trying and failing to look casual in his formal robes. And Tsunade, strong and breathtaking, standing tall like a second mother watching her son cross a final threshold. Naruto's family. The ones who had stayed. The ones who mattered. The hall stilled. At the far end, the white shoji doors slid open with a soft scrape. And Naruto Uzumaki stepped forward. He was dressed in the traditional style, a deep black Matsuki robe with the Uzumaki spiral family crest sewn in subtle silver over his back. A crimson hakama wrapped around his waist, falling in neat folds to his ankles. White tabi socks, black lacquered sandals. His hair, vivid scarlet, gleamed like a warrior's banner under the shrine light. Slicked back but slightly wild, just as he always was. The blade at his side was purely ceremonial, lacquered white wood, symbolizing peace. But it was his presence that stole the breath from the room. Calm. Powerful. Unbreakable. The boy who had once raced through Konoha in an oversized jacket was gone. In his place stood a man born of fire and love and relentless will. Then, opposite the shrine, the doors opened again. And Kuratsuchi entered. The crowd actually gasped. She wore a traditional shiromaku, a pure white silk kimono embroidered with subtle mountain and river motifs, symbolizing strength, life, and endurance. Her short dark hair was carefully styled, left loose in soft waves around her cheeks, with a small comb tucked behind one ear. Her face was bare but beautiful, proud cheekbones, fierce dark eyes shining with something fragile and indestructible all at once. Her body, usually hidden under the rough-cut uniforms of shinobi, was framed by the elegant fall of the kimono, strong curves softened by silk. She walked slowly, gracefully, carrying herself like a warrior entering a sacred battlefield. And her eyes never left Naruto's. Naruto's heart punched hard against his ribs. He had never seen anything so fierce. Or so beautiful. At the center of the hall, they met, facing the shrine, the guests, and each other. The ceremony began in solemn tradition. The Sansankudo was performed. 3 sips from 3 small sake cups, symbolizing the uniting of 2 families, 2 fates, 3 lifetimes, past, present, future. The shrine maiden offered silent blessings, the drums pulsing low and steady. When the time for vows came, Naruto and Kuratsuchi turned to face each other fully. No grand declarations. No speeches. Only the truth between them. Naruto spoke first, voice low but clear. I vow to be your shield in battle. Your laughter in peace. Your storm and your shelter. He bowed slightly, a formal nod of deep respect. Kuratsuchi's throat worked around a lump, but she answered without faltering. I vow to fight beside you. To grow with you. To love you, even when the world demands otherwise. The final moment was simple. The shrine priest raised his hand, signaling completion. Naruto stepped forward, bowing his forehead gently to hers, a quiet, fierce promise that needed no more words. Then, with slow reverence, he kissed her. Not rushed. Not hungry. But deep and whole, like sealing a bond that neither war nor death could break. Around them, the hall erupted into thunderous applause. Konoha and IWA. Allies. Family. At last. And as Naruto pulled back slightly, still holding her hand, he whispered just for her. You're stuck with me now, Kuro-chan. Kuratsuchi smirked, fierce and tearful all at once. Good, she whispered back. Someone has to keep you from doing something stupid. Naruto laughed, that wild, golden sound that had once carried a lonely boy through the darkness. And now carried a man into the future. The wedding reception. The grand hall of Iwa's central estate gleamed under warm lantern light, the carved stone walls draped in crimson and gold silks, the colors of prosperity, peace, and new beginnings. The tables overflowed with food, sake, sweets, and gifts from the 5 great nations and beyond. The music, traditional flutes and soft drums, swirled like laughter through the air, carrying with it the scent of blooming sakura. Naruto and Kuratsuchi sat at the head table, surrounded by friends, leaders, and family. But even amid the joyful chaos, they could barely keep their eyes off each other. They were home, finally, in each other. At one table, Tsunade and Jiraiya leaned against each other, surprisingly tender after too much sake. Tsunade, flushed and laughing warmly, batted away Jiraiya's dramatic attempts to serenade her. You're terrible, she muttered, but her smile was real, soft around the edges in a way few had ever seen. And you're stuck with me. Jiraiya grinned, kissing her temple. Tsunade rolled her eyes fondly, but didn't pull away. Across the hall, Inoki and Hiruzen Sarutobi sat together, two ancient warriors with far more in common now than rivalry. Inoki poured sake carefully, the old stiffness in his fingers betrayed only by a slight tremble. Never thought we'd live to see the day, he grumbled. Hiruzen chuckled, warm and raspy. I never thought I'd retire either, he said, eyes twinkling. But now my greatest battles are trying to keep up with that grandson of mine. He chuckled more deeply. Naruto says Konohamaru plans to surpass him someday. Inoki smirked over his cup. I'd pay good money to see that. They clinked their sake cups gently together, not as shinobi, not as generals, but as grandfathers. On the dance floor, Temari grabbed Gaara's hand without warning. He blinked, the unflappable Kazekage momentarily stunned. You're not getting out of this, she said, grinning. We're family now, remember? Reluctantly, stiffly, Gaara let her pull him into a slow, simple sway. It was awkward. It was perfect. And somehow, it made the strongest shinobi in the world look utterly human. Nearby, Sasuke lurked near the pillar, watching everything with that typical broody detachment. Several girls, visiting Kunoichi, and a few from IWA, tried their luck. He declined all of them with quiet, polite nods. Then, unexpectedly, Hinata approached him. She stood with her hands tucked behind her back, shy but determined. You should dance, Sasuke-kun, she said gently. You're allowed to smile, you know. Sasuke looked vaguely horrified. Pass, he muttered. Hinata giggled, surprising him. Yukiko would want you to enjoy yourself, she added lightly. You know, she told me about you too. Sasuke froze. Hinata quickly raised her hands. Don't worry. I won't tell Sakura or Ino. Your secret's safe. She winked, a mischievous glint in her normally soft eyes. Sasuke exhaled through his nose, half annoyed, half relieved. Thanks, Hinata. She smiled warmly. You're welcome, Sasuke-kun. Elsewhere, Shizen laughed as Kakashi spun her lightly in a slow, relaxed dance. Kakashi shockingly smooth despite reading a novel tucked under one arm the whole time. I am, cheerful as always, dragged a reluctant guy into a clumsy but enthusiastic waltz. Both of them laughing so hard they nearly toppled over a table. Tenten and Niji sat perched by the dessert table, eating thick slices of celebratory cake. Tenten fed Niji a piece with exaggerated flourish, giggling when he tried, and failed, to maintain his stoic dignity. Ino, meanwhile, hovered like a mother hawk over Choji, trying desperately to keep him from demolishing an entire roast boar single-handedly. Choji! That's for everyone! Choji blinked innocently, mouth full. And then, finally, Naruto stood and extended a hand to Tsunade, bowing slightly. You owe me a dance, Mom! Tsunade froze, breath catching, because he had never called her that before, not aloud. Her hands trembled slightly as she set down her cup, and she let him lead her onto the floor. They danced slowly, Tsunade holding him perhaps a little tighter than necessary. Jiraiya watched from the sidelines, pride thick in his chest. And Hiruzen smiled, misty-eyed but content. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi was sharing a slower, more bittersweet dance with Katsuchi. Her father's hands were rough, his movements stiff, but his eyes glistened. You look like your mother today, he murmured, voice cracking. Kuratsuchi bit her lip to hold back tears. I wish she were here, she whispered. Katsuchi pressed his forehead gently to hers. She is. As the reception wound down, laughter giving way to soft conversation. Naruto caught Kuratsuchi eyeing the mountain of wedding presents in the corner with suspicious intent. He smirked. You're planning something, Kuro-chan, he teased. She shot him a wide, mischievous grin, the kind that promised only trouble. Maybe, she said lightly. Naruto leaned closer, whispering. How about we open them once we get back to our room? Her eyes lit up. Not just at the presence. At the idea of being alone. At the future that waited for them beyond tonight. Naruto smiled, real, warm, overflowing. This wasn't just an alliance. This wasn't just an obligation. This was home. This was love. And somewhere deep inside, both Naruto and Kuratsuchi realized they had made exactly the right choice. Together. The corridors of the IWA estate were blessedly quiet by the time Naruto and Kuratsuchi made their way to their private quarters. The heavy wooden doors closed behind them with a quiet thud, shutting out the noise, the politics, the watchful eyes. It was just them now. Naruto leaned back against the door, watching her with a lazy grin. "You survived the reception without breaking anything," he teased. Kuratsuchi kicked off her sandals, smirking. "Yeah, well, you didn't exactly help. You danced like a drunk bear half the time." Naruto placed a hand over his heart, pretending to stagger. "You wound me, Kuro-chan." She tossed a pillow at his head. He caught it easily, laughing. Their room was simple but beautiful. Tatami floors, a low futon, a small table piled high with wedding presents wrapped in every color imaginable. For a moment, they just looked at each other, still wearing the remains of their formal outfits. Naruto's crimson and black hakama slightly rumpled. Kuratsuchi's elegant wedding kimono slipped open at the throat, revealing the line of her collarbone. A slow, heady warmth built between them. Naruto pushed off the door and crossed to the presents, picking up a small box wrapped in purple silk. "So, you ready to see what bribes we got?" Kuratsuchi snorted, padding barefoot across the room to join him. "Please! I want to know who thinks we need 3 tea sets and a goat." Naruto blinked. "Wait, there's a goat?" "Yup. IWA tradition," she said, grinning mischievously. "Congratulations, you're now the proud owner of a fertility goat." Naruto opened his mouth, closed it, then laughed so hard he nearly dropped the box. "Only you, Kuro-chan. Only you." She beamed at him, the mischief sparkling in her eyes. They spent the next hour opening gifts, laughing, teasing, occasionally throwing wrapping paper at each other. Anoki had sent a sealed scroll detailing military-grade excavation jutsu for the next generation, much to Kuratsuchi's mortification. Tsunade and Jiraiya had pooled money to buy them a truly ridiculous hot spring voucher, 2 weeks across the land of hot springs, every yen prepaid. Mei had sent an ornate mirror enchanted to always tell Kuratsuchi she was beautiful. Naruto promised to hide it before it gave her a complex. Gaara had given them a stunning glass sculpture, 2 intertwined dragons, silent, proud, and perfect. Even Karen had sent a gift, a thick book on Uzumaki sealing arts, annotated carefully in the margins. When the last box was opened, the room a chaotic mess of paper and ribbons. Naruto flopped backward onto the futon with a sigh. "Best loot ever." Kuratsuchi shook her head, hands on her hips. "You're such a child sometimes." He grinned up at her, slow, lazy, devastating. "Yeah. But I'm your child now, Kuroheim." Something in her chest squeezed painfully sweet. Kuroheim. Her cheeks flushed faintly. Naruto sat up slowly, eyes fixed on her, all teasing gone. He reached out, curling a hand lightly around her wrist. "Come here." His voice was rough velvet, low, deep, pulling her closer. She knelt in front of him, heartbeat hammering. Naruto brushed his fingers along her jaw, tilting her face up gently. "You're everything I ever wanted," he whispered. "Everything I never thought I'd have." Her throat tightened, emotion choking her breath. "You're an idiot," she whispered back, fierce and broken and full of love. "You were always enough." Naruto leaned forward, resting his forehead against hers. They stayed like that for a moment, breathing each other in, hearts pounding in quiet, perfect rhythm. When their lips met, slow, soft, then deepening with a hunger built from years of loneliness and longing. It wasn't rushed. It wasn't desperate. It was right. Naruto shifted, tugging the ties of her outer robe loose with careful fingers. Kuratsuchi, hands trembling, helped him, not shy, not hesitant, but sure. Because this was theirs. No missions. No duty. No past pain. Only love. Only future. Only them. Rated M scene. Naruto took her as gently and lovingly as he could. But slowly that turned into a fierceness that wouldn't hold anything back. Naruto stripped her carefully, and she reciprocated, a nervous tingle coursing through her veins. Once nude, he finally saw her in a way he had ached for months now. Her shyness tried to cover her intimates, but Naruto would not allow it. He found her beautiful. He covered her firm breasts in his hands, give them a squeeze before finding her perky nipples. He worked his mouth down to put one in his mouth, giving a light bite eliciting a moan, his other hand making its way down her side and down her leg, before tracing her inner thigh up to an amply wet region of her body. She opened her mouth wide in shock as he slid his fingers in her, taking a breath of shock, realizing that this isn't a dream. It was finally happening. She let him have his fun with her body, after all it all but verified his words. This went on for a bit as Naruto would make his way between her mouth and her breasts. When finally he pointed his mouth down south, tracing her toned navel, burying his face in it before continuing his venture between her thighs. When arriving at the destination, he found her moaning louder and louder. Naruto had successfully rolled her eyes at the back of her head. She had never found such pleasure before. Naruto may as well have used a hurricane jutsu with his tongue the way he was going about it. Soon Kuratsuchi couldn't help herself and took control. She tightened her thighs and twisted them both so that Naruto would be on his back, and she would be on top. Getting up, she firmly planted her core on Naruto's face, and as her hands roamed her body up to her hair, she involuntarily reacted to Naruto's tongue by jerking her hips back and forth. She didn't stop, she wouldn't stop, and neither did Naruto. Although one could have been worried on if he was getting sufficient air supply, but honestly he didn't care. Soon she turned around facing his abs as she made her way down his body. With a harsh yank, his boxers tore off and were discarded to the far end of the room. When Kuratsuchi finally saw it, and smiled, "I guess he is a natural redhead." She grabbed it with her hand and started the motion, and it got warmer and harder, and before she knew it she had engulfed it. Naruto moaned into her as she used her tongue all around it. As if it was ice pop, she took in completely. In and out, deeper and deeper. For their first time, it was a surprise they were taking their time, but then again patience wasn't a strong suit for either of them in battle, and soon it would show that it isn't here either. Before he knew it, Kuratsuchi moved forward and aligned herself perfectly over him. Naruto's hands helped connect them both as she lowered down, and finally took him in. It was liberating and yet completely binding. Naruto's hands would not cover her entire ass as they had done her breasts. No, in this he would do his best but fall short. As Kuratsuchi got more and more sure of the pleasure over encompassing the pain from her virginity being taken, she started moving faster and faster. Up and down. And even though Naruto was not a novice in this, he found this feeling to be surprisingly new, and surprisingly tighter. Kuratsuchi got in a rhythm of going up and down while Naruto tried to keep himself from not finishing before her. They kept going, he would grope her and tease her, and she would use him to reach the deepest parts of her. Soon Naruto decided to take over again as he pushed her down on the bed, and arch her hips up and take her from behind. Again they started the rhythm and again he went to her core. Kuratsuchi found her first orgasm of the night here. But not the last. Positions kept changing and lips kept touching, they had found each other completely connected. Kuratsuchi finally ended up straddling him as he kissed her neck and played with her breast while also helping her grind his cock forwards and backwards, and sometimes she would move in circles, driving him even more nuts. And it was here where they came for each other. Their first time together had finally occurred. And it was more than they had imagined. They fell together into the soft, rumpled futon, laughter still caught between kisses. Naruto thought, somewhere in the back of his mind, "This is what I fought for. This is what I lived for. This is home." First stop, adventure awaits. The first rays of sun broke across the land of hot springs, turning the hills into oceans of gold and mist. Naruto stretched lazily atop the moving carriage, arms flung wide, soaking in the morning air. Behind him, Kuratsuchi sat cross-legged, studying a wrinkled travel map with growing suspicion. "How are we already lost?" she demanded, glancing up at him accusingly. Naruto grinned down at her, hair gleaming scarlet bright in the sunlight. "We're not lost, Kuro-chan," he said innocently. "We're on an adventure." "You said that after you accidentally took us through that goat market," she grumbled, folding the map with exaggerated care. "I still smell like livestock." Naruto laughed, unrepentant easy. "You smell like victory." Kuratsuchi threw a sandal at him. He caught it midair without missing a beat, smirking as he tucked it under his arm. The land of hot springs sprawled around them in endless emerald fields and bubbling rivers. A land of peace, healing, and old magic. The inns scattered across the region were small but famous, each claiming the purest waters and most romantic vistas. Naruto had a handwritten list, compiled painstakingly over the years, whenever he heard Jiraiya rambling about the perfect soak spots. Kuratsuchi had insisted they hit every single one. Not because she cared about hot springs, per se, but because Naruto cared. And she cared about Naruto. Their first stop was a secluded inn perched on the edge of a cliff. The Spring of Heaven's Breath, famous for its views overlooking a valley of clouds. The owners bowed deeply when they saw who arrived, hastily ushering them into the finest room they had. The suite was beautiful, tatami mats, sliding doors opening onto a private veranda, and a personal outdoor hot spring steaming invitingly under a tangle of flowering trees. Kuratsuchi dropped her travel pack with a sigh of relief. Finally! Naruto tossed their bags into a corner, and wandered barefoot to the edge of the spring, whistling low. "Man, this is nice." He turned, grinning at her wickedly. "You ready to get naked, Kurohime?" She flushed, a rare sight that Naruto immediately catalogued with glee. "You first, idiot!" she shot back, tossing a towel at his head. An hour later they lounged in the steaming waters, muscles finally unwinding after months of tension and war. Naruto leaned back against a warm rock, arms spread wide, eyes half closed in bliss. Kuratsuchi floated nearby, her hair damp and curling slightly around her cheeks, her kimono discarded for a simple white towel. For a while they just soaked in peace. No missions. No enemies. Just water, steam, and the heartbeat of two stubborn souls learning to share a rhythm. After a long, lazy silence, Kuratsuchi drifted closer, resting her head on Naruto's shoulder without a word. He smiled, soft and real, and tilted his head to brush his cheek against her hair. "You happy, Kuro-chan?" She closed her eyes. "Yeah," she whispered. I think I finally am." Naruto turned, pressing a kiss into her damp hair. "Good," he said against her skin. "'Cause I'm gonna spend the rest of my life making sure you stay that way." Kuratsuchi snorted. "Better start by keeping me fed," she mumbled, earning a quiet laugh from him. The next few days blurred into a dream of laughter, steam, and stolen kisses. At the spring of the laughing moon, they challenged each other to a competitive soak. Who could stay submerged in the hottest pool the longest? Naruto, cocky as ever, grinned at her from across the steaming water. "You're gonna tap out first, Kuro-chan." Kuratsuchi smirked, beads of sweat already forming on her forehead. "In your dreams, Hokage." 5 minutes later, Naruto was slumping dramatically against a rock while Kuratsuchi floated triumphantly, cheeks flushed but victorious. Naruto groaned theatrically. "Married less than a week and I'm already losing arguments." Kuratsuchi leaned over, smirking, and whispered, "Get used to it." Naruto laughed, and pulled her under the water in retaliation, earning a shriek and a splash war that soaked half the bathhouse. At the Silver Blossom Inn, Naruto and Kuratsuchi found themselves embroiled in a prank war against the inn staff, after one mischievous bellhop dared to swap Naruto's sandals with ones that squeaked with every step. Kuratsuchi immediately took up the challenge, turning invisible ink pranks, bucket traps, and a running battle of low-grade genjutsu into an unofficial War of the Springs. By the end of the night, the entire staff was declaring a ceasefire and naming the couple honorary members of the Hot Spring Trickster Guild. Naruto bowed graciously. Kuratsuchi threw water balloons at him during his acceptance speech. But it wasn't just jokes and games. As the days slipped by, something deeper began to grow between them. At a quiet spring perched high on a mountainside, so remote it felt like the world had fallen away. They sat wrapped in light robes, sharing grilled fish and cold sake under a sky dusted thick with stars. The water lapped gently at the stones. The moon painted silver patterns across Kuratsuchi's hair. And for the first time in days, the teasing quieted. Kuratsuchi fiddled with her cup, uncharacteristically quiet. Naruto tilted his head, watching her. "Kuro-chan?" he asked gently. She hesitated, then blurted. "Do you ever wonder if we're too different?" Naruto blinked. "You mean 'cause you're scary and violent, and I'm charming and irresistible?" She snorted, but her laugh was brittle. "I mean, I wasn't exactly raised to be soft, or pretty, or any of the things most guys probably want." She kept her eyes down, voice low. "I'm not what people picture when they think bride. I'm not even sure I'm what you deserve." Naruto stared at her, stunned for a moment. And then, very slowly, he set down his cup. He shifted closer, close enough that she could feel the steady beat of his heart. He tilted her chin up with 2 fingers, gentle, steady, forcing her to meet his eyes. "Kuratsuchi," he said, voice rough and raw. "You are everything I ever wanted." He kissed her, slow, deep, reverent. When he pulled back, he rested his forehead against hers. "And for the record," he murmured, grinning slightly, "I love scary and violent." Kuratsuchi laughed, tears prickling the corners of her eyes. Naruto wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into his lap, letting her tuck against him like she belonged there, because she did. "You," he said firmly, "are perfect." And Kuratsuchi, proud, stubborn Kuratsuchi, let herself believe it. For the first time. That night, under the stars, they made love again, slower, deeper. Not as a reward for surviving the day, but as a promise to keep choosing each other, day after day. By the time they reached the last inn on their route, a small, ancient shrine rumored to grant fertile futures to newlyweds. They were no longer 2 soldiers trying to forge peace. They were simply Naruto and Kuratsuchi. Husband and wife. Partners. Family. The last village on their honeymoon map was tiny, barely more than a cluster of hot spring inns and shrines tucked into a lush forest valley. The locals swore by one thing: the great fortune-teller of the spring. Naruto, predictably, was all in. Kuratsuchi, less so. "This is a scam," she muttered as they climbed the winding path to the shrine. "Probably," Naruto agreed cheerfully. "But hey, maybe she'll tell us we're gonna have 50 kids or something." Kuratsuchi choked on her own spit. "Don't even joke about that." Naruto laughed, a wild, bright sound that echoed up the stone steps. The fortune-teller's hut was dark and smelled like incense and herbs. The old woman waiting for them was tiny, all white hair and sharp, knowing eyes. She beckoned them to sit without a word, hands wrinkled and steady. Naruto plopped down, grinning. Kuratsuchi folded her arms skeptically. The woman studied them for a long moment. Then, without fanfare, she spoke. "Your bond is strong," she rasped. "But not yet complete." Naruto blinked. Kuratsuchi frowned. "You carry fire and stone between you," the woman continued. "Passion's fierce. Will's unbreakable." She smiled, small, sly. "You will quarrel like storms." Naruto glanced sideways at Kuratsuchi. "No kidding," he muttered. "But you will build a life so bright," the woman said. "It will outshine the darkness to come." A heavy silence fell. The old woman leaned closer. "And soon, very soon, your family will grow." Kuratsuchi froze. Naruto's mouth dropped open. The old woman chuckled low in her throat, amused by their identical looks of panic and awe. Then she waved them off, cackling. Go. You'll find out soon enough. Outside, Naruto and Kuratsuchi stared at each other in the sunlight. You don't think? He started. Nope, she interrupted quickly. But she said? Nope, she repeated louder, turning on her heel and storming down the path. Naruto snickered, jogging to catch up. Later that evening, after soaking in their final spring, Naruto and Kuratsuchi ended up sparring, because neither of them could sit still for too long without something breaking. It started playful, easy jabs, fast dodges. Naruto teasing, Kuratsuchi snapping back. But soon the heat rose, not just from the physical challenge, but from the tension thrumming between them. Naruto feinted left, caught her wrist. Kuratsuchi twisted, yanking free, and slammed him into the soft grass. He grinned up at her, panting. Married a beast, he teased. You love it, she shot back, straddling his waist to pin him down. He reached up slowly, cupping her hips. I really do, he said, voice dropping low. The world seemed to narrow. Kuratsuchi's breathing hitched. She leaned down. And their mouths crashed together, hot, desperate, perfect. Naruto flipped them with a quick, laughing movement, pushing her into the grass, caging her with his body. I win, he whispered against her lips. Kuratsuchi bit his bottom lip lightly. You wish. Then she yanked him down again. And this time, either of them fought. Their final night in the land of hot springs was quiet. No pranks. No battles. No noise. Just the two of them curled together on the futon, tangled in sheets, skin warm and still damp from their last soak. Naruto brushed lazy fingers through her short hair, breathing in the clean, familiar scent of her. You nervous about going back? He asked softly. Kuratsuchi shrugged, a slow, careful movement against his chest. A little, she admitted. Feels like once we go back, everything starts for real. Naruto kissed the top of her head. It already started, Kuro-chan, he said. The second we chose each other. She shifted to look up at him, her dark eyes wide and soft in the low light. You're not gonna get tired of me? She teased, voice thinner than usual. Naruto grinned, that boyish, brilliant grin that had once carried him through a world that never wanted him. He pulled her closer. Never. He kissed her, slow and sweet and deep. And when they finally slept, tangled in each other's arms under the open window, the stars watched over them. The Honeymoon Arc. Chapter 44, New Horizons. Welcome home. The gates of Konoha loomed into view as the morning sun climbed over the distant forests. Familiar and warm, the massive leaf symbol carved proudly into the stone. Naruto tugged the reins of their carriage with a lazy grin, Kuratsuchi lounging beside him, head resting lightly on his shoulder. Home sweet home, he murmured. Kuratsuchi smiled faintly. Feels different, she admitted. Naruto turned his head slightly. Yeah? She nodded, a little sheepish. Feels like it's ours now. Not just a place to live. Naruto kissed her temple lightly. It always was, Kuro-chan. You just needed the right idiot to share it with. She snorted but squeezed his hand. As they rolled through the gates, villagers waved and called out congratulations. Flowers thrown into the street, shinobi saluting respectfully. Kuratsuchi smiled warmly at the people she had once considered strangers. Naruto raised a hand in greeting, laughing easily. They were back. But the honeymoon glow lasted exactly 15 minutes. Because when they reached the Hokage Tower, Shikamaru, Kakashi, and Tsunade were waiting for them. And behind them, like an ominous mountain, was an absolutely gargantuan stack of paperwork, diplomatic notices, mission reports, and legal documents tied neatly with red and blue ribbons. Naruto froze in the doorway. His jaw dropped. Shikamaru smirked, arms crossed lazily. Welcome back, Hokage-sama, he said dryly. Kakashi flipped a page in a book one-handed. Miss anything? Tsunade sipped her tea and smiled sweetly. You're only 2 weeks behind. Shouldn't take more than, 4 days without sleep to catch up. Naruto very, very slowly turned to Kuratsuchi. His eyes wide with pure, undiluted horror. Kuratsuchi blinked at him innocently. Problem, dear? Naruto opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Then, I changed my mind, he declared, dramatically flinging his arms into the air. We're going back to the hot springs. Immediately. Kuratsuchi burst out laughing, doubling over with howling giggles. Tsunade leaned over to Kakashi. Should we tell him we scheduled 2 diplomatic meetings this afternoon? Kakashi hummed thoughtfully. Let him suffer a little longer. Naruto slumped forward against the desk, groaning pitifully. Kuratsuchi leaned down, tugging playfully at his hair. Come on, Scarlet Menace, she teased. Show me the Hokage who survived Root, Danzo, and half a war. Naruto peered up at her from between his arms. That Hokage is dead. You're speaking to his ghost. Shikamaru sighed heavily. Kakashi chuckled behind his book. Tsunade just smirked and handed him the first scroll. Get to work, Hokage-sama. Naruto whimpered. Kuratsuchi kissed his cheek and whispered. I'll make it worth your while when you finish. Naruto's head snapped up immediately, eyes blazing with new determination. Where do I start? The next few days were a whirlwind for Naruto. From sunrise to sunset, he was buried in reports, treaties, budgets, and training plans. Kuratsuchi often perched nearby, helping him sort through scrolls or elbowing him in the ribs when he started to nod off. When he wasn't drowning in paperwork, he was attending council meetings, reviewing ANBU restructuring with Kakashi, or sitting with Tsunade and Shikamaru to plan long-term strategies. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't easy. But it was his. And every time he caught Kuratsuchi's wry, supportive smile across the room, it felt worth it. Meanwhile, the newly promoted Chunin were thriving. Niji, Lee, Tenten, Hinata, Ino, Choji, Kiba, and Shino had all thrown themselves into their new responsibilities, taking on B-rank missions, leading squads, and working side by side with seasoned jonin. The last few months had forged them hard and fast. Lee had already petitioned Guy to start prepping him for the jonin exams. Niji and Tenten were assigned to train prospective academy graduates. Hinata was assisting in clan reforms with Hayashi. Shino had taken on a surveillance position, mastering tactics alongside Aburame elders. Kiba, predictably, was causing mild chaos, but his combat records were spotless, and his bond with Akamaru stronger than ever. And then there was Ino. Naruto first noticed her when he almost tripped over a stack of reorganized reports on his desk. Reports he hadn't ordered. Reports sorted perfectly by urgency, mission type, and diplomatic importance. He blinked. What? Kuratsuchi smirked from across the room. Looks like Shizen's new apprentice beat you here. Just then, Ino Yamanaka breezed into the office. Clipboard tucked under one arm, her long blonde ponytail bouncing with every determined step. Morning, Hokage-sama, she chirped brightly. Here's the updated treaty index, the Root survivor therapy schedules, and your travel approvals for next month. Naruto blinked again, overwhelmed but impressed. Kuratsuchi hid a grin behind her teacup. Later, Shizen filled him in, chuckling warmly. Ino's been studying under me for the last few months, she said. She's been helping with the Root rehabilitation project alongside her father. Naruto's expression softened immediately. Good. They need the help. And, Shizen continued, she's also started studying basic medical ninjutsu. She's not a healer yet, but she's got the instincts. Naruto smiled faintly. Kinda reminds me of you, Shizen. Shizen blushed slightly. I figured you needed someone who could keep up with your chaos. Naruto laughed, rubbing the back of his head. She's gonna have her hands full. Shizen smiled knowingly. Ino can handle it. She's tougher than she looks. Sure enough. Over the next few days, Ino proved invaluable, sorting correspondence, organizing meetings, coordinating schedules, and dragging Naruto bodily back to his desk whenever he tried to escape. Which was often. One afternoon, as he tried to sneak out for urgent Hokage-level ramen field inspections, Ino caught him at the door. "Hokage-sama," she said sweetly, blocking his way. He wilted under her stern gaze. "You have 3 budget reviews, 2 clan meetings, and a treaty re-signing to approve today," she said crisply. Naruto groaned. "I liked you better when you were chasing Sasuke around." Ino grinned, sharp and unbothered. "You want your village to collapse or you want your ramen?" Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Traitor." She winked. "Professional traitor, Hokage-sama." From the corner, Kuratsuchi laughed so hard she nearly fell out of her chair. "She's gonna be perfect for you," she told him smugly. Naruto just sighed, long and loud. He really was surrounded by dangerous women. The late afternoon sun slanted through the Hokage office windows, casting warm gold over the wooden floors. Naruto sat behind his desk, for once not buried under papers, holding a small, neatly folded cloth in his hands. Across from him, Kuratsuchi stood at attention, casual but respectful. Naruto gave her a soft, crooked smile. "You know," he said, tossing the cloth toward her, "it's about time you got one of these." Kuratsuchi caught it easily, unfolding it. It was a fresh, new Konoha headband. The metal plate gleaming, the leaf symbol carved deep and proud. Kuratsuchi blinked, caught off guard for a rare moment. "You're officially recognized as a shinobi of the leaf now," Naruto said. "Full clearance. Full honors." She ran her thumb over the engraving, thoughtful. "But," she started. Naruto stood, moving around the desk toward her. "But," he said, tapping her gently on the forehead, "you're authorized to keep wearing your IWA headband too." Her breath caught. "For missions, meetings, anything you want," Naruto continued. "You're our bridge. Our proof." His eyes softened. "You're not giving up where you come from, Kuratsuchi. You're carrying it forward." For a moment, she didn't know what to say. All the stubborn pride, all the doubts she had buried under jokes and jabs. They cracked wide open. She smiled, a little shaky, a little fierce. "I'll make you proud," she said. Naruto grinned. "You already do." 3 months later, Konoha thrived like a village reborn. Trade boomed. Alliances deepened. And the new generation was rising. Naruto leaned back in his chair, watching as Sasuke and Shikamaru stood before him, both newly minted in their next stages of life. Sasuke wore the darker tactical blacks of the ANBU, the telltale spiral mask hanging loosely from his belt. Tenzo had formally inducted him into Alpha Squad, the elite team that operated closest to the Hokage himself. It was a quiet, proud ceremony, Naruto personally tying the new ANBU insignia on Sasuke's sleeve. "You're gonna be the rookie for a bit," Naruto teased that day. "But don't worry, I expect a lot out of Alpha. Especially when it comes to training me." Sasuke had smirked, dry and rare. "I'll make sure you don't get soft, Hokage-sama." Naruto laughed, ruffling his hair, ignoring Sasuke's indignant scowl. Shikamaru, meanwhile, had accepted an official posting as strategic coordinator under Naruto's direct command. Essentially, he was now Naruto's second brain, handling tactical planning, battle readiness drills, cross-village negotiations, and assisting in any emergency operations. "Pain in the ass?" Shikamaru muttered during the ceremony. "But, at least if I have to do paperwork, it's for someone I actually trust." Naruto clapped him on the shoulder firmly. "And I don't have to think as hard now." "Perfect." Shikamaru just sighed heavily. Together, Sasuke and Shikamaru formed the sharp edge of Naruto's inner circle. Loyalty and strategy balancing the wild fire of Naruto's will. And things, for once, felt right. A few days later, Naruto sat in the Hokage conference room, reviewing a proposal scroll handed to him by Hana Inuzuka. She stood tall and confident, her sharp Inuzuka features softened only slightly by the pride she clearly carried. The proposal was clear. Re-establish the Uchiha police force. A new generation of shinobi tasked with maintaining peace and internal security. But this time open to all clans and civilians, not just Uchiha. Hana proposed a 3-phase rollout. Phase 1, recruit and train a starter squad, 12 to 20 officers. Phase 2, secure funding for a new headquarters and field resources. Phase 3, begin patrol and public security operations. At the bottom, she had scrawled, in honor of the Uchiha legacy, and for the future of all Konoha's children. Naruto sat back, a lump thick in his throat. Hana stood stiffly, waiting. Finally, he looked up, his blue eyes burning, fierce and warm. Approved, he said, voice rough. Fully funded. Hana let out a slow breath, her tail wagging slightly despite her attempt at professional composure. Naruto grinned at her. Don't screw it up. She barked a short laugh. Wouldn't dream of it, boss. A night to celebrate. The tea garden behind the Hokage Tower was quiet at sunset. The last rays of light painting the rooftops in soft golds and reds. At a battered table under the old oak tree, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Sasuke sat together. Cups of warm sake in hand, plates of dumplings and grilled meat scattered between them. It was the first real break they'd taken together since the wedding. No missions. No politics. No expectations. Just 3 young men. Still figuring it all out. Naruto leaned back in his chair, stretching lazily, his Hokage cloak folded over the seat beside him. I'll give you guys this, he said, grinning. You clean up all right. Shikamaru snorted. Sasuke raised a brow, unimpressed. Naruto smirked wider. And by clean up, I mean you're finally acting like shinobi who can handle responsibility without blowing something up. Shikamaru muttered, troublesome, under his breath, but there was no real heat behind it. Sasuke sipped his sake, silent but listening. Naruto tilted his head, studying them. You know, he said a little softer. I didn't really expect this. Shikamaru looked up. Expect what? Naruto shrugged. Friendship, I guess. He scratched the back of his neck, a little embarrassed. I mean back when you two were academy kids. I was out doing other things. Other things. Umbu. Missions. Blood and shadows. Not team exercises or simple rivalries. Not ramen runs or after-school brawls. But now... Naruto trailed off, smiling faintly. You're not just comrades. You're family. Shikamaru made a face. Don't get all sentimental, Hokage-sama. Naruto laughed, bright and easy. Sorry. It's the sake. Sasuke shook his head, but there was a small, rare smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The conversation drifted into teasing. The easy kind that only came when the walls between them started falling away. Naruto leaned forward, resting his chin on his hands, smirking. So, he drawled. How's Yukiko, Sasuke? Sasuke froze, cup halfway to his lips. Shikamaru coughed, trying not to laugh. Naruto's grin turned devilish. Kuratsuchi caught you two making out at training field 7. Sasuke's ears turned bright red. Naruto turned, pouncing on Shikamaru next. And you, he said, wagging a finger. Got all red when Temari's posting got finalized. Full-time ambassador to Konoha. Shikamaru groaned, dragging a hand down his face. Troublesome women, he muttered for the 1000th time. Naruto snorted. Better get used to it, Shikamaru. You're going to be married off to Suna diplomacy whether you like it or not. Shikamaru glared at him, but there was no real anger. Just the familiar, resigned affection of someone who knew Naruto too well to fight it. Sasuke shifted, leaning back in his chair. You're no better, he said dryly. Naruto raised an eyebrow. How do you figure? You're whipped, Sasuke said deadpan. Shikamaru choked on his sake. Naruto looked genuinely offended. I am not. Both of them just stared at him. Flatly. Unimpressed. Naruto flailed for a second, then laughed. All right. Maybe a little. He smiled, almost shy for a heartbeat. But it's different. Kuratsuchi, she makes everything feel easier. Like it's worth fighting for. There was a long, thoughtful pause. Then Shikamaru tipped his cup toward him. Good, he said simply. Sasuke followed, no words, just a small nod of approval. And Naruto, for once, didn't know what to say. They sat there as the sky darkened, talking about small things, teasing each other, planning missions, and arguing half-heartedly over who could beat who in a spar. It wasn't loud. It wasn't flashy. But it was real. And when they finally stood to leave, Naruto realized something important. He wasn't just leading them anymore. He was walking beside them. Brothers. Worries in the quiet. The smell of something warm and familiar filled the air as Kuratsuchi pushed open the door to their home. She paused in the entryway, breathing it in. It wasn't ramen. It wasn't miso stew. It wasn't even Naruto's terrible first attempts at Western cooking. It was. Is that Tanjiro? She called, slipping off her sandals. From the kitchen, Naruto's voice floated back. Maybe. Kuratsuchi smirked, setting down her pack and peeling off her light jacket. Copying my grandfather's old recipes now, Hokage-sama? Naruto appeared in the kitchen doorway, sleeves rolled up, a faint dusting of flour on his cheek. He grinned. You've been looking homesick lately, he said simply. Figured I'd bring a little IWA to Konoha. Kuratsuchi blinked, surprised, touched, and trying very hard not to get teary over pork soup. She crossed the room and tugged him down by the front of his shirt, kissing him hard. Naruto laughed into her mouth, arms sliding easily around her. That good, huh? He teased when they finally broke apart. She shoved him lightly toward the stove. Don't burn it, idiot. After a quick wash and change into softer clothes, Kuratsuchi returned to find Naruto ladling generous bowls of steaming Tanjiro onto the table. They ate comfortably, shoulders bumping, teasing each other between bites. It was easy. It was home. Later, after the dishes were stacked in the sink and the night air turned cool through the open window, they settled on the couch, Naruto sprawled lazily, Kuratsuchi curled up sideways against him. She picked at the loose threads on his sleeve for a moment before speaking. You're too quiet tonight, she said softly. Naruto hummed, low in his chest. Thinking, he admitted. Kuratsuchi waited. She had learned he always told her eventually. Finally, Naruto sighed, tipping his head back against the cushions. It's too quiet, he said. Kuratsuchi frowned. You mean the village? No. Bigger. Naruto shifted, a restless energy under his skin. The Akatsuki, they've gone dark. Completely. No sightings. No rumors. Nothing. Kuratsuchi stilled, fingers tightening slightly in the fabric of his jacket. And it's not just them. Naruto continued. I got a report from one of the envoys. Kumo's been busy. Building alliances with minor villages. Forging new treaties. He glanced at her, eyes sharp under lowered lashes. They secured a deal with the samurai. The land of iron. Kuratsuchi swore under her breath. That was no small thing. The samurai were neutral by tradition. For them to align with Kumo meant something big was brewing. And Jiraiya? She asked quietly. Naruto nodded. He's back in the field. Expanding the spy network. We need eyes everywhere now. He raked a hand through his hair. Tsunade's focused on the hospital. She's been swamped, not just new patients but... He hesitated. Hiruzen's been readmitted. Kuratsuchi straightened, alarmed. Naruto's voice softened. Tsunade says she's worried. The old scars, the chakra exhaustion, the seals, it's all catching up to him. He laughed a little, bitter and helpless. I guess even the strongest get tired eventually. Kuratsuchi touched his arm, grounding him. Naruto stared at the ceiling, voice low. If it gets worse, we might have to recall Jiraiya. And I don't want to do that. Kuratsuchi understood without needing more explanation. They needed intel. They needed movement on Akatsuki. But Jiraiya was family. And so was Hiruzen. Naruto swallowed hard, voice rough. I don't want to lose him, he whispered. Kuratsuchi shifted, sliding into his lap without ceremony and wrapping her arms around his neck. You won't lose him alone, she murmured against his hair. Whatever happens, I'm here. We're here. Naruto buried his face in her shoulder, breathing her in, steadying himself. After a long moment, he tightened his arms around her, fierce and grateful. Thanks, Kurohime, he whispered. Outside, the first stars pierced the darkening sky. And somewhere in the night, unseen, the storm clouds of the future began to gather. But for now, Naruto was not alone. And that made all the difference. The wind howled across the narrow mountain pass. Cold, thin, and sharp enough to bite. Two cloaked figures walked in silence beneath the moonlight. Their black robes marked by blood-red clouds fluttering with each step. Itachi Uchiha moved like a shadow, smooth, purposeful, silent. Beside him, Kisame Hashigaki towered, wrapped in muscle, steel, and the grim certainty of violence. Below them, the forest that led to Fire Country stretched out in endless black. Konoha, Kisame muttered, cracking his neck. Been a while. Itachi didn't answer. His dark eyes watched the path ahead, endless, unblinking. They say it's changed. Kisame continued conversationally. Peace treaties. Unified fronts. New alliances. All under one kid. He smirked, teeth sharp under the moonlight. The Godaime Hokage. He said the title like a joke. But Itachi didn't laugh. He was your teammate once, wasn't he? Kisame asked after a beat. Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi's gaze didn't waver. Yes. Kisame grinned wider. I've heard the rumors. The Scarlet Menace. Sealing techniques. Flash step kills. Shadow ops. But if we're after the girl, Fu, right? We'll probably have to tangle with him eventually. He reached for the hilt of Samahata lazily. I wouldn't mind testing the hype. Itachi stopped walking. Kisame blinked, then looked over. Itachi's voice was quiet. Steel beneath silk. If we run into Naruto, he said calmly. We run. Kisame snorted. I don't run. You do now. The wind caught their cloaks, snapping them around their legs. Kisame frowned. Itachi finally turned to look at him. And for a brief moment, there was no illusion of frailty. No sickly Uchiha. No quiet mask. Only power. Cold and heavy as gravity. Do not underestimate him, Itachi said simply. He's not the boy you remember. Kisame's grin faltered. Itachi turned back toward the road. He's stronger than any shinobi I've ever faced. Kisame squinted. That includes you, right? Itachi didn't answer. The silence that followed said enough. Their mission was simple. Observe. Collect intel. Avoid confrontation. Targets. Fu of Takigakure, now a Jonin of the Leaf. Naruto Uzumaki, Godaime Hokage, and holder of the Kyubi. They moved again, vanishing into the mist like ghosts. But the forest seemed darker now. As if it too feared what they might find. When they reached the gates of Konoha. The Honeymoon Arc. Chapter 45, The Legacy of a Leaf. Jiraiya was already back, rushed home by the grim message from Tsunade. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, the professor, the stubborn heart of the village, was dying. The room smelled of old parchment and herbs, not sickness, not death, but age. A life well lived now drawing to a close. Hiruzen lay in the center of the small hospice room, bathed in the golden light of a perfect late summer day. Around him stood those he loved most. Tsunade, fierce and tearless, holding his hand tightly. Jiraiya, quieter than he had ever been, rubbing the back of his neck, his face unreadable. Asuma, standing tall, Kurenai tucked close at his side, both pale but proud. And Konohamaru, his tiny fists clenched, tears streaming down his face. his voice trembling as he clutched his grandfather's arm. Hiruzen smiled, small, tired, but full of peace. He squeezed Konohamaru's hand gently. "Don't cry, my boy," he whispered hoarsely. "I'll always be with you." Konohamaru sobbed harder, but nodded fiercely. "I'll make you proud, Gigi," he choked out. "You already have," Hiruzen whispered back. Asuma knelt beside the bed next, his hand resting lightly on Kurenai's stomach. Hiruzen's gaze flicked there, and his face brightened in true, radiant joy. "You sly dog," he rasped weakly, chuckling. Asuma smiled through the tears prickling in his eyes. We found out a few weeks ago. You're going to be a grandfather again." Hiruzen's eyes shone. He reached up, and Asuma leaned down so their foreheads touched for a brief, trembling second. "Be better than I was," Hiruzen whispered. "Love them, more openly than I ever dared." Asuma nodded, fiercely, brokenly. "You were the best, old man." Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment. "And you are the best of me." Tsunade bent down next, pressing her forehead gently to his. "Thank you, Sensei," she whispered, "for believing in us. Even when we didn't deserve it." Hiruzen smiled weakly. "You always deserved it." Jiraiya leaned over, gripping Hiruzen's frail hand tightly in his. "Rest easy, old man," he said roughly. "We'll keep the fire burning." Hiruzen squeezed his hand back. "I know you will, Jiraiya." He coughed weakly, and when he opened his eyes again, they were searching. Looking for someone. Waiting. And then Naruto entered, closing the door quietly behind him. The room seemed to breathe around him, still and reverent. Naruto walked forward, slow and steady. He knelt beside the bed, folding his legs neatly, hands resting on his thighs. Hiruzen smiled. "My greatest pride," he rasped. "My greatest shame." Naruto swallowed hard, throat burning. "You don't need to say that," he said softly. Hiruzen's hand found his. "I do. You deserved better. You deserved everything." He coughed, weak, painful, but kept going. "And yet, you became everything I ever dreamed this village could be." Naruto shook his head. Tears slipped free, despite his training, despite his discipline. "I forgave you a long time ago, Gigi," he said, voice breaking. "I just wish you could see how far we're going to take it." Hiruzen smiled, a small, secret smile. "I see it," he whispered. "I see it all." His hand tightened weakly on Naruto's. "Promise me," he whispered. "Don't just fight for peace. Live for it too." Naruto nodded, tears falling freely now. "I promise." "And stay on your toes," Hiruzen added with a faint chuckle. "Konohamaru will be coming for that hat someday." Naruto laughed, a low, choked sound, and squeezed his hand back. "I'll be ready." And then, with one last slow breath, Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled at the people he loved. At his students. At his grandson. At the future he had fought so hard to protect. And slipped quietly into sleep. The memorial was held atop the Hokage monument, the great stone faces of Konoha's history looming silently behind the gathered crowd. The late afternoon sun cast a muted gold across the village, a warm light that seemed almost reluctant to say goodbye. Everywhere Naruto looked, people stood in solemn rows, civilians, shinobi, and children alike, all dressed in mourning black, each wearing a small red leaf stitched over their hearts in honor of the Sarutobi clan. Naruto stood at the front of the platform, his Hokage cloak rippling gently in the breeze. Behind him stood Tsunade and Jiraiya, their faces somber. Asuma and Kurenai flanked Konohamaru, who stood stiff and trembling, doing his best not to cry in front of the village. The clan heads stood together nearby, Heishi, Shibi, Choza, Sum, while the younger generation, the newly minted Chunin, were gathered with their sensei, all paying their respects. Taking a steadying breath, Naruto stepped forward. The crowd fell into an even deeper silence. Hiruzen Sarutobi was many things. Naruto began, his voice clear and strong, carrying easily over the plaza. He was a teacher. A leader. a friend, a protector. And for many of us, he was our guiding light. He paused, letting the weight of those words settle. He taught us that strength isn't just measured by jutsu or victories in battle. True strength, Naruto said, scanning the faces in the crowd, is in protecting others. In believing in something greater than yourself. In building a future where those who come after us can live better than we did. Naruto looked toward Konohamaru, who was clutching the hem of his jacket with small, white-knuckled hands. His heart tightened at the sight. He carried the will of fire through the darkest of times. And he passed it on to us. A soft murmur of agreement stirred the crowd, pride and sorrow mingling in the air. Naruto smiled, just a little, and crouched so he was eye level with Konohamaru. His voice softened slightly, but it still carried. And he warned me, Naruto said with a chuckle, that I had better stay on my toes. Because someday, a certain little monkey would come for my hat. The crowd chuckled too, low, bittersweet laughter breaking through the grief like sunlight through clouds. Naruto placed a hand on Konohamaru's trembling shoulder, steady and warm. I'll be waiting for you, he said gently. So get strong. Stronger than anyone. Konohamaru wiped his eyes fiercely and nodded, the stubborn spark in him shining through the tears. I will, Hokage and I. Naruto ruffled his hair, smiling more fully now. That's my little brother. He rose to his full height again, facing the village he had sworn to protect. We mourn today, he said, voice steady and proud. But we also carry forward. We will honor Hiruzen Sarutobi by keeping the will of fire alive. By living not just for ourselves, but for those beside us, and for those yet to come. He raised his hand in the old salute, fist over heart, and across the plaza, thousands of hands rose to mirror him, a wave of silent, resolute promise. The will of fire burned brighter than ever. And the legacy of the third lived on. That night, long after the crowds had dispersed and the memorial fires burned low, Naruto found himself standing alone atop the Hokage monument. The stars stretched endless and sharp above him, a cold, brilliant canopy. Footsteps approached from behind, small and hesitant. Naruto smiled without turning. Took you long enough, Konohamaru. The boy trudged up beside him, face blotchy from crying but his posture stubbornly straight. He wore his old blue scarf, the one Hiruzen had given him years ago, wrapped tight around his neck. They stood side by side for a moment, the wind tugging gently at their clothes. Finally, Konohamaru spoke, his voice rough but determined. I want to get stronger, he said. I want to protect this village. Like Grandpa did. Like you do. Naruto looked down at him, really looked. This wasn't the same little prankster who had once tied firecrackers to Ichiraku's sandals. This was a boy standing at the edge of grief and responsibility, willing to take his first step forward. Naruto crouched so he could meet him at eye level. Being strong, Naruto said quietly, isn't just about jutsu, Konohamaru. It's about heart. About protecting the people you love. It's about never giving up, even when it hurts. Konohamaru nodded fiercely, eyes bright. Naruto grinned. All right, kid, he said, ruffling his hair affectionately. If you're serious, then from now on, you're my first student. Konohamaru's face lit up like sunrise, pride and joy breaking through the sadness like a dam bursting. Really? Really? Naruto said, rising to his feet and offering a hand. Konohamaru grabbed it without hesitation, his small fingers tightening around Naruto's. You're stuck with me now, Naruto teased. Konohamaru grinned, fierce, unafraid. Good. 'Cause I'm gonna take your hat someday. Naruto laughed, the sound carrying into the night, mingling with the whisper of the wind. I'll be waiting, little brother, he said warmly. Above them, the stars burned brighter. The will of fire had passed to a new generation. And it burned hotter than ever. Next day, the afternoon sun slanted low over the rooftops of Konoha, casting golden light on quiet streets and blooming lanterns. Civilians wandered the market lanes. Children laughed as they dashed past vendors. For all appearances, It was a peaceful village preparing for evening. But not all was as it seemed. Two figures sat quietly at a corner tea house, steam curling from their untouched cups. Red clouds on black cloaks. Straw hats set aside. Shadows that didn't belong. "It's quiet," Kisame muttered under his breath. "Too quiet." Itachi didn't respond. His eyes, sharp behind lowered lashes, scanned the street beyond the paper screen. The scent of sakura hung faint in the air. But something was wrong. "They're watching us," he said finally. Kisame smirked. "Took them long enough." "No," Itachi said quietly. "They've been watching from the moment we crossed the border. We were allowed in." The screen slid open. A quiet figure stepped inside, hands in his pockets, face calm under a silver mop of hair. "Welcome to Konoha," said Kakashi Hatake. Kisame's hand inched toward Samahada, but Kakashi didn't flinch. "Don't bother," he said mildly. "We've evacuated this entire district. You're surrounded." Kisame raised a brow. "No ANBU presence." "That's sloppy." Kakashi tilted his head. "You're assuming you can see everything." "That's sloppy." He stepped fully into the room, glancing between them with unreadable eyes. "You should have realized this isn't the same Konoha," Kakashi continued. "Not the one you left behind. This village has a new spine now. A red-haired menace who doesn't forgive trespass lightly." Itachi's eyes narrowed. "Naruto." Kakashi smiled beneath his mask. "The Godaime Hokage. He executed Danzo publicly a few months ago. Beheaded him in front of the full council. I'd advise caution if you're thinking of challenging the throne." Kisame let out a low whistle. "Damn. That old goat." Kakashi's gaze shifted to Itachi, and for the barest second, the smallest flicker, something changed. A look passed between them. A wait. Kakashi reached into his flak vest slowly, pulled a folded scroll, and left it on the table beside the teacup. His voice was calm. "You're being offered a choice. Stay here and start a war or move somewhere more expendable." Itachi didn't speak, but he understood. The scroll. The message. The warning. And the fact that Kakashi knew something. Maybe not everything, but enough. Itachi stood slowly, and Kisame followed. "Lead the way," Itachi said. Kakashi turned, already walking. They moved through the side streets in silence. No words spoken. No weapons drawn. They arrived at a training field just past the northern ridge, the trees thick, the cliffs rising around a long, flat plateau. Already waiting there, standing calmly under the shade, was Mato Guy. An alpha squad. 4 masked NBU. One of them wore a black and red wolf mask, and froze, just for a heartbeat, when he saw the figure in black and red clouds step into the clearing. Itachi's gaze flicked across the squad. His eyes lingered. He knew. Sasuke. Under the wolf mask, Sasuke's breath caught. His brother. After all these years. Guy stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "So," he said cheerfully, "you two feel like stretching your legs a bit?" Kisame's teeth gleamed. "Finally." The clearing tensed, air thick with chakra as the first subtle sparks of killing intent began to rise. Kakashi walked to Guy's side, drawing his white chakra blade, the one once wielded by the White Fang. "This is your second warning," he said, voice cold now. "If you're here to spy, you can walk away. If you're here for more..." He leveled the blade toward Itachi. "We won't hold back." Kisame laughed. Itachi said nothing. The Sharingan spun. The fight began. The clearing beyond the north ridge of Konoha held a stillness that could break. Kisame cracked his neck, eyeing the opponents before him, for masked ANBU, Mato Guy bouncing lightly on his heels, and Hatake Kakashi gripping a glowing white blade, his expression unreadable behind the mask. Beside him, Itachi stood motionless, his Akatsuki cloak barely swaying in the breeze. Sasuke, hidden behind his Hebe mask as part of Alpha Squad, hadn't moved. But inside, his chest thundered. The man standing across from him was no illusion. It was his brother. The air snapped with tension. Then Kisame moved. Like a wave crashing through the forest, he surged forward, Samahata unwrapped and shrieking. Alpha Squad scattered to intercept. Guy launched into motion, chakra flaring in his legs, intercepting Kisame with a thunderous kick that collided midair with the Sharkman's massive sword. Nice taijutsu. Kisame laughed. Let's see how long you last. Youth burns eternal. Guy roared, launching a barrage of strikes. Kisame parried and spun, engaging 3 ANBU at once as the clearing erupted into violent chaos. Sasuke moved without hesitation, stepping in beside Kakashi as Itachi raised his head slowly, the Sharingan glowing beneath lowered lashes. Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi said, voice level. You've walked into the lion's den. Itachi didn't answer. His gaze flicked once, briefly, towards Sasuke. And Sasuke froze. Even through the mask, Itachi knew. The fight began. Kakashi charged first, blade flashing white as he struck low. Itachi shifted, deflecting with perfect, effortless precision. Sasuke lunged from the side, his blade slashing for Itachi's ribs. But Itachi moved like mist, dodging and retaliating with a sweep that knocked Sasuke off balance. Kakashi pressed the assault, his strikes clean and deadly, forcing Itachi into a dance of counters. For several exchanges, they were evenly matched, until Itachi whispered a word. Tsukuyami. Kakashi's Sharingan flared too late. The world shattered around him. He was pinned in a void, bound in place, crucified in the realm of nightmares. Itachi stood before him, unmoving. You know, Itachi said. Kakashi gritted his teeth, blood dripping from his mouth. I know. Itachi's voice dropped lower. Naruto? He knows, Kakashi said. And he forgives you. Itachi's mask faltered, just for a second. He's removed your bounty, Kakashi continued. Offered amnesty. He wants you to come home. Itachi's eyes softened, just a flicker, before the cold resolve returned. I can't. The Akatsuki. They're worse than you imagine, Itachi said. I need to stay. My role isn't finished. There was a pause. Then he added quietly. Tell Naruto, thank you. But if Sasuke wants me home, he'll have to bring me back himself. The genjutsu shattered. Kakashi collapsed to the forest floor, gasping, bleeding from his eye, his chakra flaring wildly in disarray. Sasuke saw his opening. He launched a Chidori, lightning tearing through the air toward Itachi's heart, but Itachi caught his wrist with ease, twisting and slamming him into the ground. Still too slow, he murmured. Sasuke growled and flipped, launching 3 kunai and a fire jutsu in quick succession. Itachi deflected the kunai, absorbed the flames, and struck him square in the chest with a burst of chakra that sent Sasuke tumbling. Why won't you fight me seriously? Sasuke roared. I am, Itachi whispered. But his voice was haunted. A red flash split the field like lightning. Naruto landed between them, Hokage cloak flaring, sword drawn in one hand, the air warping around him with raw chakra pressure. Kisame paused mid-swing as his instincts screamed danger. Well now, he muttered. This must be the Godaime. Naruto didn't respond. His blade, Kizuna, gleamed with spiraling seals, its edge humming with latent fury. You hurt my shinobi, Naruto said quietly. And then he moved. He launched toward Kisame with terrifying speed, blade meeting Samahata in a deafening clash. Kisame grinned wildly, until Naruto spun with a burst of wind chakra and struck again, and again, each blow carrying enough force to split trees behind him. The storming dragon sword style, Kisame muttered through a grin. So it's real after all. Naruto parried hard, kicked him in the chest, and sent him skidding back across the field. The earth cracked where he landed. Naruto turned toward Itachi, who stood still, watching him. You should have come home when you had the chance, Naruto said. I can't, Itachi replied. Their eyes locked, one red, one blue. In that silence, something passed between them. Then the world blurred. Crows exploded from Itachi's body as the genjutsu took hold, and in the smoke and feathers, both Akatsuki vanished. Sasuke stood, panting and shaking. "No!" he screamed, tearing off his mask. And then he ran. Straight into the forest, following the trail. Naruto's eyes widened. Kakashi lay unconscious, Guy now beside him. "Guy, hospital!" "No!" Naruto ordered. "Alpha, full sweep. Make sure no other infiltrations occurred. I want a triple perimeter by nightfall." Guy nodded sharply. "And Sasuke?" he asked. Naruto's gaze flicked toward the treeling. "He's going after him," he said. "Let him. But he won't last alone." Naruto turned sharply. "I need a team sent immediately." The chase begins. The sun had dipped behind the Hokage monument, casting long shadows over the village as Naruto entered the tower at a full stride, his cloak billowing behind him. The guards at the door stood straighter than usual, eyes wide with unspoken questions. He didn't stop. Inside, the war table had already been cleared, scrolls laid out in anticipation of whatever the Hokage might demand. "Get me Nara Shikamaru," Naruto said to the attending Chunin. Before the boy could acknowledge, Shikamaru himself stepped through the door, his hair windblown, a mission report half-tucked under his arm. "You're late," Naruto said flatly. Shikamaru exhaled. "I was prepping for the ambassador's debriefing. You've got a new priority. Sasuke's gone after Itachi." That got his attention. Shikamaru stepped forward, brow tightening. "Alone?" Naruto nodded once. "They escaped after a confrontation. Itachi used genjutsu to buy time. Kakashi's down, Guy's handling evac. Alpha is securing the perimeter. I need you to lead a retrieval squad immediately." Shikamaru didn't hesitate. "Targets?" "Yukiko, Kiba, Lee, Shino, and Niji," Naruto replied. "I want mobility, tracking, and precision. No showboating. Get in, find Sasuke, and bring him home before Itachi breaks him." Shikamaru tilted his head slightly. "You're not worried?" Naruto gave a half-smile. "I'm worried. But you're not panicking." "Sasuke needs this," Naruto said quietly. "But he's not ready. Not yet. Itachi won't kill him. That's not his plan. But Sasuke won't be unscathed either." Shikamaru nodded slowly, absorbing every word. "And the retrieval squad? Non-lethal force unless absolutely necessary. If Itachi chooses to talk, you listen. If he chooses to fight, you stall. Nothing more." He turned to the door, then paused. "And Shikamaru?" "Yeah? Don't fail." Shikamaru gave a lazy two-fingered salute. "As troublesome as this is," he muttered, "I don't intend to." Minutes later, the squad had assembled at the gates. Yukiko Yuzuki, silent and sharp-eyed, adjusted her sword belt, a flicker of worry passing through her expression. Kiba and Akamaru were already sniffing the wind, picking up faint trails. Rock Lee bounced in place, fists clenched, his face serious but brimming with energy. Shino Aburame, unreadable as always, was releasing tracking insects into the air. And Niji Hyuga, arms folded, had already activated his Byakugan to begin searching the surrounding terrain. Shikamaru arrived last, scroll in hand and a cloud of strategy in his mind. "Here's the deal," he said calmly. "We find Sasuke. We bring him home. Don't try to be heroes." Yukiko's eyes narrowed slightly. "He won't stop easily." "I know," Shikamaru replied. "But if we don't stop him, it'll kill him." No one argued. They turned toward the forest, the path to the northern ridges, where shadows still lingered. And with that, the squad vanished into the trees. The wind howled through the cliffs north of Fire Country, rustling the leaves in broken gusts. Sasuke ran hard, his chakra flaring, cloak ripped from where he'd burst through branches and thorn thickets alike. Ahead of him, the trail was faint, but he knew. He could feel him. Itachi. The man whose silence had haunted every step of Sasuke's life. The brother who had once been his pride, and then his executioner. Sasuke burst through a clearing and slid to a stop. There, in the shadow of a great tree, Itachi stood waiting. Alone. Kisame was nowhere in sight. I told you not to follow, Itachi said calmly. Sasuke's chest heaved, fury twisting in his gut. And you thought I would listen? He threw his cloak aside. Lightning began crackling across his skin, Chidori starting to scream in his palm. You took everything from me. Itachi's face remained unreadable. The Sharingan glowed softly in his eyes. I gave you a purpose. Sasuke roared, chakra exploding outward as he launched forward, blade in one hand, Chidori in the other. Steel met steel. Lightning met red eyes. The clearing lit up in a flash of power. Itachi deflected the first strike with surgical grace, twisting as Sasuke slashed low, then high, his blade moving faster than sight. But Itachi was faster. He flowed around the attacks, countering with palm strikes and joint locks that sent Sasuke skidding back. Still relying on rage, Itachi murmured. Still not enough. Sasuke snarled, flipping into a hand seal midair. Fire style, dragon flame torrent! A wall of fire roared toward Itachi, but the elder Uchiha vanished, appearing behind him with silent speed. You lack control. Sasuke whirled with a kick, which Itachi caught. The next instant, Itachi spun him and slammed him hard into the dirt. Sasuke coughed blood and rolled away, spitting red. Fight me! He screamed. Like you fought the clan! Like you killed our parents! Itachi's Sharingan narrowed. You're not ready for the truth. I know the truth! Sasuke spat. You were ordered to do it. Danzo. The elders. All of them, but you still did it. You still killed her. You still. He couldn't finish the sentence. Not out loud. Itachi's expression finally cracked. Just slightly. I killed them, he said. Because I had to. Sasuke surged again, this time faster, more desperate. His blade danced with rage, the movement erratic and unpredictable. Itachi took a cut across the shoulder. He didn't even flinch. You're still weak. Sasuke screamed and summoned another Chidori, then twisted it mid-cast into a burst of lightning shrapnel. Dozens of bolts exploded outward. Itachi blocked half, the rest scorched his cloak, tore the ground, shattered bark. Smoke filled the air. Sasuke charged through it, blade aimed for his brother's heart. But when he struck, he found himself impaled. Itachi had him, Genjutsu. He blinked. The world rippled. He was back, on his knees, panting. Itachi stood over him, blood trailing from a fresh wound across his ribs. Sasuke's last attack had broken the illusion, if only briefly. You're stronger than I expected, Itachi said softly. Then stay, Sasuke hissed. Come back. Let us clear your name. Naruto will do it, I swear. I can't, Itachi said, his voice heavy now. Why? Itachi's face turned away. Because the Akatsuki are moving. Because I'm the only one on the inside. Because if I come back now, everything I sacrificed will be wasted. Sasuke knelt, broken and shaking. Itachi stepped closer. If you want me home, Mototo, he said quietly, then drag me back. He placed 2 fingers gently on Sasuke's forehead, the way he used to, when they were young. You'll have to become strong enough to force me. Sasuke looked up, and in his eyes grief and fury mingled in a storm. Then Itachi's eyes flared again. Sasuke's world went black. When the retrieval team found him minutes later, Sasuke lay unconscious in the grass, bloodied and bruised but alive. Yukiko was the first to reach him. Itachi stood at the edge of the forest, watching them silently. His eyes met hers, no Sharingan, just sorrow. Take care of him, he said. Then he vanished into the trees. Yukiko knelt beside Sasuke and cradled his head against her shoulder. You're such a damn idiot, she whispered, her fingers trembling. But I'm not letting you do this alone. Behind her, the team stood in quiet readiness. Niji scanned the trees. Lee clenched his fists. Shikamaru exhaled, low and tired. Let's bring him home. The gates of Konoha stood tall and unmoving, bathed in the faint blue of a cloud-streaked dusk. The village lights flickered to life one by one, casting a gentle glow across cobbled roads and rooftops as evening fell. The retrieval squad walked through the main entrance at a steady, silent pace, their mission complete, but their spirits heavy. Sasuke remained unconscious, carried carefully on a stretcher by Lee and Niji, his wounds wrapped, chakra stabilized by Yukiko and Shino along the route. Shikamaru led the group, his expression weary, brows furrowed as he mulled over what little Sasuke had said before collapsing again. There was something darker lingering beneath the surface, something he didn't yet understand. They were expected. Tui and Biu emerged from the shadows near the gates, gave a quiet nod, and vanished again to signal the Hokage. By the time the squad reached the Hokage Tower, Naruto and Tsunade were already waiting. Naruto stood tall near the steps, arms crossed, his face unreadable. Tsunade was just behind him, her expression lined with medical concern. "Status?" Naruto asked quietly, his eyes fixed on Sasuke. Shikamaru stepped forward. "Sasuke's alive. Pretty badly beaten, but nothing fatal. He caught up with Itachi alone and got wrecked. We arrived just after." Tsunade moved forward, already scanning Sasuke with a glowing hand. "Internal bruising. Chidori feedback. Genjutsu backlash," she muttered under her breath. "He went full throttle." "Yeah," Yukiko said quietly, still at Sasuke's side. "He didn't hold back." Naruto stepped closer and looked down at Sasuke's bruised form. His jaw tightened. "He saw him again," he murmured. Shikamaru nodded. "They exchanged more than fists. I think Itachi wanted this. To test him. Push him." Naruto didn't reply immediately. His hand brushed across the edge of his Hokage cloak as he stared at Sasuke, this boy who had seen too much, carried too much, and yet still came back, still followed orders, still held on to something, even now. "Get him to the hospital," Naruto said finally. "Top floor. Private wing." Tsunade turned toward her mezzanine, barking orders. As they moved, Naruto looked to Shikamaru. "Good work," he said quietly. Shikamaru blinked. "That's it." Naruto glanced at him. "You brought him home. That's all I ever ask." Then he turned and walked off into the tower, his cloak trailing behind him like a whisper. Upstairs, in the hospital's private wing, Sakura arrived just in time to see Yukiko smoothing the hair away from Sasuke's face as he lay in bed. Her brows lifted. "You're still here?" Yukiko didn't look at her. "He's my teammate." Sakura watched her a moment longer. There was something different in her tone. And the way she hovered. Protective. Quiet. Present. She smiled faintly. "He's lucky." Yukiko blinked and turned. "What?" "Nothing," Sakura said. "I'll bring the tea." Naruto leaned against the veranda rail outside the Hokage Tower's upper deck, the village spread out below him like a quilt of lights and rooftops. The wind was soft. Cool. But it didn't soothe him. Jiraiya stood nearby, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes scanning the darkened skyline. The bells on his forehead protector chimed softly with every shift of his weight. "I hear Itachi came to visit," Jiraiya said, voice low. Naruto nodded. "Briefly. We made sure they left with fewer illusions than they came in with." Jiraiya let out a breath that was half laugh, half sigh. "Kisame must have had a blast." "He was disappointed," Naruto said. "But alive." "So were we." A silence passed between them. "You sent Sasuke after him," Jiraiya said knowingly. Naruto didn't answer immediately. "He needed to see for himself," he finally said. "And now, I think he understands." Jiraiya didn't argue. His voice shifted to something quieter. "Good." Naruto turned to him. "What about you?" Jiraiya's expression darkened slightly. "I'm heading back out. My sources have gone quiet. That's never a good sign. Last I heard, Akatsuki's been preparing something big: recruitment, experiments, weapons smuggling. They're not just collecting Jinchuriki anymore. They're trying to reshape the power map. Naruto folded his arms, gaze narrowing. How long? Jiraiya shook his head. Could be a year. Could be 3. But when it happens, it'll be big. Coordinated. Something we won't see coming. Naruto's jaw tightened. Then I need to be ready. Jiraiya looked at him, his face softer now. That's why I want you to finish your Sage Mode training. You're close, right? Naruto nodded slowly. I've stabilized the energy intake. I just haven't pushed it to full integration yet. Then go to Myobokuzen, Jiraiya said firmly. Train with Fukasaku. I'll handle the field work. You stay alive. Become unkillable. Naruto smirked slightly. Wasn't planning to die anytime soon. Good, Jiraiya said. Because the world's going to need you more than ever. Just as the words faded, the paper door behind them slid open. A medic Nin stepped out, pale and urgent. Hokage-sama, it's your wife. Naruto turned sharply, his heart slamming against his ribs. What happened? She returned from a mission. She was unconscious. She's at the hospital now. Naruto didn't wait. He vanished in a red blur. The hospital hallways blurred around them as Naruto strode forward, flanked by Jiraiya who kept pace without saying a word. The Hokage's boots hit the tile hard with every step, his chakra signature thrumming like thunder. He didn't run, but the urgency in his silence moved the world around him. Room 7. The medic Nin at the front desk said as they passed, voice clipped and nervous. Naruto didn't slow. He pushed the door open with his chakra already gathered, expecting the worst. Choza Akimichi stood near the bedside, arms crossed but his usual warmth replaced by concern. He stepped back quickly as Naruto entered. She's stable, Choza said gently. We encountered a small band of rogue mercenaries. It wasn't a difficult fight, but midway through, she collapsed. Chakra exhaustion, sudden. Naruto moved to the bed, his voice low. Any external injuries? None worth noting. Just drained. Something's off. We were mid-formation. I turned, and she was just down. Jiraiya stood beside the door, his expression unreadable now, half sentry, half guardian. Naruto reached for her hand. Kuratsuchi lay still, her black IWA uniform folded on the counter, replaced by a patient's robe. Her short black hair was slightly damp with sweat. Her breathing was steady but shallow. Tsunade stepped in moments later, already snapping on gloves. I've been monitoring her vitals. Physically, she's fine. No torn muscles, no organ stress. But something pulled her chakra too fast. Almost like it was being redirected. Naruto turned sharply. Redirected? Tsunade nodded. I ran some additional scans to be sure. She turned the monitor toward them and exhaled with a soft smile that carried 20 years of medical weight behind it. She's pregnant, Naruto. The room fell utterly silent. Naruto blinked. Behind him, Jiraiya's jaw actually dropped for a second before he caught himself and rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Wait. What? Naruto asked, voice low, stunned. Tsunade smiled softly now, professional warmth turning personal. Congratulations. You're going to be a father. Naruto looked at Kuratsuchi again. This time, not as a shinobi. Not as his ally or fiancé or wife. But as something else entirely. Family. He sank down slowly in the chair beside her, taking her hand gently. You little troublemaker, he whispered, his eyes stinging with unspoken things. You're just like me, showing up early and turning the world upside down. She stirred an hour later. The setting sun lit the edges of the curtains golden as Kuratsuchi's eyes fluttered open, groggy and confused. Her vision focused on the red blur beside her. Naruto, cloak draped over the chair behind him, holding her hand gently. Neru? He turned immediately, relief flooding his face. Hey, he said softly. You scared the hell out of me. What happened? You passed out. Nothing major. Tsunade said it's chakra fatigue. I didn't get hit, she mumbled. Didn't feel hurt, just weak. Naruto squeezed her hand. You weren't hurt. Just low on reserves. She blinked at him. Why? He hesitated. Then smiled, gentle, and so full of love it knocked the breath from her lungs. Because, he said quietly, you're not fighting alone anymore. She frowned. He leaned in, kissed her knuckles. The baby, he said. She froze. The what? The baby, Kuro-chan. You're pregnant. Her jaw dropped. I'm going to kill that fortune teller. Naruto laughed, genuinely freely. She didn't. She looked horrified. This wasn't supposed to happen yet. He leaned in and kissed her forehead. I know, he whispered. It's early. It's unexpected. But I'm really happy. I'm so happy. She stared at him. At his expression. At the way his eyes shimmered like the boy she'd fallen for, red hair and storm-kissed eyes, full of too much pain and too much hope. You're not mad? Naruto just shook his head, laughing again, as he tucked a hand gently against her cheek. I'm in love with you. And now I get to love you both. Kuratsuchi finally exhaled, her voice catching. Okay, she whispered. Okay. And for the first time in a long time, they didn't feel like shinobi. They just felt like two people on the edge of something beautiful. The stars were out by the time Naruto stepped out onto the balcony of the Hokage Tower. The night air was cool, crisp, and impossibly quiet. Inside, Kuratsuchi slept peacefully for the first time in days, her hand resting lightly over her stomach. Tsunade had given him a full rundown, even smiled when she said it would be a healthy pregnancy, so long as Kuratsuchi agreed to take it easy, which Naruto found both amusing and terrifying. He leaned against the railing now, cloak draped loosely around him, hair tousled by the breeze. Konoha pulsed gently below, a village at peace. A home worth protecting. Behind him, Jiraiya stepped out, carrying two small sake cups. She's gonna be fine, the old toad sage said, handing him one. Naruto took it wordlessly, clinking the rim of his cup against Jiraiya's. To surprises, Jiraiya said. Naruto smiled faintly. To family. They drank. A beat passed. Jiraiya's tone turned. Still no word from my northern contacts. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. You think they've gone underground again? I think they've already chosen their targets. And now they're waiting. Naruto looked out across the rooftops, his voice low. Then we make them wait longer. The wind shifted. Far beyond the land of fire, in a dark mountain basin, 9 stone statues stirred with ancient energy. Somewhere in the shadows, the Akatsuki gathered, their red clouds now moving like blood in the water. Their hunt would begin soon. And they were coming for the light. End of the honeymoon arc. Up next, the shadow of the Akatsuki. He is the one we have to worry about the most. He is just one guy, how hard could it be? He is Naruto fucking Uzumaki. Do not underestimate him. When we face him, it will have to be with our full force, otherwise he'll kill us all. Databeo. The Shadow of the Akatsuki Arc. Chapter 46, Movement. The air within the stone chamber of the Akatsuki meeting hall was damp and cold. A faint echo pulsed through the hollowed rock, matching the beat of something ancient, buried and patient. One by one, flickers of light shimmered to life atop the 10 outstretched fingers of the Gedo statue. The chakra projections of the Akatsuki members appeared like specters, silent, powerful, watching. Zetsu stood at the center, his half-black, half-white face gleaming under the faint glow. His voice, strange and echoing, broke the silence. Konoha has changed. Uzumaki Naruto has become problematic. The shadows stirred. Kisame chuckled, sharp-toothed and amused. They're paranoid. We couldn't even breathe near the village without setting off a dozen surveillance seals. Still, no one dared confront us. Itachi's voice followed, calm and hollow as ever. Their restraint was strategic. Someone anticipated us and deliberately allowed our retreat. It wasn't fear. It was control. So the brat's grown up, Deidara muttered. Big deal. We're not after him yet. No. Pain's voice descended like a decree from heaven, ethereal and cold. The Kyuubi remains untouched, until the rest are collected. Zetsu moved fluidly, a thin scroll unfurling in his hand, black tendrils skittering across it. Here's what we know. Ichibi, Gaara of the Sand, still rules Suna as their youngest Kazekage. Yujito ni, the Nibi host, is under rotating protection in Kumo. B is silent. No movement in months. The Yambi and Gobi are still active in IWA. The Nanabai host Fu is in Konoha, under Hokage's protection. He paused. Isabu remains gone, but we believe it will reform soon. Deidara scoffed. So much noise. Just tell us who we're blowing up first. Pain lifted his hand, rings glinting. Deidara. Sasori. You will go to Suna. Capture the Ichibi. Heh. Finally. Deidara grinned, cracking his knuckles. I've been itching to test my art. Haiden. Kakazu. Stand by. Your target will come soon. TCH. Haiden grunted. Don't keep Jashin waiting, Pain-sama. Kisame. Itachi. Monitor the Hachibi. Do not engage. Fine by me. Kisame yawned. Long swims keep the blood flowing. Zetsu, continue intel gathering. Report the moment a host moves without guard. With pleasure. Zetsu grinned on both sides. They're like deer in a forest, they just don't know the wolves are already inside. As the chakra flickers faded, Pain remained. He didn't need to say more. The silence was its own command. 3 years later. Rain lashed the rocks outside the cavernous hall. Only 5 chakra projections shimmered now. The others were absent, scattered or dead. Zetsu emerged again from the gloom, clutching a fresh report. Isabu has reformed. Free. No host. A low murmur passed through the chamber. Where? Asked Pain. In the misted shallows of the great marsh. Hidden, but not well enough. He pulled out a second scroll, this one stamped with a Kiri emblem half smeared in blood. More pressing, Utakata, the Rokubi's host. Once Kiri's tool. Now a missing Nin. Isolated. No allies. He moves in and out of unguarded territories. Easy prey. Pain stepped forward, robes brushing the stone. Then it's time. He turned to the silent pair. Kakazu. Haiden. Move. Haiden's eyes gleamed with manic joy. Finally! I'll carve him up real slow. Leave his heart intact, Kakazu muttered. I want it fresh. Lightning cracked across the sky as Kakazu and Haiden vanished into the mist, leaving only the echo of movement behind. Swamplands near the lightning water border, dusk. A low fog rolled in over the marshes, veiling the twisted trees in ghostly mist. The air smelled of wet rot and old blood. Somewhere in the distance, a bubble popped with a soft plop. Utakata exhaled slowly, resting against a tree as he stared at the still water. 6 years since he walked away from Kiri. 6 years of wandering, hiding, surviving. The world still feared what he carried inside him, Seiken, the 6 tails, though it had never once listened to what he wanted. He dipped his pipe into a vial of healing solution and drew a breath. The mist coiled around him. That's when he heard it, footsteps, far too confident to belong to bandits. Yo! A voice rang out, high and theatrical. Are you the Jinchuriki? Utakata's head lifted. The mist parted slowly. From the fog emerged a tall, pale man in black robes lined with red clouds, dragging a massive triple-bladed scythe behind him with casual indifference. Beside him stood a hunched, stitched-up figure with cold, dead eyes. You've got 5 seconds to tell us you are. The pale one grinned. So I can start praying. Utakata rose, calm and quiet. You're with the Akatsuki. He's sharp, Kakazu muttered. Let's just kill him and be done with it. No, 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 Haiden beamed. This one feels special. I think Jashin loved this. Utakata didn't wait. He moved. His hands flashed into a seal. Bubbles erupted from his sleeve like a swarm of glowing orbs, filling the air with luminous traps. Bubble ninjutsu, soapy restraint. Haiden swung his scythe, cursing as a wall of bubbles exploded around him. Kakuzu moved faster, unnaturally fast, leaping above the mist and hurling tendrils of black thread at Utakata's back. "You're not the only one with tricks," Kakuzu growled. Utakata deflected the strike, but the impact blasted him across the swamp. He rolled, groaning, and sent a massive pressure bubble hurtling back, exploding in steam. Boom! Trees fell. Water hissed. Haiden was laughing through the carnage. "Yes! Now that's more like it!" Utakata went full defensive, bubbles and mist covering his retreat. But it wasn't enough. Kakuzu's elemental masks emerged from his body: lightning, wind, earth. They circled like jackals. Earth spear. Wind style, pressure damage. Explosions raked the marsh. Utakata grunted as the earth cracked beneath his feet, then he paused. A searing pain bloomed in his side. He looked down to see Haiden's side buried in his abdomen, the man grinning in ecstasy. "Gotcha!" Blood spilled into the water. Haiden licked his lips and stepped into the ritual circle he'd carved. "Let's see what your soul tastes like, little slug." Utakata staggered back, gasping. "You don't understand. I never wanted to be a Jinchuriki." "Nobody cares," Kakuzu said coldly, stepping in. "Least of all us." Kakuzu drove a spike through his chest, not enough to kill him, just enough to break him. Haiden's ritual was nearly complete. "Pain-sama said to bring him back alive," Kakuzu warned. "Relax," Haiden laughed. "He'll live. He just won't want to." Later that night, the skies opened above a cave deep in rain country. The ghetto statue loomed. Utakata's unconscious form was bound and suspended, his chakra already being funneled into the statue's gaping mouth. Zetsu hovered nearby, eyes narrowed. One down. One less light in the world. Kirigakure, the Mizukage Tower, nightfall. The moon cast pale light across the mist-laced towers of Kirigakure, and inside the Mizukage chambers, the air was thick with quiet fury. Mei Terumi stood at the tall window, arms crossed, her expression dark. In one hand she held a cracked communication radio. The static had cleared minutes ago, but the weight of the message still clung to the walls like fog. "He's gone," she said coldly. Behind her stood Zabuza Momochi, now a senior jonin, and beside him, Haku, dressed in the navy and ice-gray jonin uniform of Kiri, a subtle snowflake sigil stitched onto his sleeve. "Utakata?" Haku asked softly. "Captured. Alive, we think. But not for long." Zabuza leaned on the hilt of his new sword, a more refined but equally massive replacement for the one he lost years ago. "Who?" he asked. "Akatsuki," Mei spat. "They'd finally made their move." A tense silence followed. Haku's gaze dropped slightly. "He never wanted this life," he whispered. "He just wanted to be free. And now he'll die screaming, tethered to a statue," Mei said flatly. "Unless we act." She turned, the command already forming on her tongue. "Summon the Konoha ambassador. Now." 10 minutes later. The Konoha envoy, a jonin named Ishida Gunma, arrived flanked by 2 mist shinobi escorts. His uniform bore the leaf insignia, and a sealed satchel hung at his side. "Lady Mizukage." He bowed. "You summoned me?" Mei didn't waste a second. "Utakata, former Jinchuriki of Kirigakure, was just taken by the Akatsuki." Gunma's brow furrowed. "Are you certain?" "We intercepted a chakra flare east of the Lightning Marsh border. One of my outer patrols died getting confirmation. Kakuzu, formerly of Taki, was seen briefly. The Akatsuki are in motion." Zabuza added, voice like gravel. "This isn't rumor. This is war footing." Mei pointed at Gunma. "You will relay this directly to Hokage Uzumaki. Use your fastest channel. This isn't a formal report. This is an emergency alert. The era of silence is over. Tell him, it's begun." Genma nodded once, eyes serious now. Understood. I'll transmit immediately using secure flame relay. He'll get it within the hour. As the envoy disappeared into the comms room, Mei exhaled sharply. Her hand shook, not from fear, but from restraint. How many more? She murmured. How many more will fall before we find them? Zabuza stepped beside her. You think that he is ready for this? Naruto Uzumaki? Mei's voice softened slightly. He better be. Because we're not just dealing with missing Nin anymore. She turned, eyes flaring. We're dealing with S-rank monsters. Konoha Gakure, Hokage Tower, present day. A flare of chakra fire burned into existence atop Naruto's desk. The scroll bore Kiri's urgent black seal. Naruto, dressed in his newer battle-lined Hokage cloak, opened it swiftly. His blue eyes darkened. Utakata's been taken. Akatsuki has moved. Across from him, Shikamaru whistled low. It's been 3 years. I guess peace has an expiration date. Naruto stood up and turned toward the window. The village below glowed golden in the setting sun, laughter echoing faintly from the streets. A high-pitched giggle drew his eyes downward. A tiny figure was running clumsily across the garden lawn of the Hokage Tower, red hair bouncing with every step. Kushina, he murmured softly. The little girl was almost 3 now, spirited, stubborn, and already throwing rubber kunai at unsuspecting ANBU guards with unnerving accuracy. He turned to Shikamaru. Get Kakashi. Alpha Squad moves now. Aisabu might be reforming, and I want Sasuke watching it before Akatsuki does. ANBU Ops Center briefing room. Kakashi reviewed the field map with Naruto and Tenzo. Yugo stood silently nearby, already in gear. Marsh border. If Aisabu is reforming, it'll be drawn to deep water. We'll monitor from the edges. No engagement unless provoked. Naruto instructed. We're not tipping our hand yet. We confirm, report, and prepare. Kakashi gave a quick nod. Sasuke already has his pack. They'll move within the hour. Flashback 3 years ago. The air in the birthing chamber was thick with warmth, chakra, and the muffled cries of new life. Kuratsuchi, drenched in sweat, clutched Naruto's hand like a vice. Her knuckles were white. Her glare could crack stone. Naruto, for once in his life, didn't speak, not out of fear, but out of reverence. Then the cry rang out. Sharp. Fierce. Full of life. It's a girl, Tsunade said softly, wrapping the squirming infant in a white cloth. And she's already a loudmouth. Just like her father. Naruto blinked, stunned. Kuratsuchi managed a breathless laugh between exhausted sobs. They placed her in Naruto's arms, and everything else faded. Bright red hair. Tiny fists. A quiet strength pulsing in her little frame. For a moment, Naruto forgot every scar, every mission, every burden. Kushina, he whispered. My little Chibiheim. Weeks later, Naruto and Kuratsuchi's home. Parenthood hit fast and hard. Diaper explosions, unpredictable wails, and the joy of discovering she liked chewing on scrolls more than toys. Naruto, former ANBU commander and the most dangerous man in 5 nations, once found wrestling giant snakes easier than calming a teething baby. Kuratsuchi proved the tougher one, stern, efficient, but when Chibiheim giggled and grabbed her nose, she melted every time. They shared sleepless nights on the couch, both passed out, with Kushina asleep between them on Naruto's chest. 6 months later, baby playdates. Kurenai arrived with baby Mirai Sarutobi, strapped to her chest and glaring at the world like she was ready to inherit Asuma's trench knives. She's been trying to punch everything. Kurenai sighed. I blame Guy. Kushina and Mirai shared their first playdate in the gardens outside the Hokage Tower. Mirai tried to grab a stick. Kushina tackled her. That's my girl. Kuratsuchi smirked proudly. Takes after her old man. Naruto beamed. Please! You fall asleep sitting up. 1 year later. Kakashi Hatake was never one for romance. But Shizen saw through his aloofness with the precision of a medic and the patience of someone who had worked with Tsunade for decades. Their relationship began subtly: tea breaks, paperwork swaps, late-night sparring. Then one day, Naruto walked in on them making out against a filing cabinet in the mission archives. He stood frozen for 10 seconds before backing out slowly. Later at Ichiraku. "You knew?" Naruto hissed across the table. "Of course I knew," Kuratsuchi said, sipping miso soup. "They've been sneaking off during council meetings." Their romance built in private until, one spring morning, Kakashi asked Naruto a favor. "Would you officiate our wedding?" The ceremony was held under falling sakura petals. Kushina was the ring bearer, tripping twice but proudly delivering the rings. Naruto gave the speech with teary eyes, barely finishing. "If there's anyone who deserves peace, it's the people who bled for it." Guy, not to be outdone by his rival, loudly declared his love for Ichiraku after bringing her 20 bouquets in 20 days. She threw the last one at his head. He took that as a yes. They were chaos incarnate: cooking battles, noodle shop wrestling, and the announcement of their engagement shouted from the top of Hokage Tower at 5 a.m. Anko had sworn off dating entirely, until Ichiraku started bringing her lunch during mission debriefs. "You're not my type," she told him. "Good," Ichiraku said, "because you're terrifying." Somehow it worked. They shared drinks, missions, and late-night philosophy about life and loneliness. When Kushina was sick, Anko showed up with toys, Ichiraku with books. Kushina called her Aunt Snakey. She loved it. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, the new Ino Shikacho. Mission border camp, Firewind border. Smoke curled from Shikamaru's lips as he crouched over a map pinned with chakra markers. "If they swing north, we'll intercept them at the canyon mouth." Ino, standing nearby, rolled her eyes. "You could say that without sounding like you want to take a nap after." Choji munched a protein bar. "Just glad we're not freezing our butts off like last time." They moved like a unit, old friendship now forged into refined strategy. Their mission was a clean success, 3 missing Nin apprehended with minimal resistance. Later that night, Shikamaru looked up at the stars and muttered, "Troublesome, but this is what we're supposed to be." Hinata, the white tigress of the Hyuga. Training Hall, Konoha Academy. "Again!" Hinata barked. The genin hesitated, flinched, and then tried again. This time, the clone evasion worked. "Better," Hinata said. Her eyes flared with Byakugan as she demonstrated a faint strike so clean that even the teachers winced. Later, Niji watched from the shadows, arms folded. "You've become terrifying," he muttered. Hinata smiled softly. "Only when they need me to be." Tenten and Niji, Blades and Seals. Hidden training compound, Konoha's outskirts. Tenten slammed a seal onto the wall, releasing a barrage of chakra needles. Niji darted through them, spinning, graceful as ever. They landed side by side. "Your new seal arrays," Niji said. "Dangerous." "You say that like it's a bad thing." They grinned. Choji, Kiba, and Shino, the vanguard unit. Wilderness near river country. The 3 crouched behind foliage, tracking rogue shinobi. Kiba's nose twitched. 3 targets. 500 meters. Shino's bugs already moved. Surround. No escape. Choji nodded, releasing his partial multi-size technique, now faster, more efficient. They struck in unison, like hounds from the dark. Naruto's living room, afternoon sunlight. Jiraiya lay face down with Kushina sitting on his back, shrieking with laughter. She smacked his head repeatedly with a soft toy toad. "My guy! Mighty bonk!" Tsunade sat nearby, painting her toenails. "Serves you right for teaching her names like that." "She started it!" Kushina's eyes sparkled. "Grandpa Jiraiya slow. Chibiheim fast." Anoki and Katsuchi visit Konoha. Diplomatic Garden, spring. Anoki, leaning heavily on his cane, stared down at Kushina, who blinked up at him before waddling forward and grabbing his beard. "Fuzzy!" she declared. The elder Tsuchikage melted in real time. She's perfect. Kitsuchi kneeled beside her, letting her climb into his lap with an innocence that shattered all of Iwa's legendary stoicism. I brought her a boulder from the North Ridge, he said proudly. Naruto watched them in silence, one arm around Kuratsuchi's waist. Your family's going soft. Mine? She smirked. You cried when she said Papa? I deny nothing. Sasuke and Konohamaru, student and shadow. The midday sun beat down as Konohamaru Sarutobi, sweaty and bruised, wiped dirt from his cheek. Across from him, Sasuke Uchiha stood with arms folded, not a scratch on him. You're too predictable, Sasuke said. Try again. Konohamaru gritted his teeth. You say that every time. Because you haven't changed it yet. In the treeline, Naruto leaned against a branch, arms crossed, watching silently. The wind tousled his cloak as he observed his two students, one a genin with a legacy to live up to, the other a commander of shadows, colder and sharper than before. Konohamaru formed 3 clones, flanked left and right. He dashed forward, kunai in hand. Sasuke moved once. One strike. All 3 clones vanished. The real Konohamaru dropped flat on his back, panting. Still too slow, Sasuke said. But better. Konohamaru blinked. It was the first compliment he'd heard from Sasuke in a year. Naruto dropped from the trees, kneeling beside him. You've got guts, Naruto said, grinning. But guts alone won't beat the real world. That's why you're training with us. With both of you? Konohamaru asked. Yeah, Naruto replied. You'll learn from my heart, and his edge. Sasuke looked away, but said nothing. Konohamaru sat up and smiled, bruised but beaming. Then I won't stop until I catch up to you both. Hokage Tower rooftop, present day. The sun had dipped low, casting a warm orange hue across the Hokage monument. From the highest rooftop, the village of Konoha stretched out like a dream carved into reality. Glowing lanterns, tiled rooftops, laughing voices. It was peace. Naruto Uzumaki, older now, stood still as the wind played with the hem of his Hokage cloak. In the gardens below, a red-haired blur darted between training dummies. Little Kushina Uzumaki, almost 3, shrieked triumphantly as she smacked a wooden kunai against a target twice her size. Got you, you big bad bandit! Her giggles echoed up to the rooftop. Kuratsuchi joined Naruto's side, crossing her arms. She's terrifying. She's perfect, Naruto replied without hesitation. They stood in silence for a while, watching their daughter reenact a hero mission she'd overheard from Uncle Konohamaru. A passing jonin tried to correct her form. Kushina threw a mud ball at him and bolted behind a tree. I have no idea where she gets that from, Naruto said flatly. Oh please, Kuratsuchi smirked. That little gremlin is your karma. He chuckled, but his smile faded as he handed her a scroll. She read it quickly, her expression turning cold. Utakata. And now Isabu? Alpha Squad is en route, Naruto said. Sasuke's leading. Kakashi's overseeing the strategy. I'm staying with her. Good, Kuratsuchi nodded. One of us should. It's starting again. She didn't need to ask what it was. They stood quietly, the weight of leadership and parenthood sitting heavily on their shoulders. But down below, a red-haired whirlwind shouted. Papa! Mama! Look! I defeated the bandit boss! She struck a pose with her toy kunai, fierce and radiant. Naruto smiled faintly. She thinks the world is safe. Kuratsuchi laced her fingers with his. Then let's make sure it stays that way. Naruto nodded, his voice steady. Let the shadows come. We'll meet them in the light. Outskirts of Sunagakure, twilight. The desert wind screamed across the dunes, whipping grains of sand into the sky like a cloak of daggers. But 2 figures walked through it unfazed, robes fluttering like shadows, red clouds glowing against the burning horizon. Deidara adjusted the scope on his eye, scanning the sandstorm ahead with a manic grin. So this is the great hidden fortress of Suna, Thought it'd be taller. Beside him, Sasori said nothing. His puppet body moved with eerie stillness, cloaked in the shell of the red sand. It's not the village, Sasori murmured. It's the Kazekage. TCH. Art made of sand? Deidara laughed. Can't wait to blow it to bits. They halted atop a ridge. Below them, the sandstone walls of Sunagakure stretched across the ravine like a fortress born of the desert itself. A patrol passed near the outer gate, 2 guards, bored, distracted. Deidara's hand opened, and tiny clay birds unfolded from his palm like origami. C1 recon type. The birds flitted downward, silent as ghosts. He's in the village, Deidara said, eyes gleaming. Gaara. The Ichibi. Then we move tonight, Sasori replied. No theatrics. Get in. Get out. Oh please, Sasori Dana. Deidara grinned, feeding more clay into his palm. Let me have a little fun. Art is a bang and I will break your spine, Sasori said flatly. Deidara sighed. No one appreciates vision these days. Within Suna's walls, Kazekage Tower. Gaara, still and watchful as ever, stood in the upper balcony of the Kazekage Tower. His gourd rested against the wall. His face was more mature now, eyes just as haunted, but steadier. Beside him, Baki read from a mission dispatch scroll. Konoha has acknowledged the alert from Kiri. The Hokage has mobilized their ANBU Alpha Squad to patrol the Isabu Reformation Zone. Gaara nodded. Naruto won't wait for the Akatsuki to move freely. He'll act. Baki hesitated. You think they'll come here? Gaara closed his eyes. He felt the sand beneath his feet shudder, the faintest ripple, like a whisper. They already have. Rooftops of Suna, midnight. Deidara and Sasori moved like shadows across the rooftops. The sentries never even saw them pass. Central Tower, Sasori whispered. His chakra is within. We go now. Perfect. I've got just the hello planned. Before Deidara could finish, the sand beneath their feet shifted. Hard. A wave of compressed sand launched into the air, exploding in a dome. Deidara twisted mid-jump, barely avoiding the crushing fist that rose from the building's side. Atop the Kazekage Tower, Gaara floated silently on a platform of sand, his eyes locked on the intruders. You're not welcome here. Deidara smirked. Bingo. Target acquired. The Shadow of the Akatsuki Arc. Chapter 47, The Siege of Sand. Sunagakure, the battle begins. The night cracked open with the sound of grinding sand and thunderous chakra. A storm of golden dust engulfed the sky above Sunagakure as Gaara of the Sand, floating high above the Kazekage Tower, raised his hand with surgical calm. Beneath him, Deidara soared on a monstrous clay bird, weaving between tendrils of compressed sand. Every beat of its wings scattered explosive clay. Kazekage, huh? Deidara shouted gleefully. Let's see how long you can hold the throne. He hurled 3 C2 clay bombs. Gaara raised a wall of sand. Boom! Explosions ripped through the tower's upper spire. The sand coiled back protectively around Gaara as he extended his hand, eyes narrowing. You will not harm my village. From the rooftops, civilians scattered. Baki shouted orders to the Suna elite guard to secure the evacuation zone. Down in the shadows, Sasori moved quietly, already infiltrating toward the village archives. Let Deidara play, he murmured. I'll handle the real task. ANBU Alpha en route. Border forest, fire country. A flicker of movement zipped through the trees, a swirl of black flak vests, masks, and silent precision. ANBU Alpha moved like phantoms. At its front, Sasuke Uchiha, now wearing a matte black wolf mask with red trimming. Behind him, Tenzo, Yugao, and 2 others. They moved toward the marsh territory, where chakra sensors had begun detecting shifts in terrain and dense natural chakra, signs of Isabu's potential reformation. In the trees above, Kakashi monitored from the shadows, not directly part of the team, but ever watchful. Maintain distance, Sasuke whispered into the calm line. If the 3 tails is even half formed, we don't provoke. Understood, Tenzo replied. Let's get eyes on the lake. Gaara vs. Deidara, rising stakes. Back in Suna, the sky was a blur of light and sound. Gaara's defense was nearly perfect. Sand barriers, spears, and wings, shifting around civilians like a living shield. But Deidara had patience now. He wasn't just throwing bombs, he was drawing Gaara out. You're good, he called. But you protect them, that makes you predictable. From a hidden pouch, Deidara released a swarm of C3 microbombs shaped like butterflies, fluttering harmlessly through the night air. Gaara swept them aside, but too late realized their true path. The buildings below. No! He dove, sand sweeping under the explosion, saving a district, but exposing himself. A second bird was already diving from above. Katsu! Boom! The sky went white. Dust still hung in the sky like smoke when the sand began to fall, limp, heavy, no longer guided by chakra. Gaara lay collapsed in the ruins of the tower's balcony. His gourd shattered. Blood stained the sand. Deidara crouched beside him, breathing hard, one arm mangled, a wild grin splitting his face. Tough little bastard, he muttered. But in the end, still just a vessel. A clay bird descended. Sasori emerged from the shadows behind it, unscathed. Extraction will begin once we're out of range, he said. Let's go. Deidara lifted Gaara's unconscious form onto the bird. Art is a... Shut up and fly, Sasori muttered. They vanished into the night sky. Below, Temari and Baki stood at the base of the burning tower, surrounded by wounded. Temari's hand shook. Get word to Konoha, she said, her voice like steel over breaking glass. Tell them they took Gaara. Hokage Tower. The morning sun barely crested the rooftops when the war room doors burst open. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura stood before Naruto as he unfurled the priority dispatch scroll from Suna. Kakashi and Sasuke had been recalled. Naruto grabbed them with Hirishin personally. Meanwhile, Alpha Squad was still monitoring Isabu. Gaara's been taken. Confirmed Akatsuki, Naruto said, voice tight. The infiltrators were two, one puppet master, likely Sasori of the Red Sand, and a clay user. He paused. Deidara. Kakashi's eye narrowed. Sakura clenched her fists. Sasuke didn't flinch. Before any of them could respond, the door opened again, this time gently. Kuratsuchi entered, wearing her travel vest, one arm around a squirmy, pajama-clad Kushina. You're sending them, aren't you? She asked, voice low. Naruto nodded. Just received word from Temari. She's mobilizing support. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura leave within the hour. Naruto was right to bring us back last night. It did feel like a distraction going after Utakata first. They were trying to shift focus from Suna, Kakashi added. Kuratsuchi shifted, her face unreadable. Her eyes flicked to the scrolls still open on the desk. Deidara, she repeated quietly. Naruto looked at her. You knew him. He was annoying, she muttered. But yeah, I knew him. Before he went rogue. A pause. Let me go, she said. If it's him, I need to be there. Naruto studied her expression. Not anger. Not vengeance. Conviction. You're sure? She stepped forward and handed Kushina over carefully. You'll watch her, won't you? She said, gently brushing Kushina's red hair behind her ear. You're my whole world, she whispered. Be good for Papa. Kushina yawned and rested her head on Naruto's shoulder, but not before murmuring. You gonna punch the bad guy? Hard. Kuratsuchi smiled. She turned to Naruto. Don't forget to feed her. And if she asks for soup, she means ramen. Don't fall for the miso lie. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'm the Hokage. You're also the guy who let her eat sabe until she threw up. That happened once. She kissed Kushina on the forehead and turned to go, adjusting her gloves. You gonna miss me? She teased over her shoulder. Naruto smirked. Only every second. Damn right. The wind carried fine dust across the dunes as Team Kakashi, bolstered by Kuratsuchi, raced towards Suna in tight formation. Kakashi and Sasuke took the lead, while Sakura and Kuratsuchi ran side by side behind them. "You knew Deidara, right?" Sakura asked, voice steady despite their pace. Kuratsuchi gave a small nod. "He was one of ours back then. Loud, arrogant. Always blowing things up and calling it art. I didn't hate him. But I didn't trust him either." "Was he close to your clan?" "Not really. He was a prodigy, but he never cared about the village. He wanted his name to outlive Stone." Sakura looked at her carefully. "And now?" Kuratsuchi's jaw tightened. "Now I want to see if he still bleeds." They ran in silence for a few seconds before Sakura added gently, "You miss home?" Kuratsuchi's expression softened, her eyes distant. "Yeah. Naruto. And Kushi-chan." Sakura smiled. "She really is adorable. Wasn't always on board," Kuratsuchi admitted. "Thought I'd ruin her. I'm stubborn. No idea how to be a mom. But she came out swinging, tiny fists and all. Looked like Naruto, but with my attitude. I was doomed from the start." "She plays with Mirai, right?" Sakura asked. "Yup. And Kakashi's kid too." Speaking of which," Kakashi cut in from up ahead, glancing over his shoulder. "Rei now refuses to eat anything unless Kushina approves of it first. He literally handed me broccoli the other day and said, 'Kushi-chan doesn't like it either.'" "Your problem," Kuratsuchi grinned. "He also told Mirai that frogs explode when you're angry enough. I blame Naruto." "You're not wrong," Sasuke muttered. "Shizen thinks they're a good trio," Kakashi said. "I think we've created a future crime syndicate." "Shizen's still against the mask idea?" Sakura asked. "Completely," Kakashi sighed. "I think Rei would look adorable in a little mask. It's traditional. But new, he has to show emotions." "Sounds like Rei already has a personality," Sasuke said dryly. "He has two. One's mine, and one's a smaller, scarier Shizen." "Wait," Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes. "He told Kushina that if she punches a boy and says she's sorry after, it counts as sharing." "Oh," Kakashi blinked. "Yeah. That one was definitely me." They all laughed. Then Kuratsuchi smiled wistfully. "I can't wait to get back home. Naruto, Kushi-chan, Rei annoying her over snacks. That's my life now. And I love it." Sasuke smirked. "You've gone soft." "No," she said, grin returning. "I've got something worth fighting for." Sakura noticed Sasuke turn slightly, sensing a shift. "How's Yukiko?" she asked, a bit too casually. "Fine," Sasuke said, eyes forward. "She's still living with you, huh?" Kuratsuchi asked. "It's temporary," he muttered. "Sure it is," Kakashi murmured. "Totally temporary. Like my marriage wasn't." Sakura said nothing. But she ran a little harder. Southern wind border, near Sunagakure. A plume of dust trailed across the horizon. Temari, flanked by two elite guards, met the approaching squad with narrowed eyes. Her hair was wind-tangled, her fan strapped tight across her back. Fatigue lined her face, but her steps didn't slow. "You're late," she called out. "We're early," Kakashi corrected, lifting a hand. "You're just too fast." Sasuke, Kuratsuchi, and Sakura came to a stop beside him. Temari's eyes scanned them. Her relief flickered, but she didn't let it show. "Gaara was taken. Deidara and another, likely Sasori. Kankuro tried to stop them. He was poisoned. He's stable, barely." Her voice faltered slightly on that last word. Sasuke noticed. So did Sakura. Kuratsuchi stepped forward. "Let's get there. We're wasting time." Temari nodded. But as they turned back toward the village, her eyes lingered on Sasuke and Sakura for a moment too long. The team was led swiftly into a sandstone tower on the eastern quarter of Suna. Inside, the medical wing bustled, dozens of wounded, chakra-burned civilians, and still more being triaged in the halls. Kankuro lay unconscious in a sand-padded bed, sweat beading on his brow. Black veins spidered out from beneath his collar. Sakura was at his side instantly. Poison. Advanced. Multiple stage compound, she muttered. Temari stood nearby, tense. I've never seen it before. I have, Sakura said. Sasori. She immediately summoned a scroll, opening vials and syringes in a whirlwind of motion. Chio stepped into the chamber, sharp-eyed despite her age. Her gaze fell on Kakashi, and she froze mid-step. You! The tension in the room thickened. Sakura paused, syringe mid-air. White Fang, Chio whispered. You look just like him. Kakashi inclined his head respectfully. He was my father. Tsukumo Hatake. Chio's expression twisted, shock, grief, anger, all flashing in an instant. He killed my son. On the border of river country. Everyone went still. Kakashi's voice was quiet. He spoke of your son. Said he was brave and skilled. Chio's hand trembled, but she didn't speak for a long moment. And yet, the man who brought me grief raised a man who comes here to save our people. She turned her back. Fix the boy. If nothing else, maybe the past doesn't have to poison everything. The room was silent save for the faint clink of glass as Sakura Haruno adjusted the final compound in the antidote formula. She wiped her brow, focused completely on the web of chakra threads and darkened veins spreading through Kankuro's body. Poison's highly complex, 3 phases, embedded with chakra disruption elements. Definitely Sasori's work. She stabilized the syringe and injected the antidote near the base of Kankuro's neck. His body tensed. Then slowly, the black lines across his chest began to recede. Vitals stabilizing, she muttered. Temari, standing at the bedside, gripped the railing tightly. He'll live? She asked, voice raw. Sakura nodded. It'll take time, but yeah? I've got him. Temari exhaled for the first time since Gaara was taken. Outside, in a shaded strategy tent, the Konoha team and Suna's command gathered around a topographical map. Kakashi knelt beside it, tracing a finger over the known border outposts. They're on aerial transport, clay-based flight. They'll be heading toward high terrain with cover. Caves or mountainous ridges. Sasuke nodded. Likely traveling by night. Then we move now, Kuratsuchi said. They'll expect a delay. Let's catch them wrong. Agreed, Kakashi replied. We'll refuel, take half a unit, and cut across the basin. If we're fast, we'll intercept before they reach extraction ground. Outside the tent, as the others prepared, Temari sat on a low wall, looking down at her bandaged hands. Kuratsuchi approached, carrying 2 canteens. She tossed one over. Temari caught it without looking. Thanks. A pause. You did everything you could, Kuratsuchi said gently. Temari's jaw clenched. Not enough. None of us ever think it is, Kuratsuchi replied. But that doesn't mean we stop trying. Temari glanced sideways at her, the tension easing slightly. How's the little brat? Kuratsuchi smirked. Kushi-chan? Probably chasing Rei around the garden, declaring herself Hokage. Again. Temari smiled. She gets that from her mother. She gets the chaos from her father. She calls me Aunt Temari, you know, Temari said, voice softening. Because you bribe her with cinnamon dumplings every time you visit. Temari chuckled. Miss her. So do I, Kuratsuchi admitted. But first, we bring Gaara back. They both stood, the moment brief but grounding. Let's go make someone pay, Temari said. Now you sound like me. The chamber of extraction. The air was damp and heavy, thick with chakra and the faint hum of something ancient. In the heart of a vast, underground cave, the Gedo statue loomed, its monstrous hands spread like claws, fingers curled slightly inward as if preparing to pluck something from the soul of the world. Chains, black with seeping jutsu, coiled around Gaara like snakes. His body floated just above the statue's mouth, unconscious, suspended by puppeteer threads of chakra. On a ledge above, Sasori adjusted the final seal, while Deidara leaned against the wall, one eye bruised, grinning despite the pain. All that for a nap, Deidara muttered. Hope he wakes up before he dies. Wouldn't want him to miss the show. Sasori didn't respond. His hands moved precisely, activating the final glyphs for the ritual. Below them, the Akatsuki holograms began to appear one by one, ghostly projections across the fingers of the Gedo statue. Pain's voice echoed hollowly through the chamber. Begin the extraction. Chakra surged. The cave trembled. A sound like grinding stone filled the air as the statue opened its mouth wider. The process had begun. Desert pass, shadows on the road. The canyon narrowed. Suddenly, two figures blocked the path ahead, like ghosts stepping from heatwaves. Itachi Uchiha. Kisame Hashigaki. The Konoha team halted. Sasuke's breath caught for only a moment. But it wasn't fear. It was focus. They're chakra clones, Kakashi said calmly. Akatsuki's stalling us. So we're close, Sakura muttered. Split, Kakashi ordered. Sakura and Kuratsuchi, push ahead. Kuratsuchi, you lead the tracking. I'll handle. No. Sasuke stepped forward. His Sharingan activated in a flash of red. I'm taking Itachi. Kakashi looked at him, uncertain. But not for long. This isn't your brother. Doesn't matter, Sasuke said. I need to know I can stand against him. You sure about this? Kuratsuchi asked. This is why I stayed behind, Sasuke said. Let me do this. Kakashi's eye narrowed. Then he nodded. Make it quick. Sasuke's sword dropped into his hand with a flash of lightning dancing across its edge. Ready when you are, Nai-san. The Itachi clone simply raised a hand and activated the Mangekyo. The canyon lit up in red and blue. Sasuke struck first, fast, brutal, precise. His blade cut through rock and smoke as the Itachi clone countered with elegant footwork and genjutsu overlays. Sasuke's eyes burned. Not this time. A flurry of hand signs then. Fire style, Phoenix Blaze! Explosive fireballs pounded the ridge. The clone flickered, genjutsu, and reappeared behind Sasuke. Still predictable, the clone said. Sasuke didn't turn. And you're not real. He spun with a Chidori-infused backhand that shattered the clone's torso. The fake Itachi staggered. You've grown stronger. I had to, Sasuke said. I follow someone who taught me to fight for more than revenge. The clone's form shimmered, cracking. Uzumaki Naruto? My Hokage, Sasuke said. And the one who's going to change everything you left behind. With a final flash of lightning, Sasuke plunged his blade through the clone's chest. It vanished in a whisper of smoke. Meanwhile, on the opposite ridge, Team Guy collided with the Kisame clone like a hurricane. Lee spun with blazing chakra. Niji struck pressure points faster than the eye could follow. Tenten hurled explosive tags like throwing stars. And Guy, with his hair wild and green chakra flowing, unleashed the sixth gate in a pulse of raw power. This time, you're not getting back up, he roared. The Kisame clone smiled as it parried his punch. I'm not trying to. Kuratsuchi and Sakura moved fast, now joined by Sasuke, who arrived with a single nod, his face calm, unreadable, and resolved. It's done, he said. You okay? Kuratsuchi asked. Yeah, Sasuke said. It wasn't him. But I needed that. Sakura gave a faint smile, even as her fists clenched tighter. Then let's finish this. They crested the final dune, and saw the massive ridge ahead. Chakra leaked from it like a rising storm. At its center, the Akatsuki were already in motion. The air was thick with the scent of clay and chakra smoke. From atop the broken ridge, Deidara hovered on his monstrous clay bird, his grin twitching as he scanned the horizon. Below, the wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of enemies. Company, he muttered. Sasori didn't even look up from his seal work. Finish them. I'm almost done. They brought a welcoming party, HM. Deidara smirked, molding a fresh lump of clay between his palms. Just beyond the final dunes, sand exploded as Team Kakashi arrived in force. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kuratsuchi broke into the clearing, fanning out instinctively. Sasuke's Sharingan glinted in the shadows of the stone basin. There, he said. They're in the canyon. Kakashi gave a subtle nod. No time for stealth. We hit hard. Kuratsuchi. But she was already moving. Her eyes locked onto the airborne silhouette, her steps quickening with the rise of fury in her chest. Deidara! She barked. He looked down, curious, until recognition clicked into place. Kuratsuchi? Oh ho, now this is nostalgic. Clay rumbled beneath her feet as a spear of magma shot up from the sand, aiming straight for the bird's underbelly. Deidara yanked back just in time, laughing as the impact sprayed molten earth skyward. You're feisty these days. Dust curled in angry spirals across the battlefield. The rock still hissed from the heat of Kuratsuchi's last strike, lava veins glowing faintly underfoot. Above her, wings of white clay beat furiously as Deidara rose again from the smoke, scorched and bleeding. His left arm was hanging slightly off-angle, but he grinned like a man. You've gotten stronger, he called, circling above. Did being Naruto's baby mama finally make you soft? Kuratsuchi didn't flinch. I think the soft one is the guy bleeding out of the sky. Deidara's eye narrowed behind his scope. Cute. So what's it like, huh? Trading explosions for diapers? I heard the little brat even has whiskers. Bet the kid throws better tantrums than you ever did. She didn't reply. Her silence wasn't weakness. It was coiled steel. The battlefield wasn't for emotional outbursts anymore. Not for her. He dove. She stepped sideways, lava shooting up in a spire. It grazed his bird's wing, forcing him to spiral out and land in a wide arc. Dust rolled. He stood across from her now, panting. You really think this changes anything? He snarled. You'll still lose. I'm Akatsuki. And you're just a name stamped by a man who abandoned the stone. Her eyes gleamed with something sharper than hate. You're the shame of IWA. The words hung like ash between them. It'll be one of us who puts you down. Not Konoha. Not Suna. But me. TCH. You think you're hot stuff now, huh? She raised her hands slowly, forming familiar seals. I don't think. I know. The trees buzzed with summer cicadas. Sweat clung to Kuratsuchi's brow as she stared down at her hands. Naruto stood across from her, holding a glowing sphere of raw chakra. Beside him, Kushina clapped her tiny hands from her high chair under the shade of a tree. You're overstabilizing it, Naruto said. It's not about control. It's about rotation and intent. It's unstable. So are you. He grinned, holding the Rasengan aloft. But you're still standing. Kuratsuchi gritted her teeth. She extended her palm, and for a second, just a flicker, the sphere held. Kushina squealed in delight. Mama, do the swirly ball! Kuratsuchi blinked. Naruto laughed. That's what we're calling it now. Swirly ball. If I perfect this, you're making dinner all week. Deal. Present, the swirly ball unleashed. Deidara charged. Twin clay dragons curled at his sides, mouths wide and ready to detonate. Kuratsuchi didn't run. She extended her hand, and the chakra gathered fast. She could feel it spinning wildly, her control dancing on a thread's edge. But this time, she wasn't alone. She had purpose. She had someone waiting. Swirly ball, huh? She whispered. The Rasengan flared to life. She met Deidara head-on. He saw it too late. The swirling mass struck him dead center, ripping into the reinforced chest of his clay armor with a scream of grinding energy. He flew backward, slammed into a boulder, and exploded in a burst of dust and fire. The shockwave buckled the cliffs. When it settled, there was nothing left. Kuratsuchi dropped to one knee, panting, but upright. That's for Kushina. The sun burned low as Kakashi tore across the dunes, Gaara's lifeless body held in his arms. "Hold on," he muttered. "Just hold on." Temari and Chio saw him before he landed. "No," Temari whispered. Kakashi placed Gaara gently down. "We were too late." "I'm sorry." Chio was silent. Then she moved. Slow. Deliberate. "There's still one thing I can do." She raised her hands and began weaving seals long forbidden by Suna's laws. "What are you doing?" Temari asked, her voice shaking. "Repaying a life," Chio said quietly. "The way I should have long ago." On a nearby ridge, Guy and his squad finally drove their respective mirror clones into the stone. Lee panted, bruised but smiling. "Third time's the charm, Guy-sensei." "It's youth, Lee. It always triumphs." Tenten groaned. "You're both impossible." Naruto landed in a red flash just as the dust finished settling over the Deidara crater. He had left as soon as he heard they found their hideout. Fearing the worst, he didn't want to leave it up to chance. He scanned the devastation, heart thudding. He saw Sasuke and Sakura emerge from the cave behind, bloodied but standing. He turned, only to see Kuratsuchi, covered in soot and bruises, leaning against a rock. She didn't even say hello. Her eyes narrowed. "You were supposed to stay with her." "In the village." Naruto froze. "We had a deal," she snapped. "Gaara." "I don't care," she said, voice cutting. "You broke the one promise I needed you to keep." He took a breath. "She's with Tsunade. Better hope she still likes you when I get back." She brushed past him, shoulder checking him with deliberate force. He turned to watch her leave, stunned. But even as she walked away, she didn't limp. She had fought the best of the Akatsuki, and she had stood tall. "Ugh! Not the couch again!" Naruto whispered in defeat. The Shadow of the Akatsuki Arc. Chapter 48. Hits just keep coming. It was well past midnight when the laughter finally stopped. A gentle breeze passed through the quiet halls of the Hokage residence, stirring the wind chimes outside the nursery window. Within, a warm paper lantern cast a golden glow across the room, illuminating the small crib where Kushina Uzumaki slept soundly, her red hair tangled over her cheeks, her thumbs still near her mouth. Naruto leaned over the railing with his arms folded, just watching her. His smile was quiet, more reverent than joyful, like he didn't want to breathe too loudly and break the moment. Behind him, Kuratsuchi moved silently, arms wrapping around his waist from behind. Her chin rested lightly between his shoulder blades. "She looks like you," she murmured. "You think so?" "Only when she's sleeping. The rest of the time she's clearly my problem." Naruto chuckled softly, his fingers brushing over Kushina's tiny hand. "I still don't know how we're doing this," he whispered. "You're the Hokage. I'm an ambassador and about to go back active. Neither of us should be home before 2 a.m. But here we are." A beat passed between them. "Naruto," she said, more seriously this time. "We can't let her grow up like we did." He stiffened. "Not like my mom. Not like your clan." Kuratsuchi's voice wavered, but she steadied it with a breath. "If one of us has to leave, if duty calls, the other stays." Naruto nodded slowly. "Always." She reached past him and gently tucked Kushina's blanket around her. "She's never going to feel abandoned. Not even for a second." He turned and cupped her cheek. "We'll build her a world better than the one we survived." They kissed under the lantern light, while outside the wind stirred the trees, and for a moment, the future was still and perfect. Present time. Late morning sunlight filtered through the garden canopy, casting speckled shadows on the soft grass. The air smelled faintly of plum blossoms and miso, drifting from Tsunade's simmering pot on the windowsill. "Go, go, go!" Kushina yelled, dashing forward with a stick raised high like a great war club. Her red hair whipped behind her, cheeks flushed with glee. Rei Hatake, solemn as ever, adjusted the oversized paper mask taped to his face. It was an uneven cutout, crooked eye holes, a smudged marker smile, and a very clear attempt at copying his father's ANBU dog mask. Mirai Sarutobi sat cross-legged beside a stuffed tanuki doll and scolded it sharply. You can't counter taijutsu with sleeping jutsu. That's not how missions work. From the porch, Tsunade raised her teacup, watching the chaos unfold with amused exasperation. Your son has the emotional range of a retired jonin, she commented. He's perfect, Shizen replied, hands on her hips as she tried to coax Rei into removing the mask. Except for the mask obsession. Let him dream, said Kurenai, stepping outside with a tray of fruit slices. He only puts it on after missions. He thinks snacks are debriefings. Kakashi wore it once when sparring, Shizen said. It's burned into his DNA now. The three women settled into the shade as the children tumbled into a heap on the grass, laughter echoing under the trees. Naruto hasn't dropped by yet, Shizen said casually. He usually sneaks snacks before lunch. Neither has Kuratsuchi, Kurenai added, glancing over. She and Kushina are practically glued together most days. Tsunade's smile faded slightly. She took a long sip of her tea before answering. They're in Suna. Both women blinked. What? Together? Shizen said, eyes widening. Tsunade nodded. Gaara was taken. Akatsuki moved. Kuratsuchi joined the strike team. Naruto followed. Silence. Kurenai's brow furrowed. They promise. They did, Tsunade said quietly. But Gaara's life tipped the scale. Shizen looked toward the children. Rei had given Kushina his mask, and she wore it proudly now, proclaiming herself Captain Whiskers of the Konoha Wolves. She has no idea, Shizen murmured. Tsunade's gaze lingered on the girl. Let's keep it that way. For now. Predator and prey. The forests at the northern edge of Lightning Country were far too quiet. Beneath the silver canopy of pine and maple, broken leaves littered the moss-covered trail, yet not a single bird called. The air itself held its breath. A figure in blue moved like lightning between the trees, her chakra fierce, wild, cracking through the air like dry lightning. Yujuto ni, Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, skidded to a stop in a clearing, her hands crackling with heat and her chest heaving. Blood stained her right shoulder, and her once sleek shinobi coat was torn from the thigh to the ribs. I know you're there, she hissed. Come out, cowards! The response was a laugh. Deep, throaty, and laced with menace. From the underbrush emerged two figures. The first was tall, with ragged stitches crisscrossing his body like grotesque seams. Kakuzu. His eyes were like dead stone. The second, grinning, red-eyed, dragging a massive three-bladed scythe behind him, was Haiden. We weren't hiding, Haiden said, licking blood from his lip. We were admiring the view. Jinchuriki are always so energetic. This one's chakra is volatile, Kakuzu noted flatly. She's burning through it fast. Let's see if the cat inside her hisses. Haiden sneered. Yujuto didn't waste time with threats. With a flare of chakra, her body lit like a forge, and the ground beneath her scorched black as her transformation began. You'll regret this. I hope so, Haiden grinned. Pain makes it worth it. The clearing erupted in blue fire. Elsewhere in the western volcanic range between earth and mist, the remnants of a violent clash lingered in the air. Charred trees. Melted stone. Faint traces of scorched chakra. At the edge of a steaming crater, Kisame Hashigaki stood with Samahata slung lazily over his back, looking down at a half-buried seal tag burning away in the ash. His gills flexed with exertion, but he was grinning. Limp over his shoulder hung Rashi, Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. His body was limp. His cloak torn. His head hung down, his hair soaked with sweat and blood. Stubborn old man, Kisame muttered, turning. But you're mine now. He hoisted Rashi and walked back into the mist, leaving the battlefield smoking behind him. The air inside the chamber was still and thick with grief. Gaara's body lay stretched upon the sandstone dais, pale and unmoving, the red of his hair stark against the dusty light filtering through the broken ceiling. His gourd lay cracked nearby, emptied and useless. Around him, silence held firm. Temari stood with her arms rigid, fingers trembling as they curled around her fan. Her teeth were clenched hard enough to ache. Sakura, kneeling to one side, had tears in her eyes but no more words to offer. And in the center, bent and fragile but utterly resolute, was Chiyo. Her hands hovered over Gaara's chest, the aged fingers beginning to trace a jutsu circle in the air. Her chakra was old, not weak, but slow to rise, like a flame rekindled from forgotten coals. "I've lived too long," she whispered, her voice rasping like dry paper. "Too long making puppets, and excuses." Naruto stood just behind her, breathing hard from the sprint here, eyes locked on Gaara's motionless form. "Is there anything I can do?" he asked hoarsely. Chiyo didn't turn to him, but her voice was steady. "This technique takes everything I have left. But it needs a steady current. Something alive. Something hopeful." Naruto stepped forward without hesitation. "Then take mine." He dropped to his knees beside her, pressing his hands over Gaara's shoulder. "We've come too far," he murmured. "You helped me once. I'm not letting you go." His chakra pulsed, a deep gold tinge with red, powerful but tempered. Kuratsuchi's training had taught him to hold back. Fatherhood had taught him how to give. "He's not done yet," Naruto whispered, closing his eyes. Beside him, Chiyo exhaled and began to chant. Her chakra flowed like a tide, meeting Naruto's current in the air between them. Threads of warmth spun into Gaara's body, stitching through his lungs, his heart, his core. "For the future," Chiyo whispered. "For what comes next." Minutes passed like lifetimes. Then Gaara's chest rose, barely, then again, stronger. Temari gasped, dropping to her knees as her brother's fingers twitched, then curled weakly into a fist. His eyes opened, hazed but focused. He saw Naruto first. "You kept your promise," Gaara murmured. Naruto smiled faintly, blinking moisture from his lashes. "I always will." Chiyo's hand slipped from Gaara's arm. Her body slumped slightly, her breath coming shallow. Temari leaned over in alarm, but the old woman shook her head slowly. "Let me go. I've done my part." Naruto reached out and caught her hand gently. "Thank you," he said. Chiyo smiled. "Live better than we did." She closed her eyes. And was still. Hours later, shifting winds. The heat of the sun had dimmed to a dull warmth by the time the hall had emptied. The air in the medical quarters of Sunagakure was quieter now, no longer filled with the desperate footfalls of medics or the hum of jutsu, but rather soft whispers and sighs. The wind had changed direction, as if the village itself was exhaling. Gaara, alive and upright, rested in a low-seated chair overlooking the village's edge. His face was pale, but his eyes were sharp again. Temari hadn't left his side. Below, the central plaza stirred as allied shinobi began preparations to depart. Inside a smaller hall within the Kazekage residence, Naruto stood with his arms crossed, brow furrowed as he finished his report to those still present: Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, Temari, and several Suna Jonin. "We've confirmed at least 3 active engagements across the elemental nations in the last 72 hours, Naruto said. "That wasn't coincidence. Akatsuki planned this." He placed 3 markers on the sand-drawn map stretched over the table, one in the western volcanic belt near Iwa, another along the lightning borderlands, and the third in a coastal sector monitored by mist. Rashi's chakra signature surged near the fire, earth border before it vanished entirely. Kisame is the likely culprit. Han is still missing, no chakra signature, no trace. He tapped the marker to the east. "This is where Mei's recon squads picked up the remains of a battle, burn patterns, scorched terrain. It matches the profile of Yujutoni's chakra output. There's no direct word from Kumo, but it looks bad." Sakura's expression darkened. "So that's 3 Jinchuriki in under a week." Kakashi folded his arms. "They're coming fast." "Too fast," Naruto said. "This was coordinated. Timed. They hit us from all angles to gauge our defenses, and they found soft spots." He turned towards Sasuke, who had remained silent but alert. Alpha needs you back immediately. Isabu is reforming. The rest of you will return to Konoha to recover. Sasuke, report to the wetlands. You're on point. Sasuke gave a short nod. Understood. Naruto's eyes met Gaara's next. Rest. Then prepare your village. I have a feeling we're only at the edge of what's coming. The sun was setting in streaks of rust and crimson when Naruto found her. Kuratsuchi stood alone at the edge of the sandstone courtyard, arms folded, chin tilted slightly up in a show of calm. But Naruto could read her stance better than anyone. She was simmering. Tight shoulders, clenched jaw, the weight of her glare focused on the clouds rather than him. He approached slowly. Hey, he said. She didn't look at him. Gaara's stable. I'm heading out. Still no response. Naruto sighed. Then, in one motion, he stepped forward, cupped her jaw, and kissed her. It was deep, less apology, more truth. He poured it into her, the regret, the love, the desperation to make it right. When he pulled back, her eyes were wide, but only for a second. I'm sorry I broke our promise, he said quietly. I'll try not to again. But I couldn't let you go alone. Not for something like this. He stepped back just slightly, hand brushing hers. You can stay mad. I deserve it. Just know I love you. With all I've got. Kuratsuchi didn't speak right away. Internally, her thoughts were chaos. Why the hell does he have to say stuff like that? She raged. Why does he have to be so damn sincere? And kiss like that? Stupid idiot, with his stupid jawline and stupid eyes. But she wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Her arms remained crossed, but she did glance over and mutter under her breath. I love you too. Naruto grinned. What was that? Nothing. Go save the world or whatever. He laughed once, then disappeared in a red flash. Kuratsuchi stared at the spot where he'd stood, and finally let the smallest smile slip. Stupid idiot! The boy who shouldn't exist. The wind in Konoha had returned to something gentler. A few weeks had passed since the battle in Suna. The reports of Akatsuki's coordinated attacks were still dissected in the war room every morning, but for the average villager, the streets felt safe again. Lanterns swayed outside food stalls. Genin trained in the yards. And the Hokage Tower stood steady beneath a cloudless sky. But peace, Naruto knew, was never still. He stood at the window of his office, arms folded behind his back, eyes distant. Below, Kushina was in the gardens with Tsunade again, laughing wildly as she tried to sneak dumplings when she thought no one was looking. The sound made Naruto smile. That's when Shikaka knocked once and entered. We've got something strange, he said, tone low. Naruto turned. Another Akatsuki lead? No. Internal. Root. That word alone made Naruto's entire posture shift. Go on. Shikaka placed a thin, unmarked scroll on the desk. One of the remaining root cells, buried deeper than we expected, was operating out of a sealed archive under the Fire Temple District. ENBU swept it last week. What they found wasn't recent. Naruto opened the scroll. Inside, a faded dossier, old and blood-spattered. At the top, in frayed ink, were the words. Experimental Host Program, QB Chakra Dispersion /file # Sora. Naruto's pulse went still. He scanned quickly, until he hit the line that made his stomach twist. Residual chakra extracted during containment failure event at Uzumaki Kushina's second delivery. Sealed into subject Sora under directive of Advisor Kazuma. Observation under Fire Temple jurisdiction. His hands tightened on the scroll. He remembered it, clearer than he wanted to. He'd been a boy, maybe 4 or 5, when his mother screamed through the storm, when the QB ripped loose by the man in the mask, her dying body begging his dad to seal Kurama in him. Minato had saved him. Barely. The fox had been sealed into him. But apparently, not all of it. They used my mother's death, Naruto said coldly. They used my sister's birth too. They thought they were building a failsafe, Shikaka said, jaw tense. Kazuma was killed years ago by Asuma. The child, Sora, was left under the care of the Fire Temple monks. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Where is he now? Shikaka hesitated. That's the thing. He's missing. Fire Temple hasn't heard from him or the others in days. Naruto stared at the scroll without blinking, his mind retracing every fragmented detail from that night, the screams, the roar, the searing pull of chakra. The warmth of his mother's blood on his hands. Minato had died sealing the fox into him. But he hadn't told Naruto that some of it had been torn away and used. Not like he would have known anyway. In the pit of his mind, the air shimmered with heat. The darkness stirred. A low growl rose from deep within the sealed corridor of Naruto's consciousness. They what? Kurama's voice was a feral snarl, echoing like thunder beneath the surface of Naruto's thoughts. Naruto closed his eyes as the chakra brushed the edges of his awareness. They took your chakra during the attack. My chakra. My power. Sliced off and fed to a Moro brat like scraps from the butcher's table? Kurama's growl deepened. Do you know what that does to a soul, Naruto? That chakra wasn't dormant. It was rage. Pain. Grief. That boy, Sora, he's carrying poison. He was just a kid, Naruto replied, voice low in his mind. Like I was. Kurama didn't speak for a moment. Then, find him. Before that power eats him alive. Before it turns him into something even you can't reason with. Naruto exhaled, sharp and quiet. I will. His eyes reopened calmer, but sharper than before. Summon Asuma, he told Shikaku. And Shikamaru, Kotetsu, Izumo. This stays quiet. No council. No public knowledge. Shikaki gave a single nod. You want them to retrieve him? I want them to bring him home. The Hokage's briefing room was smaller than the war hall, more intimate, meant for shadow meetings, classified orders, and conversations that never reached paper. The lights were low when Asuma Sarutobi stepped in, the smell of tobacco clinging to him even though he hadn't lit up. He was followed closely by Shikamaru, slouching but alert, and the ever-serious pair of Kotetsu and Izumo, armor freshly reinforced. Naruto didn't waste time. He slid the scroll across the table. This is Sora, he said. A boy sealed with scattered Kyuubi chakra 17 years ago, during the night my sister was born. Asuma's brow furrowed. I've heard that name. Root took remnants of Kurama's chakra and sealed it into an orphan under an experimental program. The order came from your old squad mate. Naruto's eyes locked onto his. Kazuma. The room chilled. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. The one you. Yeah, Asuma said flatly. I killed him. He went rogue trying to assassinate the Hokage. I didn't know about this. Naruto gave a slow nod. Fire Temple confirmed Sora was raised in secret under their care. But now he's missing. No response from the temple. No chakra pings. Kotetsu glanced at the dossier. This kid, he's carrying your chakra? The worst parts of it, Naruto said, voice tight. Not the seal, not the balance. Just the fury. The loss. Kurama grumbled lowly from within. And no guidance. Naruto pressed on. I'm sending you to retrieve him quietly. No ANBU, no large squads. If he's stable, bring him back. If he's dangerous, neutralize whatever threat you find, but do not kill unless you have no choice. Asuma nodded once, slowly. And if it's too late? Naruto looked him dead in the eye. Then we owe it to him to at least try. The temple's silence. The Fire Temple stood like a forgotten monument. 2 days later, its great archways darkened by soot, its stone courtyards eerily quiet beneath the midday sun. 4 figures crept silently up the winding path, Asuma, Shikamaru, Kotetsu, and Izumo, their eyes sharp, steps deliberate, senses tuned to the lingering dread in the air. It hadn't always been like this. Asuma remembered when the temple grounds rang with training chants, prayer bells, and the scent of incense curling over the rooftops. But now, Now the breeze only carried the faint iron sting of blood. "This isn't a raid," Izumo muttered. "This is a purge." The front gate was ajar. Deep gouges lined the wooden beams, and the once polished stone steps were splattered dark with dried stains. They entered without speaking. Inside the main hall, shattered lanterns lay like broken teeth. Prayer scrolls had been torn from their bindings and left to rot beneath cracked tiles. And then came the smell, stronger now, acrid and fresh beneath the old blood. Shikamaru crouched by the nearest door. "No bodies yet," he said softly. "But someone cleaned the front fast. That means—" Asuma moved toward the central chamber, his boots echoing across the ruined floor. There, in the center of the offering hall, lay a single corpse, half covered by the scorched remains of a ceremonial shroud. Ichiraku. The gold embroidery of the Guardian 12 was still visible on his shoulder, but his eyes were glassed over, throat slashed wide. Asuma knelt beside him. "He died fast," he murmured. "Clean kill." Kotetsu scanned the scene. "His bounty tag's gone. They're cashing him in." Shikamaru turned toward the rear. "No sign of the boy." Izumo approached the altar and picked up a fragment of broken clay. "Explosion tags. Burn patterns at the exit. Someone blasted their way out of here." "Sora didn't do this," Asuma said. "This is organized. This is Akatsuki." He stood, eyes dark. "And we're too late." Ripples at the edge. The wetlands of the southern borderlands were thick with mist and rippling chakra. Here, where the land met the sea in low tides and shifting marsh, the water itself seemed to hum. Birds had vanished. The frogs no longer called. Only the sound of shifting reeds and pulsing tension remained. A crackle of static energy split the silence. Alpha Squad moved like shadows between the waterlogged trees, Captain Sasuke Uchiha at point, his Sharingan active, two ANBU flanking him at precise intervals. In the distance, a shape loomed over the horizon, a massive, shell-covered mass writhing in a shallow lake of chakra runoff. Aisabu. The three tails had begun to fully reform. The beast's eye blinked slowly, once, before vanishing beneath the surface with a titanic whump. The resulting wave nearly knocked one of the ANBU off balance. Sasuke raised his hand for halt. "Contact's real," he said through the comms. "And it's not alone." A flicker, a sharp ripple in the air, followed by a distorted chakra surge just behind the Aisabu formation. One of the ANBU narrowed his eyes. "Sir? Distortion ahead. Visual anomaly." Then they saw it. A figure. Humanoid. Slender. Masked. A swirling pattern adorned the face, black and orange spirals converging on a single eye. "Uchiha!" the figure whispered through the mist. "How poetic." "Toby." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "Contact confirmed. Unknown Akatsuki. Swirl mask. Releasing restriction seal." The two ANBU moved into formation. "Sir?" one asked. "Engage if he attacks. Prioritize intel." Back in Konoha, the mood was calm on the surface. Naruto stood at the top of the Hokage Tower, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the village. His hands were folded behind his back, his senses reaching outward in a meditative pulse. He heard the footsteps before the door opened. Shikaku stepped in, holding a fresh scroll. "Update from Alpha. Aisabu has fully reformed." Naruto's brow furrowed. "And?" "Alpha made contact with a second presence. Unknown but wearing a swirl pattern mask." The air around Naruto seemed to still. "Confirmed visual?" "Yes." "Sasuke's on site. He's already deployed countermeasures." Naruto nodded slowly. "Tell Tsunade to prep the barrier squad. Just in case." Shikaka hesitated. "You're leaving?" Naruto turned, his cloak already flaring as chakra rose around him. "I'm not letting them take another one." He stepped onto the balcony, and vanished in a red flash. The shadow of the Akatsuki arc. Chapter 49, Fear Masked with Rage. The red flash cracked the marshland in two. Naruto Uzumaki landed with force that splintered the shallow lake bed, golden cloak rippling behind him, kunai in one hand, his eyes fixed directly on the masked figure standing on the water ahead. Mist curled around them like breath from a frozen god. Toby turned his head lazily, almost amused, his eyes spinning slowly beneath the spirals of his orange mask. Ah, the fourth boy. And look at you now, cloak, presence, that stiff spine of yours. So Hokage-like. He tilted his head theatrically. Tell me, do you practice your speeches in front of the mirror? Or do you save them for bedtime with your little girl? Naruto's jaw clenched. Behind him, Sasuke narrowed his eyes and raised his hand, but Naruto lifted his own in silent command. Sasuke. Go. Deidara's nearby. Take him out. Naruto, Sasuke said, his Sharingan flaring. He has the Mangekyo. He's not just a ghost. He's dangerous. So am I, Naruto said sharply. You're Alpha's captain. Get it done. Sasuke stared for one breath more, then nodded and vanished in a flicker of movement, heading northwest. Toby made a soft tisk-tisk sound. Splitting up the party already? We just started. And here I had so many fun things to say. Did you know your daughter has your laugh? I heard it once. Sweet. Just like your mother's. That did it. Naruto's chakra surged like a rising tide. You don't say her name. What, Kushina? Toby's voice sharpened, mockery now bitter. She screamed beautifully that night. You should have seen her, fighting, even as the Kyuubi tore her to pieces. Golden light exploded outward. The Rasengan in Naruto's palm wasn't even fully formed before he was airborne, hurling toward Toby with a wrath that shattered the mist. Chakra burned through the air like wildfire. Toby phased through the blow, his laughter warping as he twisted sideways in the air, flickering through dimensional space and landing a dozen meters away, hands still behind his back. That's the problem with you, Naruto. All that power. No control. You'll never protect anyone that way. Shut up and fight me. Naruto threw a kunai skyward, marking the space, and vanished, reappearing behind Toby with a chakra blade drawn, slicing down with violent precision. But it phased through him again. Naruto was already gone. He appeared at the first kunai's arc in the sky, flung another Rasengan downward, and when Toby phased again, Naruto followed up with a second Rasengan, hurled by a clone from behind a tree line. Toby actually had to dodge. He spun out, cloak fluttering, one boot dragging across the water's surface as he regained his stance. There it is, he said. That's the anger I was looking for. Naruto dropped back to the water, his breathing deep. This isn't anger. Not yet. Toby stilled. Let's change that. He raised a hand, and space twisted. A jagged spiral tore open behind Naruto, and dozens of black chains ripped through the rift, aimed to pierce and bind. Naruto vanished, narration again, only to reappear behind Toby with a giant Rasengan, slamming it down. The impact tore the surface of the lake apart, throwing spray skyward like geysers. Toby phased at the last second, barely, and Naruto's clone behind him triggered an explosive tag, creating a shockwave trap. The masked man twisted midair, phasing partially to escape, but this time. Naruto clipped his shoulder. It wasn't much. But it was enough to break the smug poise. Toby landed hard this time. He stood slowly, his tone colder now. You're not like your father, he said. He was fast. Surgical. Controlled. And you're not like Uchiha Madara. Naruto shot back. He wouldn't hide behind a mask and mock children. The silence between them grew heavy. Careful, boy, Toby said, voice low. You're getting warm. Then he vanished again, this time not with ease, but with speed. Their next exchange came like a storm. Naruto hurled kunai in every direction, then flared chakra to warp across them in sequence, creating a vortex of golden light. Toby weaved through dimensions to avoid him, but Naruto was waiting, predicting, forcing him to stay tangible longer and longer. Kurama's voice growled from within. You're pressing him. Good. Keep your center, don't lose it now. I won't. But even Naruto wasn't prepared for the new hand seal Toby formed. The air shimmered, then bent inward, like gravity folding in on itself. Space itself convulsed. What? Naruto's eyes widened. Toby's mask glowed faintly. His one eye bled. Let's see how the Hokage handles nothingness. The swamp behind Naruto collapsed into a swirling black hole. Naruto leapt, only barely avoiding it, but the pull dragged him into the outer edge, slamming his shoulder against a tree as the bark cracked from sheer force. He grunted, rolling out, the cloak sputtering. Kurama! I've got you! Red chakra surged forward, and Naruto steadied his landing, regaining his breath. The tide was turning. And the storm was just beginning. The forest was silent. Too silent. Asuma Sarutobi stood at the head of his team, Shikamaru, Kotetsu, and Izumo, as they approached a clearing scorched by fire and torn from the ground like something had erupted beneath it. The smell of blood still lingered. At the center of the clearing, a massive stone tablet jutted from the earth, used once for memorial rites, now cracked down the center. Ichiraku's body had already been claimed. They were too late. Eyes up, Asuma murmured, sliding a chakra blade into each hand. They'll come to collect us too. A voice, too casual, rose from the treeling. Look what we've got here, Kakuzu, came the lazy drawl. Another guardian, and a couple friends to carve up. Wonder how many hearts we'll get from this batch? Haiden stepped into view, dragging his triple-bladed scythe across the dirt, sparks flying as it carved shallow grooves. Beside him, Kakuzu emerged like a wall of shadow, stitches running along his body, his expression unreadable behind the black mask. He eyed Asuma with something resembling disdain. I'll take the bounty. You take the blood. TCH. You always get the expensive ones, Haiden muttered. You talk too much. And you sulk too much. Asuma stepped forward, voice cold. Split up. We take them 2 on 2. Shikamaru, you and I handle Haiden. Don't let him touch your blood. Shikamaru nodded grimly. Copy that. Kotetsu Izumo, Kakuzu's yours. Delay him. If he uses masks, separate them. If they combine, run. Then the trees exploded. Chains of dark tendrils burst from Kakuzu's sleeves as he charged forward, faster than a man his size had any right to move. Izumo barely deflected the first blow with a water shield before being knocked into a tree. Kotetsu roared, his blade clashing with Kakuzu's arm, only to find it harden like steel. Doton armor, Kakuzu muttered. Annoying insects. Meanwhile, Haiden laughed as he leapt at Asuma with his scythe swinging in wild arcs. Let's dance, monk boy. I love killing religious types. Asuma ducked beneath the first swing, parried with a chakra blade, and kicked Haiden in the gut, sending him sprawling backward into Shikamaru's shadow trap. Got him! Shikamaru grunted. But Haiden grinned. Think a little darkness will hold me? He stabbed his own leg. And screamed with joy. Asuma flinched, his thigh tearing open at the same time, blood spilling. He's linked to you! Shikamaru yelled. Don't let him draw blood! Asuma staggered back, already forming seals for a wind-style burst, blasting Haiden backward, but the ritual circle was forming beneath his feet now. Haiden licked the blood off his scythe, eyes glowing red. Let's see how you scream, Sarutobi! Meanwhile, Kakuzu's masked creatures began to emerge, black, stitched forms leaping from his back with elemental fury. Kotetsu hurled a chain of paper bombs into one, blowing it apart in a cloud of smoke, but the other loomed behind him with crackling lightning. Move! Izumo shouted, tackling him aside as a lightning spear tore a hole through the dirt. Shikamaru dropped another trap. Asuma! On my mark! Now! Asuma launched forward, both chakra blades spinning, cutting a deep gash into Haiden's neck. Blood sprayed. Haiden laughed. Closer, he grinned. But Shikamaru's shadow tendrils erupted from the ground beneath Haiden's feet, binding him mid-swing, locking his limbs like twisted roots. Don't move a goddamn inch! Shikamaru snarled. Asuma panted, blood seeping through his pants. We end this now. The forest was silent. Too silent. Asuma Sarutobi stood at the head of his team, Shikamaru, Kotetsu, and Izumo, as they approached a clearing scorched by fire and torn from the ground like something had erupted beneath it. The smell of blood still lingered. At the center of the clearing, a massive stone tablet jutted from the earth, used once for memorial rites, now cracked down the center. Ichiraku's body had already been claimed. They were too late. Eyes up, Asuma murmured, sliding a chakra blade into each hand. They'll come to collect us too. A voice, too casual, rose from the tree-line. Look what we've got here, Kakuzu, came the lazy drawl. Another guardian, and a couple friends to carve up. Wonder how many hearts we'll get from this batch? Haiden stepped into view, dragging his triple-bladed scythe across the dirt, sparks flying as it carved shallow grooves. Beside him, Kakuzu emerged like a wall of shadow, stitches running along his body, his expression unreadable behind the black mask. He eyed Asuma with something resembling disdain. I'll take the bounty. You take the blood. TCH. You always get the expensive ones, Haiden muttered. You talk too much. And you sulk too much. Asuma stepped forward, voice cold. Split up. We take them 2 on 2. Shikamaru, you and I handle Haiden. Don't let him touch your blood. Shikamaru nodded grimly. Copy that. Kotetsu Izumo, Kakuzu's yours. Delay him. If he uses masks, separate them. If they combine, run. Then the trees exploded. Chains of dark tendrils burst from Kakuzu's sleeves as he charged forward, faster than a man his size had any right to move. Izumo barely deflected the first blow with a water shield before being knocked into a tree. Kotetsu roared, his blade clashing with Kakuzu's arm, only to find it harden like steel. Doton armor, Kakuzu muttered. Annoying insects. Meanwhile, Haiden laughed as he leapt at Asuma with his scythe swinging in wild arcs. Let's dance, monk boy. I love killing religious types. Asuma ducked beneath the first swing, parried with a chakra blade, and kicked Haiden in the gut, sending him sprawling backward into Shikamaru's shadow trap. Got him! Shikamaru grunted. But Haiden grinned. Think a little darkness will hold me? He stabbed his own leg. And screamed with joy. Asuma flinched, his thigh tearing open at the same time, blood spilling. He's linked to you! Shikamaru yelled. Don't let him draw blood! Asuma staggered back, already forming seals for a wind-style burst, blasting Haiden backward, but the ritual circle was forming beneath his feet now. Haiden licked the blood off his scythe, eyes glowing red. Let's see how you scream, Sarutobi! Meanwhile, Kakuzu's masked creatures began to emerge, black, stitched forms leaping from his back with elemental fury. Kotetsu hurled a chain of paper bombs into one, blowing it apart in a cloud of smoke, but the other loomed behind him with crackling lightning. Move! Izumo shouted, tackling him aside as a lightning spear tore a hole through the dirt. Shikamaru dropped another trap. Asuma! On my mark! Now! Asuma launched forward, both chakra blades spinning, cutting a deep gash into Haiden's neck. Blood sprayed. Haiden laughed. Closer, he grinned. But Shikamaru's shadow tendrils erupted from the ground beneath Haiden's feet, binding him mid-swing, locking his limbs like twisted roots. Don't move a goddamn inch! Shikamaru snarled. Asuma panted, blood seeping through his pants. We end this now. The desert cliffs just west of the Isabu Marsh were painted in the last light of day, jagged crimson shadows falling across the stone like open wounds. It was there that Sasuke found him. Deidara, already airborne atop a giant clay dragon, glanced down with a crooked smile curling beneath his scope. Heh! So the Hokage's dog comes sniffing first. Sasuke didn't waste words. He drew his sword with a whisper of steel and activated his Chidori current, electricity dancing across the blade in pulsing arcs. You're not the one I came for, Sasuke said. But you'll do. Deidara laughed, his voice cracked and wild with delight. Still so serious. How boring. Maybe I'll carve a smile onto your corpse, Clay mouths on both his hands began molding rapidly. Within seconds, a dozen white birds flapped into the air and descended in an erratic swarm, each one glowing with chakra. Sasuke dashed forward. One bird dove. He dodged right, flicked a kunai upward, detonated it midair, then kicked off a low outcropping toward the next one. Each motion was fluid, a dance of momentum and lightning. Another dive. He blurred beneath it, right on pulse exploding behind him to neutralize the detonation. Deidara clicked his tongue. TCH. Not bad. Not bad at all. You've trained. Sasuke landed on a narrow ledge and lifted his left hand. You have no idea. He fired off a Chidori Saban, a spread of crackling, needle-like projectiles, that lanced toward Deidara's mount. The dragon screamed and tilted, momentarily destabilized. Sasuke vanished again. He reappeared directly on the dragon's back. Deidara's eyes widened. What? Sasuke swung his blade horizontally. Deidara flipped backward, barely evading the cut, but Sasuke's real strike was with his other hand. He released a chakra flash bomb from his pouch. White light. Deidara cursed and covered his eye, but that was all Sasuke needed. He thrust his sword straight through the dragon's center, flooding it with Chidori. The clay beast exploded from within, forcing both shinobi to hurl themselves in opposite directions. Sasuke landed hard, rolling through the sand, smoke curling from his jacket. Deidara landed rougher, blood on his lip, furious now. That was one of my better dragons, you bastard! Sasuke slowly rose. Then you're out of your league. Deidara snarled and bit down on a larger clay chunk, his mouth hand foaming as it molded a massive centipede-shaped bomb that coiled around his waist. You think you're clever? You think strength means something? Art is an explosion! He leapt into the air, preparing a C3 detonation. Sasuke's eyes flickered crimson-black. Then let me show you how silence destroys sound. He fired his Kirin. From the heavens, a thunderbolt tore downward, ripping the air apart, turning the sand into glass. Deidara's scream was lost in the roar of the storm. His clay beast ignited mid-charge, the explosion erupting prematurely. And then silence. Sasuke stood, shoulders rising with breath. The wind howled around the crater. Deidara's charred form was no longer visible. But Sasuke knew better. He's not dead. He turned, eyes scanning. Not yet. Haiden howled with joy, blood running down his chest, the lines of his ritual circle glowing brighter by the second. Shikamaru's shadow bind held, but barely. His chakra reserves were flagging. Sweat streaked down his face, his jaw clenched in quiet panic. Asuma, he's going to finish it. Asuma charged anyway. Both chakra blades ignited, one in a tight arc of wind, the other in a sharper, compressed edge. He didn't hesitate. Didn't flinch. He slashed diagonally through Haiden's side just as Shikamaru released the bind to keep the curse ritual from fully activating. Haiden shrieked. But he didn't fall. Instead, he swung his scythe low and caught Asuma across the ribs, a grazing blow, but the blood was all he needed. Now we're playing fair again. Shikamaru cursed and launched another trap, but Haiden moved faster than before, driven by his blood frenzy. He stabbed himself through the chest with a spear. And Asuma screamed. The wound mirrored on his body, deep and jagged, blood pouring between his fingers. Asuma! Shikamaru raced to catch him as he collapsed. Kotetsu and Izumo were losing ground on their end too. Kakuzu had unleashed all four of his elemental masks now, each one hovering in the air like grim guardians. A blast of fire and wind chakra blew the two jonin into the trees. We need reinforcements! Izumo barked into the comms. Now! Kakuzu didn't chase them. He walked calmly toward Asuma's bleeding form, his stitched eyes narrowing. His bounty is still alive! I'll take the head. But Shikamaru stood in front of him now, panting, shaking, but solid. Over my dead body. Kakuzu raised a hand. And a surge of chakra shattered the forest canopy. A burst of light cut through the trees, twisting like a serpent, and slammed into the heart of the clearing. When the smoke cleared, he was there. Naruto. Bruised, cloak half burned, his jaw clenched tight. He looked at Asuma. Then at Shikamaru. Then at Kakuzu. Touch him, and I end you. Kakuzu tilted his head. You look like hell. And you look like a man who's about to be buried. A snarl echoed from the woods, Kurama's chakra flaring behind Naruto's eyes. For a moment, the wind stopped. Then, Lord Hokage! A voice called. A form stepped from the smoke. Pale, serpentine. Kabuto. But not as he once was. His body was taller now, serpentine movements, eyes with slitted pupils. Something was off, wrong. Don't mind me, Kabuto said sweetly. I'm just here for the turtle. A seal flared beneath his hand, and Aisabu, now distantly visible in the sky, froze in place as if time itself had stopped. Consider it borrowed. Then he vanished. Naruto turned, stunned, just as a flicker of black and white rose from a nearby tree. Zetsu. You're too late, he said softly. Sora's body was delivered to Pain an hour ago. The extraction's complete. Naruto's world dropped. He's gone? Zetsu nodded. And while you were here, Kakuzu and Haiden made time to visit the Sarutobi. His team escaped. But he didn't. Naruto didn't speak. He only stood there silent. And then, he screamed. The forest shook. The funeral was held at dusk, under a sky streaked with pale orange and fading violet. The courtyard was quiet. Too quiet. Mirai Sarutobi, just 3 years old, stood in front of the small, closed casket with both hands clutched tightly in Kurenai's. Her eyes were wide and confused. The dark ceremonial yukata she wore was too big on her tiny frame. She tugged at her mother's sleeve. Why are they putting Daddy in the ground? Kurenai couldn't answer. She knelt beside her daughter, trembling arms wrapping around her. Mirai began to cry. Not the soft, shy sobs of understanding, but the loud, aching wails of a child who knew something was wrong, something missing, something forever. Naruto stood apart from the mourners, watching from the edge of the hill. He couldn't breathe. Not properly. The weight in his chest was too heavy. Not guilt anymore, not about his promise. Not about his duty. This was deeper. This was failure. He had failed Sora. Failed Aisabu. Failed Asuma. Failed the little girl now crying her lungs out over a grave she didn't understand. He stood atop the 5th Hokage monument, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him, his cloak abandoned and trailing in the wind like shed skin. Behind him, soft steps approached. Kuratsuchi. She came with hesitation, holding her own pain close to her chest. For a moment, she simply stood behind him, watching the sky. Then, quietly, she misses you, you know. Naruto didn't turn. I know. You didn't fail them. His hands clenched. Then why does it feel like I'm wearing a crown made of ash? Kuratsuchi exhaled. She wanted to say something. Anything. But he didn't need comfort right now. He needed to break. I'll be at home, she whispered. When you're ready. He nodded, but didn't respond. And when she left, the world fell quiet again. In the space between mind and soul, the bars of the seal creaked open. Kurama emerged, not with fury, not with sarcasm. Just presence. The great fox sat in silence, golden eyes watching Naruto slumped on the imaginary floor of his mindscape. Then, without warning, smack. Not physical. Just a jolt through his core, pure chakra, raw and bitter. You done sulking? Naruto didn't react. You think this pain makes you stronger? Kurama growled. It's making you smaller. You're crawling into yourself and calling it grief. You think they'd want that? You think she would want that? I wasn't enough, Naruto whispered. Then be more. That's what you're supposed to do. You fall, you get up. You fight. That's what it means to carry the will of fire, isn't it? I don't know if I have it in me this time, Kurama stared at him a long moment. Then his voice softened. Then borrow mine. Naruto blinked. This rage of yours, this storm you're bottling, it's not shameful. It's human. But don't let it turn to rot. Let it burn hot. Let it forge you into something they can't stop. Not for the village. No, Kurama said. For them. For Asuma. For the kid you couldn't save. For the daughter who still believes in you. Naruto's eyes lifted. Right. Kurama leaned forward, a grin playing at the edge of his fangs. Let's go kill some monsters. The last embers of twilight faded over the empty fields of Training Ground 10, casting long shadows against the weathered trees. It was quiet here. The kind of quiet that came after too much had been said, and far too much had been lost. Shikamaru Nara leaned against the trunk of a tree that had once shaded Team 10's earliest missions. He held a cigarette between his fingers, not yet lit. His eyes stared into the horizon, but saw nothing. Naruto arrived without a sound, stepping out from the path in silence. He didn't wear the Hokage cloak tonight. Only his vest, dark and worn from fieldwork. He didn't speak. Just reached into his flak pouch and pulled a cigarette of his own. No words. No need. A flicker of chakra sparked the tips. The smoke curled upward, lazy, slow, almost sacred. You know, Shikamaru murmured. I used to sneak these from Asuma. Told him I hated the smell. He took a drag and sighed through his nose. Truth is, I didn't hate it. It felt like being part of something. Naruto nodded. Asuma didn't hate it either. It was a Sarutobi thing. A ritual. He said fire was in our blood. We just needed something to remind us not to let it go out. Naruto looked down at his cigarette. I think I get it now. A few moments passed. Then rustling. Choji and Ino stepped into the clearing, both in combat gear, faces solemn. We want in, Ino said, skipping any preamble. This isn't just about you or Shikamaru. He was our sensei too. Choji nodded, his massive hand curled tightly around the edge of a scroll pouch. We're not here for orders. We're here for him. Naruto exhaled slowly, letting the smoke pass over his shoulder like mist. Then he turned to face them. His voice was low, steady, cold. This is not a mission. There's no ANBU. No Intel division. No Kage approval. No alliance oversight. They didn't flinch. We're not bringing back prisoners. We're not tracking Akatsuki movements. This is not recon. This is not politics. He met each of their eyes. This is revenge. Ino's jaw tightened. Choji nodded again. We want that too. Shikamaru stubbed out his cigarette against the bark of the tree. He stood, his face older than his years, gaze sharpened like a blade. 2 targets. 2 outcomes. Their heads. Nothing else. Naruto looked between them, eyes glowing faintly in the dusk. Then let's do it the old-fashioned way. Not as shinobi, Shikamaru finished, but as those left behind. And with that, the pact was sealed, not with ink, not with jutsu, but with grief made flame. They left the field together, quiet as ghosts, the trail ahead already burned into their minds. The house was dark and quiet, save for the soft creak of floorboards and the rhythmic hum of a ceiling fan spinning in the nursery. Kuratsuchi was curled up on the living room futon with Kushina, who had fallen asleep sprawled across her mother's chest like a little starfish. Her soft snores and faint twitching toes gave away a dreamland untouched by grief. Naruto stood in the doorway, watching. There was something unspeakably fragile in the way Kuratsuchi cradled their daughter, her hand protectively splayed across the child's back even in sleep. He stepped closer, kneeling down beside them. His fingers brushed Kushina's cheek gently. Kuratsuchi stirred, her voice husky with sleep. You're going? He nodded. She sat up slowly, careful not to wake the little girl. Don't die out there. Not planning on it. She touched his hand firmly, grounding him. There was no plea in her voice, only command wrapped in concern. You come back. You hear me? I'm not raising this little monster alone. He smiled faintly, then leaned in, resting his forehead against hers. You're terrifying when you're worried. That's because I am worried, idiot. They kissed, slow and lingering, full of everything unspoken. Then Naruto turned his attention to their daughter. Kushina blinked awake, her eyes groggy. Daddy? Yeah, Chibi-chan. Sorry, didn't mean to wake you. She yawned and rubbed her eyes with tiny fists. Where you going? Just out with some friends. She reached up, drowsy and determined, touching his cheek. Are you gonna beat the bad guys? He grinned, his throat tightening. Of course. She beamed. You're the best but Kiki Hokage, Daddy. Naruto kissed her forehead. I'll be back soon. Pinky promise? He gently curled his little finger around hers. Pinky promise. As he stood, Kuratsuchi rose with him. Give them hell. Nothing less. The Shadow of the Akatsuki Arc. Chapter 50. No Graves for Gods. Into the woods. The trees were denser here. Old, gnarled things with bark like stone and canopies that swallowed light. The path forward twisted like a coiling serpent through the ancient woodlands of the Land of Rivers, a place half forgotten even by cartographers. Perfect for a trap. Shikamaru and Nara crouched behind a ridge, fingers steepled, eyes half-lidded but sharp. His mind ticked like a clock, calculating angles, pressure points, reaction distances, escape vectors. Around his neck, a length of chakra wire shimmered in the dim light, humming faintly with prepared jutsu. Behind him, Ino and Choji kept silent watch. No chatter. No second guesses. They had fought together since they were children, but today there was no Team 10. No formations. No flank assignments. There was only revenge. The sound of rusted metal dragging along gravel echoed through the clearing. You hear that? Choji murmured. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. A laugh, high and maniacal, cut through the trees like a blade. Ahahaha! I knew it! I told Kakuzu I smelled a rat tailing us. Haiden. He stepped into the clearing wearing a grin like a fresh wound, his triple-bladed scythe trailing behind him in the dirt. His cloak flared at his legs with every wild step. Beside him, silent and looming, was Kakuzu, stitched form and black mask giving no emotion away. His gaze swept the trees with the detachment of a butcher scanning meat. Haiden. Watch yourself. I sense another chakra signature. TCH. Who cares? They're all just sacrifices, baby. Shikamaru tensed. Now. Choji leapt first, his arm already engorging with partial expansion jutsu, hurling a boulder-sized fist toward Haiden like a battering ram. Haiden blocked with the shaft of his scythe, skidding back. Oh ho ho! We've got a live one! Ino dashed behind, fingers glowing with mind-body switch, but she wasn't aiming for Haiden. She was covering Shikamaru, who shot out from the shadows and dove into position. His fingers flicked through signs. Shadow Possession Jutsu. The black tendrils of his shadow snaked through the forest, chasing Haiden's erratic movement, but the cultist was fast. Too fast. He's not gonna give me an opening. Shikamaru muttered. Ino, disrupt Kakuzu. Keep his attention off me. Got it. Ino turned sharply toward Kakuzu, who was just beginning to unfurl his back, and the writhing mass of 4 black masked beasts that hissed and pulsed with raw elemental chakra. This was it. The opening play. And it was about to get violent. Haiden and Shikamaru. What is this? Haiden laughed as he flipped over a trapwire, slashing through a falling log with his scythe. Some kinda obstacle course? Shikamaru darted around a tree, forcing Haiden into the narrowest part of the clearing. Every branch was rigged. Every root marked. You talk too much, Shikamaru said coolly. I killed too much. We'll fix that. Shikamaru's hands blurred. The shadows erupted upward in jagged spikes, pinning Haiden for just a second before he tore free, grinning as his cheek split from a glancing blow. You're bleeding, Shikamaru noted. Yeah? So? He triggered a seal. The blood that hit the forest floor flared red. The ritual circle ignited. Let's see how you like your religion turned against you. Haiden blinked. Wait, what? The circle activated. But this time, it was his own blood being turned against him. What did you? Shikamaru's wires snapped taut, yanking Haiden back against a chakra pole hidden in the ground. The spear rammed through his stomach, not fatal, but enough to pin him. We've been studying you, Shikamaru said, walking forward now. Calm. Measured. Like a man already at the end of a long equation. Your jutsu has one fatal flaw. It relies on connection. He held up a scroll. Inside, a sample of Haiden's own blood. You can't curse someone if the circle thinks you are the target. Haiden screamed, thrashing. You bastard! I'll kill you! Jashin will. Not today! Shikamaru tossed the cigarette in his mouth into the pit at his feet. The paper ignited. The explosion that followed sent birds scattering for miles. The crater still smoked from the explosion of Haiden's makeshift grave, the smell of charred earth and iron heavy in the air. But Naruto didn't look back. He walked toward the next battlefield with quiet purpose, the wind raking through his jacket, the glow of Kurama's chakra beginning to rise subtly at his heels. Controlled. Focused. Tempered. The trees parted. Kakuzu was waiting. Ino and Choji were having a rough time keeping up with him. So when Naruto walked past them, they understood it would be best to step back into support. 4 of his black-stitched masked beasts floated behind him: air, fire, lightning, and earth, each pulsing with elemental chakra, each a monster in its own right. His body stood impossibly still, only his dull green eyes twitching as Naruto approached. So, you're the Hokage, Kakuzu said. His voice was low, gravelly. You look younger than I expected. Naruto didn't reply. He stopped 10 paces away, his arms dropping to his sides. No scrolls. No flashy seals. Just him. You won't speak? Still nothing. Kakuzu stepped forward. Arrogant little bastard. The fire mask launched first. A swirling vortex of crimson flame exploded from its mouth and barreled toward Naruto with a roar. Trees behind him incinerated instantly, a wave of heat distorting the entire clearing. Naruto lifted his palm. And with one swipe, he summoned a wall of compressed wind so dense it split the flame in two, sucking the firestorm into the sky. The silence that followed was chilling. That's impossible, Kakuzu muttered. Naruto vanished. A blink. Then he was in front of him, fist coated in red-orange chakra, the Rasengan howling in his palm. Kakuzu blocked with his stitched arm. And screamed. The Rasengan imploded through the limb, twisting it into shreds and snapping bone like paper. Kakuzu flew backward, smashing through a boulder with a sickening crunch, before rolling to a stop in the dirt. He growled. The lightning mask lunged next, firing off twin bolts of piercing black energy. Naruto sidestepped, barely shifting his weight, before launching forward. He moved like wind. Like death. One bolt grazed his sleeve. The second he caught in his bare hand, absorbing it with a snarl of chakra manipulation that hadn't been taught, it had been forged. Kurama spoke from within. This one's yours, Kit. Paint the forest with him. Naruto slammed a palm into the ground. Earth chakra erupted, catching the lightning mask mid-air and dragging it down into a crushing spike of rock. It detonated uselessly in a surge of sparks. Kakuzu stood again, arm half reformed from stitched tendrils, his remaining masks spinning behind him like vultures. You think you're strong? You don't even know what I've lived through. Naruto's voice finally came, flat, cold, final. I don't care what you've survived. He darted forward again, and this time Kakuzu couldn't keep up. Naruto unleashed a flurry of blows, each strike enhanced by wind chakra and Kurama's aura. Kakuzu's stitches tried to defend, lashing like snakes, but Naruto simply tore through them, sending flesh and cord flying in wet slashes. He grabbed the wind mask, yanked it mid-flight, and drove a Rasengan into its core, obliterating it in a single strike. 1. He turned. Flash behind the earth mask. Boom. It detonated like stone cracking under lightning. 2. Only the fire mask remained, screaming as it launched a massive inferno down from above. Naruto's hands blurred. Shadow clone jutsu. 5 copies spiraled upward, wind enhanced, leaping through the flames. The real Naruto moved underneath. A new Rasengan, but larger, rimmed with shuriken-like edges, hissed in his hand. Wind style, Raisen Shuriken. He hurled it. The fire mask tried to flee. Too late. It collided. The explosion that followed carved out a canyon of flame and wind, silencing every bird in a 5-mile radius. Ash rained down like snow. Kakuzu was on his knees now, wounded, stunned, his threads twitching erratically. He looked up as Naruto approached. Finally afraid. "WH. What are you?" Naruto didn't answer. He simply lifted a final Rasengan, charged with raw chakra and silent fury. "I'm Naruto fucking Uzumaki." And then he drove it through Kakuzu's chest. No speeches. No mercy. Only justice. The forest had gone quiet. Kakuzu's body lay smoldering beneath the fractured earth, his final threads twitching before falling still, snapped, severed, gone. Naruto stood in the shallow crater he'd carved into the ground, chest heaving with slow, rhythmic breaths. Sweat beaded on his brow, steam rising from his body as Kurama's cloak receded back into his skin. He said nothing. Just stared down at the bloodied, lifeless form in front of him, as the wind picked up and swept ash into the air like a funeral shroud. Inside his mind, the seal opened. And Kurama stepped forward. The Nine-Tails didn't snarl. Didn't gloat. He just observed. "That was clean work," Kurama finally said. "Not even a word from him. I like that." Naruto didn't respond right away. His fists were still clenched. His jaw locked. "But it's not enough, is it?" Kurama asked. Naruto shook his head. "No. Not even close." Kurama exhaled through his nose. "You're not built to linger on pain. That's not who you are. But you keep dragging your grief behind you like it's a weapon." "It is a weapon," Naruto muttered. "Only if you stop letting it bleed you." A pause. Then Kurama's voice lowered, serious now. "It's time." Naruto looked up. "Time for what?" "To stop holding back. Time to master my chakra. All of it." The silence in the mindscape stretched, crackling with quiet understanding. Kurama continued. "If you're going to face them, and that masked bastard with the twisted Sharingan again, you need more than fury. You need control. Precision. Power." Naruto closed his eyes. Images flashed behind his eyelids: Asuma's casket, Kushina's face, Kuratsuchi's trembling hands as she passed him the baby, Sora's empty eyes, Isaba's silenced voice. "No more reacting," he said softly. "No more waiting." "What are you saying?" "I'm done with the Akatsuki's games. I'm done cleaning up their mess." He opened his eyes, clear, sharp, unwavering. "It's time we go after them. On our terms." Kurama's tail twitched. "So? I'm recalling Jiraiya." Kurama grinned. "About damn time. If he's found their base, we strike. No more passive defense. No more politics. Just me, you, my master, and my blade." He looked up at the massive form of the fox, light gleaming in his pupils. "Let's remind the world what happens when you back the wrong beast into a corner." Kurama chuckled, deep and rumbling. "That's more like it. We start tonight." Dawn broke softly over the ridgeline, casting a pale golden light through the thinning trees. The forest around them was still, hushed in the way only battle-scarred lands knew how to be. The charred crater where Kakuzu fell still smoked faintly. Choji Akimichi sat on a nearby stump, his massive arms resting on his knees, eyes locked on the horizon. There were no crumbs, no complaints, no playful hunger in his face today, only quiet. Ino Yamanaka stood a few paces behind, arms crossed, her hair tousled and her expression unreadable. But her eyes were wet. She had watched Naruto rip Kakuzu apart like a storm in human form. She hadn't even seen him move. He had simply appeared, fast, precise, devastating. The air had cracked around him, and the enemy had been erased before they could speak. "I didn't know he could fight like that," Ino whispered. "I don't think he wanted us to know," Choji replied. In the center of it all stood Shikamaru, hands in his pockets, gaze lowered to the scorched patch of ground where Haiden had been buried beneath ceiling stones. He hadn't spoken since the smoke cleared. Not until Naruto joined him. Naruto's boots crunched softly on the debris as he approached. He looked tired, more than tired. He looked emptied. But his eyes were calm. Shikamaru didn't turn. "This is where he stood," he said, motioning to the open space between them. Naruto nodded. "Yeah. First mission. He told us that the only thing harder than living with loss is living with regret." Ino stepped up beside them, rubbing at her cheeks with the sleeve of her uniform. "He was a pain in the ass. But he cared." Choji smiled faintly. "He was the only one who could yell at Shikamaru and get away with it." Shikamaru exhaled a sharp breath through his nose. Almost a laugh. Almost. Naruto knelt and placed a small offering on the ground, a cigarette and a lighter, both sealed in a tiny glass vial. "You kept your promise," Ino said softly. "We all did," Naruto answered. "And you," Choji added, turning to him. "You were terrifying." Naruto gave a half-smile. "Good. I'm going to need to be." They stood together for a while, no more words needed. As the sun climbed higher and the warmth reached their backs, the weight in their hearts eased, just a little. Naruto turned toward the village. "Let's go home." And they walked together, four friends bound by grief, vengeance, and the memory of a man who taught them all how to stand tall. The gate to the Sarutobi compound creaked gently as Naruto entered, hat tucked under his arm, his face shadowed by twilight. The path was lined with garden stones, neatly arranged, maintained with quiet care. A swing set stood still in the breeze. Toys were scattered on the grass, untouched since Asuma had left. Kurenai sat on the porch steps, her long black hair tied back in a loose braid. She didn't look up when Naruto approached. She already knew. He stood before her for a long moment before sitting beside her, knees brushing. Either of them spoke. Then Naruto said softly, "It's done." Kurenai closed her eyes. Her breath hitched, but she didn't cry. She hadn't cried at the funeral. She hadn't cried in front of Mirai. She wouldn't cry now. "Did he suffer?" she asked, her voice hollow. "No," Naruto answered truthfully. "It was quick. And it was final." She nodded once. Then her gaze drifted inside, to the little girl curled on the futon in the living room. "She asked again today why he hasn't come back from his mission." Naruto exhaled, his voice gentle. "She'll grow up knowing who her dad was." Kurenai smiled faintly, broken and beautiful. "She already does. Her dad was her dad." They sat in silence again, until Mirai stirred behind the sliding door. Kurenai stood. So did Naruto. "We'll see you this weekend. Kushina's excited for the play date." "We'll be there," she said. "And thank you." "You don't need to." "I still do." He nodded and walked back into the night. The lights were on when Naruto returned home. The scent of jasmine tea drifted from the kitchen. A pot simmered. Toys were scattered across the floor. The half-folded laundry sat forgotten in the hallway. The door opened before he even reached it. Kuratsuchi stood there, eyes shadowed, arms crossed. But her face melted as soon as she saw him. She didn't speak, just threw herself into his arms, hugging him tight. Her fingers curled around the back of his flak vest like she might never let go. "You're home," she whispered. "I'm home." She pulled back slightly, looking up at him. "What's going through that head of yours, Naruto?" He didn't lie. "I'm going after them." She went still. "And I need you to do the hardest thing anyone can ask of a shinobi." She frowned. "Which is?" "Stay." Kuratsuchi blinked. You want me to? I need someone to protect our daughter. I need you here, in case they come. Because they will, Kuro. They'll come for me. For her. And if they do... He trailed off. She didn't respond at first. Then she looked over her shoulder toward the hallway, where little Kushina's bedroom light glowed faintly beneath the door. You'll come back? I promise. Her jaw trembled for a moment. But she nodded. Okay. But she's with Tsunade tonight, and I need my husband to hold me. He kissed her temple and followed her inside. Hours later, the War Council convened in the underground chamber beneath Hokage Tower. The room was full: Tsunade, Kakashi, Shikaku, Hayashi, Inoichi, Kuratsuchi, and several ANBU and shinobi commanders. A low hum of unease filled the air. Naruto stood at the head of the table, dressed not in robes, but in his field gear. A map of the continent glowed behind him. The Akatsuki are done playing games, he began. They're hitting us on multiple fronts. Yujito ni Han, Rashi, Sora, Gaara. He let the names hang in the air like ghosts. If we keep waiting, they'll take the rest of us one by one. Hayashi leaned forward. You're proposing a full-scale offensive? Yes. The alliance must be reactivated. Tsunade will serve as acting commander in my absence. There were protests. Expected. Controlled. Shikaku stood. And where will you be? Jiraiya's last report came from Amigekure. He believes he's found their base. Once I get confirmation, I'll move. Kakashi frowned. We should discuss. This is not a debate. Naruto's voice was hard now. This is happening. Silence. In the meantime, ANBU will prioritize hunting down Kabuto. There's IWA intel he's resurfaced. Deidara too. Possibly near Isabu's reforming grounds. I want them found. Tsunade nodded. And you? What happens if this turns into a trap? Then we spring it. The War Council adjourned in silence. Into the rain. Amigekure was a city of silence. Rain pelted every surface with mechanical precision, as if the very sky obeyed a god. Needle-thin drops fell in constant rhythm, masking every sound in a blanket of white noise. Beneath it, the city's layered bridges, metallic towers, and flood-swollen canals gave the impression of a world buried beneath its own grief. Jiraiya crouched beneath a rusted scaffold, eyes narrowed beneath his soaked bangs. He hadn't set foot in Amigekure in decades. Not since Hanzo the Salamander ruled with an iron fist and the screams of rebellion echoed off steel walls. But this wasn't the same city. The oppression here was colder. Quieter. Deliberate. He had entered under the cover of a summoning toad's oil technique, slipping through an unmapped drainage gate on the city's northeast wall. The network of sewers below was still intact, another relic from the era of civil war. Useful. Familiar. But even here, the air was charged with tension. They're watching everything. He could feel it. No birds. No dogs. Just rain. And eyes. He summoned a small toad, Gamahiro, and whispered, Relay to Konoha, I've made it inside. Suspicions confirmed. Something big's happening here. The toad blinked, croaked softly, and vanished. Jiraiya moved fast through narrow alleyways, feet silent on the slick iron walkways. He took note of everything: sealed buildings, abandoned watchtowers, and most importantly, people too afraid to speak. The villagers here kept their heads down. Even children didn't cry. Fear this deep means one thing: absolute power. He ducked into a shop entrance and slipped into a hidden loft above the rafters. From here, he watched the main square. Armed patrols walked with exact timing, same pattern every 15 minutes. The symbol of the Akatsuki wasn't displayed, but their presence oozed from every crack in the city. Hours passed as he documented routes, building numbers, chakra signatures. He used the toad's eyes to scan rooftops in a full circle. Then he saw it. A woman of paper gliding across the upper levels, wings unfurling behind her like an origami angel. Her hair was pinned up, her expression serene and cold. "Conan," he muttered. "So she's still with him." Then came the chill. His todai rotated, and caught a glimpse of a figure atop the central tower, standing unmoving in the rain. Pain. He was cloaked. Erect. Unyielding. The rain itself seemed to spiral from his presence. Jiraiya's gut clenched. He's not just hiding here. He's ruling it. He made his way to a deeper part of the city, toward the sewers. There, with a kunai and jutsu-infused ink, he inscribed everything on a coded scroll. Location. Layout. Routes. Amigekure wasn't just a haven for Akatsuki, it was their base of operations. And he had just confirmed it. "Time to go," he whispered. But when he turned, 6 figures stood in the tunnel behind him. Rain glistened off their cloaks. 6 faces. 1 gaze. 1 voice. "You shouldn't have come, Jiraiya-sensei." The tunnel echoed with water and dread. Jiraiya's back straightened. His right hand hovered near a summoning scroll. Blood trickled from a scrape on his palm, washed away instantly by the ever-present rainfall seeping through the cracked ceiling above. Before him, they stood like statues, 6 men, identical in face but utterly alien in chakra. Pierced, pale, and haunted. Each one radiated a different presence. Together, they were unnatural. And they all wore Yahiko's face. What the hell? His heart didn't just skip, it lurched. That's Yahiko, but also not. This is chakra I've never felt before. "Pain," Jiraiya said aloud, narrowing his eyes. "So this is what you've become." The figures didn't flinch. Conan emerged behind them, silent, elegant, her paper wings folded now as she watched. Her eyes were cold. Not hateful. Just resigned. Jiraiya looked to her, then to the 6 men. "Yahiko wouldn't have wanted this," he said. "Nagato, this isn't the path we spoke about." The orange-haired Pain, their speaker, stepped forward. "Nagato is dead. There is only Pain." A long silence. Then Jiraiya sighed, slowly unsealing the scroll from his belt. "That's a damn shame." In a burst of smoke, Fukasaku and Shima appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders, his sage masters from Mount Myaboku. "Oh ho! So we're doing this?" croaked Fukasaku. "A full-blown war, it seems," muttered Shima. "And no invitation." Jiraiya smiled despite the tension. "Old habits." The 3 began moving in rhythm, chakra molding, nature energy absorption, sage mode activation, a perfect trio forged from decades of training. The battle began with speed. Jiraiya moved first, striking the ground with a massive earth-release fist. One of the Pains blocked it with a summoned panda, its body grotesquely armored. Another summoned a centipede the size of a train car. Jiraiya spun through the air and released fire-style, toad oil flame bullet. The attack scorched the tunnel and roasted the centipede alive. But the creature's summoner was already replacing it with another. "They're coordinated," Jiraiya muttered. "They're synchronized." Then it hit him. "They share vision. That's how they're avoiding my attacks. We'll have to separate them," Fukasaku croaked. "Or you'll never land a clean hit." Jiraiya nodded. "Then we push harder." The air became toxic with chakra. Toads summoned. Needles flew. Blades clashed. Jiraiya entered full sage mode, his form expanding with natural energy. His punches cratered walls. His speed bent the ground beneath him. But for every Pain he knocked down, another rose. "They're not dying," he panted, blood dripping from his side. "What the hell are they?" One of the Pains, short, burly, with a black rod through his neck, suddenly impaled Jiraiya through the shoulder. He roared in pain, flipping the man over and crushing his skull into the wall. It didn't stay down. Jiraiya's thoughts spun. "These aren't puppets. These are corpses." Then it clicked. Rinnegan, shared sight, different abilities. Nagato is controlling them. All of them. But he's not here. He's hiding. Somewhere else. Using these 6 like extensions of himself. Jiraiya turned to escape. He never made it. The Preta path blocked him, absorbing his chakra mid-technique and holding him fast. The Azura path stepped forward and extended a mechanical blade from his arm, and with one clean strike severed Jiraiya's right arm at the bicep. He screamed. Blood poured down his chest. The pain was electric, blinding. Fukasaku leapt to his defense, blowing the pain back with a water blast. Shima shrieked and summoned a wall of stone. Jiraiya hit the floor, breathing hard. So this is it. Memories flooded in. Kushina, reaching for his hand. Rei calling him Gramps. Naruto smiling with sauce on his cheek after ramen. Tsunade asleep at her desk with his book in her lap. I didn't even get to try that thing I suggested last week. He coughed blood. Was hoping to take the kids out for ice cream. Teach Rei how to throw a kunai. Fukasaku landed beside him. We have to go. No. Jiraiya shook his head. No. I have to send a message. The real pain isn't among them. He carved into the wall with his remaining hand, using chakra-laced blood. A code. Tell Naruto. The words stopped. The ground trembled. The Deva path approached, hand extended. A final blow. But just before it landed, the wall behind them exploded outward. A flash of light. A roar of wind. And a blur of red and black. Stone, rebar, and ancient waterlines shattered outward, a cyclone of force tearing through the narrow tunnel like a blade of divine fury. The Pain's hand stopped. And then the wind hit. Red streak. Black steel. A whirl of motion too fast for even the Rinnegan to fully follow. The Deva path was blasted backward, crashing through 3 pillars before skidding to a halt in a heap of rain-slick rubble. The other paths turned, senses blaring. But it was too late. Itachi Uchiha stepped from the smoke, his cloak billowing behind him. His face was unreadable, but his eyes burned crimson with the Mangekyo Sharingan, 3-petaled shurikens spinning slowly in each socket. I expected to find corpses, he said calmly. Not a teacher dying on his knees. Jiraiya blinked, barely conscious. Uchiha? Pain recovered quickly, flickering into a new position. You interfere in matters that do not concern you. Itachi's Mangekyo spun faster. Everything concerning Akatsuki concerns me now. Konan stepped forward, a wall of paper ready to descend. But Itachi was already moving. He flickered in front of Jiraiya, dropping to one knee. Can you move? Jiraiya grunted. Can I, Sass? Then yeah. Itachi glanced at Shima and Fukasaku. Take him. Now. Fukasaku didn't hesitate. Don't have to tell me twice. Shima summoned a scroll. Together, they sealed Jiraiya's wounded body inside a temporary toad stasis barrier, enough to stabilize him. Enough to buy time. The paths of pain surged forward. 1. Itachi rose. Let's see if gods bleed. What follows is not a victory. It's a stall. Itachi dances between the paths like a shadow, his genjutsu unraveling attacks before they land, his flame and blade holding the tide just long enough for Shima to escape with the scroll. Jiraiya is gone. Safe. But barely. Pain begins to realize it. You gave him up to save him, Konan said, expression flickering with something almost human. Why? Itachi's expression remained cold. Because he was worth saving. Then he turned, and vanished in a murder of crows. The rain continued to fall. But for the first time in a long while, it no longer reached the ground as freely as it once did. Because a storm was coming, and it carried the scent of war. The Hokage's office was quiet. Naruto stood at the window, watching the village streets below. Kushina had drawn him a crayon doodle of their family that morning, stuck it to his desk with a frog sticker. He hadn't been able to stop looking at it. Suddenly, smoke burst from the center of the office with a loud pop. Wind rushed outward. Papers flew. Instantly, Naruto was in a defensive stance. But it was Fukasaku, the elder toad, his tiny body trembling, mouth open in a panicked gasp. In his arms was a scroll covered in blood, pulsing with preservation chakra. Jiraiya, he's alive, but only just, the toad rasped. We need Tsunade, now! Naruto's heart stopped. He didn't wait. He didn't ask questions. In a blink, he was gone. Tsunade looked up from the hospital records as the air cracked with chakra. Naruto appeared, Fukasaku still clutched in his arms, scroll glowing violently. Prep surgery, emergency! Naruto barked. Tsunade's eyes widened as she recognized the toad. What? It's Jiraiya. They got him out. He's alive. Barely. Tsunade paled. No sound. No hesitation. She called every available medic in the building. Within minutes, the scroll was unsealed, and a battered, blood-drenched Jiraiya lay before them. His right arm was gone. Dozens of puncture wounds. Ribs shattered. A lung collapsed. And a look on his face that wasn't fear, it was failure. Tsunade's hands didn't shake. She slammed a glowing palm into his chest. Don't you dare leave me alone again, you idiot! Naruto watched from the doorway, silent. Hours later, Tsunade emerged from the surgical wing, her coat streaked with blood. He's stable. But unconscious. I don't know when, if, he'll wake up. Naruto stood still. Thank you, he said softly. Tsunade just leaned against the wall, eyes red. He said it was AIM, she muttered. What the hell happened in AIM? An hour passed. A messenger hawk landed on Naruto's office balcony, talons clinking on steel. He unrolled the parchment. Border Patrol reports. Uchiha Itachi located unconscious on edge of Konoha territory. Alive. Barely. Alone. No threats in vicinity. Immediate extraction requested. Naruto didn't hesitate. He vanished. The edge of Konoha's northern forest was quiet, save for the rustle of wind through trees. Naruto arrived in a flicker of red chakra. He followed the patrol signs to the glade, where Itachi Uchiha lay slumped beneath a tree, his cloak torn, his face bruised, his chakra dangerously low. He looked like he had fallen from the sky. A pile of blood-soaked feathers lay beside him. Naruto moved in fast, placed 2 fingers on his neck. Pulse, barely. No words. Just a glow of Hiraishin marks, and then. Back in the hospital, Itachi was placed in a private wing. Shizen took point while Tsunade oversaw Jiraiya. Naruto stood between both rooms, eyes bouncing between 2 of the most enigmatic and powerful shinobi he had ever known. One was a mentor. The other a ghost. And both had almost died in the same place. What the hell happened in AIM? He whispered. The silence offered no answers. Only the slow, steady beat of the heart monitors. And that concludes part 5 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Will of Fire, Reignition, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Shay1819, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.